Good morning, everybody. Just a hot fix this morning, and it doesn't look to be substantially changing anything that should affect us because we don't run with any mods. But this could break permanently some mods. I don't know how many, but this is affecting how it's going to load external assets. He was messing around on a test save in debug mode yesterday. Good morning, Kitio. The load string and load stream methods. I could see again, I've never made any serious mods that load external assets, so I have no idea how widely used these would be. Anyway, I came up with some very interesting results yesterday. Yeah. Did a little bit of soul searching throughout the game's food options to see if I could actually come up with some ideas of what we really should be growing here, agriculturally speaking. The results were stupid. The results were actually stupid. I'm not awake enough to go through them yet. We'll get to that. It's going to be really, really heavy rain here for a day or two, I think. Let me check the generator here. Good morning, Gloria. Good to see you. I am not 100% awake yet, but I think I'm perfectly well enough awake for some organization and reading here. We're decent on gas, and we do have access to the gas station now. It's not 100% secure, but it's functional. It'll work. So we got this duffel bag that is equipment that we've picked up so far. And equipment in the sense of wearables. I think we still have infinite water, yeah. Regrettably, I don't think this building has laundry machines. If it does, I would be probably using those right now, but now this is a much older structure. If it did, they might be upstairs, but not in there, so that's okay. That is okay. Imagine running a hotel without a washer and a dryer. Oh, buddy. Alright. It would be a little bit gratuitous to just stand here and wash clothes. More than anything, did I already consolidate them? Aha, here we go. Hey, Grimbaki. I would say we're doing pretty good today. We have an update that may break some mods this morning, just dropped a few minutes ago. Depends on how the mod loads the assets that it uses. It looks like strings and byte streams are no longer loadable using a specific method. Makes perfect sense to me, to be entirely honest. Loading byte streams through user-facing code that you can get from Steam Workshop. Not a good idea. Not a very good idea. From a cybersecurity standpoint, that's actually a terrible idea. I'm just trying to sort this a little bit based on category here. Okay. So basically everything I got that is military, that is not boots, is in this duffel bag now. And everything else is in here. Now, it's not even a question that we're going to want to take home our books in the first run, or I mean, take forward rather, not take home. We don't have a home yet. We're actually homeless at the moment. We can consolidate all the ammo we picked up into one place. Two weight each hemp. Or that's wild. You've accomplished something I've never done. I have never once been able to right click and harvest a hemp crop before. I think we did see some hemp in one of those pre-existing crop plots, but I don't think we ever actually got to go get them and harvest them. Relevant to my interest, huh? I'll have to wake up just a little bit more before I can multi-thread here. But yeah, I'll let me open it in a tab before I forget about it. Where's my other? Ah, discussion about guns from Retnaro. Retinaru, I've only seen one or two of their vids, but
We need to talk about what happened.
yeah, they know their stuff. I will pull that up once I'm actually I'll pull that up once I'm on the road. It'll be a little bit easier to have some background noise once we're on the road. Until then, it's just going to slow me down on my thoughts here. I'm already slow to begin with. I think I already exfiltrated all the magazines and ammo from these weapons up here. Magazines and ammo, and then that JS2000 has a choke on it. Yeah, Gloria, if you're talking about your save, I regret to inform everybody that the devs pushed out a security fix today that it probably has some serious implications for save game stability for anybody who's using mods that have to load external assets. You know, Indy Stone is not the only one who's changed something this morning. YouTube is doing some theme changes, very minor ones. I don't know what they did, but the font for chat has changed a little bit. It's very subtle. It's very subtle. I'd have to dig into the CSS to actually see what we're talking about here, but I've already noticed it. And you know what they say about noticing. Well, people say a lot of shit about that. Okay, so everything that I'm 100% sure that I want to take with me right now has been loaded into the vehicle, and our total encumbrance is 124 out of 146. Okay. Everything else I'm going to take inside, and we're going to try to figure out more inside. Hey there, yeah. No, this is usually my starting. I was actually a little bit late today. I usually like to start at 8 a.m. I had a few things from work that kind of slowed me down this morning, but then I had I saw there was an update, and I got looking at the patch notes. Next thing you know, it's 8:10, and I'm like, oh shit, I better start. So when it comes to sorting guns that I've picked up, I want to make sure that I'm grabbing the ones, or separating the ones that have been damaged from the ones that are good. I forget exactly how many M16s we came home with. It is a metric large number. Oh, the hospital bed. Yeah, so I think KTO mentioned the hospital bed, basically, if you, any other bed that you try to pick up before your carpentry level 10, I'm going to say that one more time, before your carpentry level 10, requires both a tool and a chance to break. But a hospital bed has no chance to break, requires no tool, and both parts are 5 encumbrance and lighter. So those two parts of the bed together, they only weigh 15 encumbrance each. So basically a hospital bed is like the perfect mobile bed in this game. They're hard to get to. They're all hard to get to. So if you find a hospital bed that is not hard to get to, let me know, because that's actually really important. Can you change YouTube chat font to... I can change it to whatever the hell I want it to. I use a... So chat on screen right there is just a Firefox window with custom styling applied to it. So I can set the chat to whatever I want it to. I set it to Noto Mono because that's what Zomboid uses. I'm trying to make, you know, if I'm going to have chat on screen like that, I'm going to try to make it look like it belongs on screen next to the Zomboid UI. But yeah, that leads to me noticing subtle changes and getting annoyed by them. Okay, so these guns that I just put down here are damaged. So that doesn't mean we can't fix them. In fact, the JS3T is very easy to fix once you're higher level aiming skill. Your ability to fix guns is tied to your aiming skill, so. But you can use a JS2000 to repair a JS3T. So you can take a shotgun that is not, can't fit as many shells in it, and repair a shotgun that can fit more. So, very important things to be aware about. And these are just a few more intact weapons here. So all in all, we found 12 M16s throughout the checkpoint that are fully intact, and then 2 that are damaged to the point of almost being useless. Basically, when a building is looted and trashed, and you see an item on the floor, that item is usually like almost broken in terms of condition, if not completely broken. All the guns over here are guns that we found elsewhere. We did not get those from the checkpoint. Clean UI is impacted. Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. That's, I mean, again, UI mod, that is, oof, that's an oofers right there. Speaking of oofers, the only pair of leather pants we've found so far, 3 holes in them. They might as well be assless chaps. Nice. We can fix them, but not for a very, very long time. Now, the other guns we found include 8 to 9 mils, patrol revolver, and SN38. Now, I know back at base we've got a police duffel bag with multiple backup copies of patrol revolver and SN38, so we don't have to assume that just because we only have one of each that they're any rarer than anything else. Good morning, Dumb RTA. Good to see you. Thank you, thank you. It's about 20 encumbrance. It's about 20 encumbrance that I could fit in the trunk right now. Can do like a little bit on the passenger seat. I'm already overthinking it. Never again am I going to have an expedition vehicle without some nails in it. I've just run into too many problems with that recently. So I will put half of encumbrance point worth of nails in there, and that'll work for now. Okay, so everything other than the trunk is full. It's not, if anybody's not 100% clear with what I'm doing here, I'm preparing multiple trips. Or at least I'm preparing the first trip to get out of here, but then we're going to need another trip. And the only question is going to be what other vehicles we are going to be using on our way out of here. I spotted several step fans that we can take a look at. And we have hot wiring technology now. We are capable of taking whichever van we find. They broke B41 mods as well. Oh, geez Louise, boy. That is, oh, man. Actually, I think these M16s, we can just split them into two backpacks. Or, two garbage bags. So 2 garbage bags of M16. That's an easy win because these are, they each weigh 4 encumbrance. As long as you don't have any attachments or magazines in them. Speaking of attachments and magazines, these 9mm are just covered in attachments. Alright, so before these M9s get bundled up, we take the attachments off. I am at that stage of the game where just collecting attachments separately from guns is a little bit more pertinent, especially because we don't have infinite storage space to work with. Okay. That's basically handguns and worn guns. But it's another full bag. I'll take it. Beautiful. God love a good modder to get those fixes out as soon as a patch drops. These non-tactical weapons back here total probably right around another garbage bag, actually. Now that I've standardized them, removed the stuff, attachments and ammo. Yeah, okay. I'm just kind of topping these bags up so that they're all standardized weight. Exactly 26.1 each. Most of these walkies are going to get sacrificed for parts, but I'm okay with like keeping one. It's extremely niche that I would ever need a handheld radio, but yeah, I like having one of everything in my storage systems here and there. So we've got 104.4 on the floor right here. If we partially fill another garbage bag, then we've instantly got another, what's it called? Trailer load. Attachments go in here. So we still got about 15 in the trunk of the ambulance. This bundle of rope that should have already been put in the ambulance. Yeah, that's not even a question. Rope is for logging activities, which is going to be more relevant sooner than later. So just under 10 then. Now, to be advised, if anybody is not familiar with my logistics strategy at the exact moment, basically everything over here, the freezer, the contents of the freezer, and the generator, are actually a perfect fit for this trailer. So part of my fortune of frozen food, which constitutes 2 completely full freezers here. Part of my fortune of frozen food is just ready to go immediately as soon as we're. I actually kind of like that setup right there. That's surprisingly very useful. Blue generator happens to be smaller than everything else, so. Hey, kitten. Good morning. Good morning, Command. Everybody's. Hopefully, everybody who plays with mods is well advised of the update today. Okay, I need to keep in mind that I've got another garbage bag of frozen stuff in the freezer here. So if I do plan on moving powered locations, that's going to be a significant undertaking. I'll go ahead and bag it up. And even though it should be able to fit, it can't. I hate it when that happens. See, I can put this garbage bag that currently weighs 25.9 into the freezer, along with this basil that weighs 0.1 into the freezer. But if I try to put the basil into the garbage bag and put the nuts suddenly the garbage bag's too big. Floating point math errors. How do they work? And then again, potatoes. Get a garbage bag of potato here. This is just fridge, not freezer. Fridge, potato. Everything else that's in the fridge can be hand carried, or just, you know, whatever it needs to be done. Speaking of food. Now, we already did our due diligence with the loot in this building. We already collected everything and brought it to the kitchen, so we don't have really to worry about anything else here. Unless I missed something, which it's on this shelf. A parcel with a fucking weight bench in it. What? Okay. Yeah, alright, sure. Okay. Sure, why not? This is why I always start with strength 10, so I don't have to... Okay. This is something important worth being aware of. I don't usually look in filing cabinets and expect to see anything other than paperwork, business cards, blank sheet, whatever the hell. This is like a book crate loot table right here. In a file cabinet. Skill book, and entertainment books. In a filing cabinet. That's significant, because usually, I mean, the past 2,000 hours of B42 has just trained me to almost ignore filing cabinets. And that, again, there's a copy of a book I didn't have, Butchering 2. I would never have even looked in this if it had not been for this random shelf up here, so... yeah. These are just books I already have, so decorative. Let me get this book into the library before I forget about it. So, we still only have one full set of books. Everything else is still partial. While we're here, before we have to go anywhere else, before we're really compelled to go anywhere else, we could finish reading the book that we started, which is welding. We're like, what is that, 3/4 of the way through? Or half? We're exactly half. If we finish welding, we actually have the tape. We have the fencing special tape, which means we can blow through 2 levels of welding as soon as we finish that tape, or finish that book. Not exactly a priority. I mean, the book's not going anywhere, the tape's not going anywhere. But just something to consider if I wanted to pass the time to get rid of water on the floor or something. I also should get a weight tally of our everything else. Food, for example, here. Let me get everything except for the canned food first here. Canned food and heavy stuff like that. Let's see what all this weighs. Less than 10. I can fit that in the trunk. I think that might be a full trunk right there. No, not quite. How about the flour goes somewhere else? Talk to me about flour. I did some research yesterday. I learned a few things about. So corn flour and cornmeal have been added to the game, and you can add them as a thickener to soups and stews, and they will increase the happiness as if they're doing something. However, they have 0.0 nutritional value. So regular flour, this bag of flour I just put in my backpack, this will add carbs. Carbs, very important, hard to get in your diet once you're not dealing with anything that you can loot or forage. Well, okay. With one notable exception that I actually I'm thinking it's broken, I'm probably going to get nerfed. There's one crop that is actually fucking ridiculous on carbs. I'll talk about that a little bit later. It's not exactly relevant right now because we can't grow it yet. We won't be able to grow it for quite a while. Otherwise, the only cookware here that I'm going to need to leave behind is just, yeah, there's just one bowl. That's it. I already packed up the rest of them. The coffee is non-negotiable. And I'm not that concerned about canned food with all this perishable right now. As long as I know where it is, it can stay here. So I've been holding on to this hiking backpack without using it for a minute because I've been saving it for after everything else is kind of like sorted out here. I'm going to put this flour and this milk and a couple of other things outside on the ground for pickup along with the second wave of material here. Because we had about, like, I don't know, close to 10 encumbrance of room there. Wait a minute, no, it was not 10 encumbrance, it was 14, 130. More than that. I'm not awake yet, guys. This is why I'm not fighting anybody yet. Hey, Low Geek, if you're interested in what happened to my previous character, it is linked in the description, top link, as to why I had to start over. Not my proudest moment. Actually, one of my least proud moments. But we learn new things every time here. And then we actually try to remember them so that we don't make the same mistakes again. I could probably take most of this. I'm being a little bit needlessly discerning here. Okay, box of batteries too. That should be a full trailer on the floor outside. Or at least close to it. Close to it. What have we got, like 3 encumbrance? 2. About 2 encumbrance or so. Now 0.7. Okay, these garbage bags on the floor are a perfect fit for a trailer now. So all we have to do, and it's all sorted out as low priority loot, so we just come back with a trailer, pick all that stuff up into a trailer. Whenever you pick up a lot of things like painkillers, always make sure that you are, I mean, assuming you're limited on storage space, consolidate them as best you can. It would be really nice if we could pack painkillers into cartons or boxes or whatever. Okay, that's a perfect fit for a handbag, all right. That is just big enough to pick up under my current carry weight. Bag, low priority reading material, and low priority mem. See, all the work we're doing right now, because it's going to come with us, we'll be able to make things a little easier going forward. Honestly, this stuff is pretty lightweight. I could just probably main backpack both of these. Yeah, I could just main backpack. Okay. Now, of course, I won't be leaving a medical bed here. That's just here while I need it. So I do need to allocate space for that for the pickup process here. Every time we go back and forth, we can just attach one of these sleeping bags to our backpack, so that's not even a factor. Each of these radios is 15, and each half of the bed is 15, so this little lineup here is just all kind of standardized weight. Drop them as items to make them easier to see the total weights. Now, of course, the gas can does not need to be carried in the form of gas can. like when we come back here, we'll just come back here with a vehicle that has enough room to fit it in the gas tank. Okay, so all in all, that's 90 encumbrance of structural stuff over here. Plus, we're pre-allocating another 30. So that's 120 on the floor right here. That's already pretty much enough for just, you know, 2 trips with the ambulance and the trailer. But, there's also the electrical stuff here that's slated for disassembly. I'm just going to disassemble that right now. Good morning, good morning. Good to see everybody. So, we're still getting warmed up this morning, mostly just getting set up with logistics on our way out of here. Now that is, I was not realizing that I was that close to the next level of electrical, so we are now electrical level 2. And, just a little bit of the stuff I'll leave behind here. This place is sort of just a future field base, or at least it's going to have the assets for one. It is a little bit far off-site from Brandenburg to be a good place to explore Brandenburg itself from. A lot of animals out here that just keep coming back in my direction. You see the deer over there in the middle of the road just laying there, and then you see the rabbit over there that's just calmly within eye distance of me. That's the second time this has happened in this area. Not very good survival instincts on those animals. Or maybe they just know that I haven't leveled aiming high enough to shoot them from a distance. That's also possible. Okay, it is just about bedtime, and we've got a book to read through the night. And when we finish reading the book, we can put on a VHS tape to immediately get 2 levels of welding. I don't know if there's a TV. I only just realized this. I don't know if we have a TV anywhere in this entire house. The bedrooms don't have one. I don't know about the master bedroom here. No. Okay, then. Yeah, that's fine. It's not like it's a high priority thing or anything. It's just something that I could do as we pass the time here. I shouldn't get locked in. I'm already ready for bed here, but then we will do that overnight. We're doing a text message drill here. Hang on. It's the second day in a row they've done it. Like 99.9% of the time I'll never respond to a text message. But this is one of those stupid it's one of those federal government things. All contractors and employees get a text message whenever they have their little alert system that they're testing. Doesn't look good if anybody does not acknowledge receipt. Alright, 1 sleep is completed here. We sit in the chair and we read throughout the night here, but not after having a bite of this lovely stir fry. It is August 2nd, 1993. We are day 24 starting tomorrow morning. All right. Good morning, Kraken. Good to see you. I want to say that I'm awake enough for anything now. We'll ease our way into it just to be sure. So the first thing we're going to be doing actually is going to go set out and see if we can find a good step van. We spotted a few the other day, and I don't know how far we got with that after spotting them. I can't recall if we needed to get more gas at the gas station. No, this is completely full. This trauma bag here of generator repair stuff. So we will take this gas can with us as a means of refueling any step vans we come across. No, electricity turned off about a week ago, I want to say. Maybe just short of a week. And when it did, we already had our generator running because I wanted to avoid any shenanigans of, whenever the game does the electricity shut off, it kind of has this little script that goes through and it instantly unfreezes everything in the world. But I did confirm that it does not unfreeze anything in your freezers if they're being powered by your generator. Previous playthroughs, I've had problems with that, so I've confirmed that now. That's basically what I'm going to do every time going forward now, even though it's a little bit wasteful. So these zombies here, I'm probably not going to kill them. There is nothing to be gained unless we happen to find one of those backpack carriers. There's two more of them out there somewhere. I know it. I have no idea what happened to them, and we spent quite a bit of time looking for them the other day and never found them. So there's other things that are more important to be looking for right now. We've already got our main military backpack, and that's good enough for me for the short term. Two step vans on this lot. Engine quality is 77 and the trunk is 100%. This is our new step van. We have no choice but to break into it, or at least I feel no desire to go searching for keys right now. I've done enough of that on this character already for quite a long time. So let's clean up the everything that's in it right now. Looks like we got jars of food in here. Nice. Alright, so this step van is now completely cleaned out of stuff. The stuff that was in it, bagged up for... We'll go through that when we get back. I noticed it did not have any gas, so we're fixing that. Are you guys ready for some towing? Oh man, I don't want to think about it too much. I'm just going to be going real slow, like the devs want me to. I mean, they've broken me. They've broken me. They want me to go slow. I'll go slow because that's the most efficacious thing to do. I'm not going to be going long distance. I will not do that. I will use throwaway cars. I'll go back and forth. If I'm going long distance, I'm going forward. Thankfully, we can replace side windows without damaging. We can also replace tires without damaging. And we should have a kit, so, get it hot wired and possibly steal some tires. Honestly, a quality 77 step van with a perfect trunk is... Yeah, that's a... So this thing's got perfect regular tires. What does the other step van here have? Old tires, and it's questionable. The trunk is a little bit damaged. It does have gas in the tank. This is actually a preserved vehicle. Those are not too relevant in the early game because, you know, early game, everything still has their battery charge, at least, even if they don't have gas. Looks like we got a gas stick here. This is one of the military ones. The fact that they've redistributed all the way down into the trailer park is interesting. Melody Kelleher. Kelleher, I barely know her. She has herself a Alice belt and suspenders, Shema. We already got pants. But she's also got a man pack. Now these are basically just a ham radio that can fit on your backpack. That's what that is. If you ever wanted to do like some hardcore roleplay in multiplayer and, you know, not get on voice chat with the homies and only do in-game chat, then a U.S. Army Com man-back radio could be potentially very useful. It's all going to depend on how you play. Now also be advised that we're towing vehicles makes a lot of noise. So we are going to be... Okay, here's how I'm going to play this. I'm going to turn the ambulance off and leave it here for a moment. I'm going to take the step van down to the gas station, turn on the generator, fill the gas tank of the step van, and then we'll tow out of here. Because honestly, the towing is going to make so much noise that it's going to bring people from places that I didn't even know existed. When we tow, if we were to just tow right past the gas station. All branded vans deserve rescue. That's an interesting way of putting it. You're not wrong in the slightest. Speaking of vans, let's get this one out of the way. Oh, well, I was just saying something about towing. Let me also check this thing's tires, because, again, we're in the market for a couple of good tires if we have any. Perfect performance. What does this thing have? Olds. 2 performance and 2 old. How about that? Okay, yeah. Let's just refill from the other side, shall we? I had a feeling. I was going to check anyway, but then I had a feeling. I didn't even think I heard him. Okay, so one of the things we found in this vehicle, jar of leaks. Leaks. Leeks. Leaks. I don't know if this is a typo or not, but they have 140 carbs in them per leak. 140 carbs per leak. That feels like a typo. That feels like somebody added a 0 accidentally. But I don't like saying that out loud, because suddenly carbs are actually incredibly easy to get as soon as you grow a lot of those. Yeah. Now we will be leaving the red here. I'm gonna mark it real quick. I will be leaving the red here because when we come back here to actually hit the rest of Brandenburg later on, at that point, we'll need a gas station, and we may move that to a different gas station in town, but otherwise, that one will definitely stay here because we have better generators elsewhere. We actually have a yellow, but it is currently back at Rosewood, pending transfer to wherever we end up setting up to next. Oh, what am I doing? We are going to tow out of here. Actually, I don't have to tow out of here. I could use it. I could use the blue throwaway. So there is a blue vehicle at the what's it called? A blue vehicle at the a blue car at our chateau base. This is just going to make things easier, because even if I felt comfortable towing out of here, which I don't, even if I did, I would have to go a very long way around to get back. But if I do this, if I just steal the blue car and drive it back to the ambulance, then we can do separate trips here. Let me guess. 10 damage already. Now we're good. Imagine trying to navigate that while towing in this build. Ugh. I mean, I could get out and kill them, but I don't want to get locked into combat just yet. There's really nothing to be gained at the moment from those particular sets. I mean, honestly, we could probably go without multiple trailer trips and just drive with the ambulance towing the trailer somewhere, and then just load everything that's currently on the floor up into the trunk of this thing, and then come back and grab this thing. We could just do it that way. That would probably be the easiest. But regardless, we leave this bad boy here now, and we go put our first. I do a quick backpack swap with the fridge here. And I get today's daily bread here. We got a stir fry for today here. And so this can of gas we brought home goes over here to this ugly thing that we saw when we got here, but had no purpose for. For anybody joining, welcome. We are getting ready to head out of Brandenburg. The Brandenburg military checkpoint. We have taken what we could find from the zombies out there in the field, from the zombies that spawned in at the checkpoints. We've only found, so we saw multiple with backpacks, but we only actually found and killed one. So I am rather disappointed. This guy right here, he's only got a hydration pack. We've seen him a few times, actually. Since this is a throwaway vehicle, we don't have a lot of action economy to fuck around over here. Just taking a quick look. I do like how they've distributed them just all over the place. I expected them to be a little bit more clustered. No, we did not actually go up the tower yet. So after we get the ambulance, we're going to do that on our way out. I remember now that that was the only place I have not actually looked into. Everything else up at the checkpoint we looked into. Taking the jack and tire iron out of the glove so that we can steal those 2 tires. Wonder if we'll have any trouble pulling this thing out of the way after we steal its tires. One tire I'll put in my satchel. The other I'll hand carry. Now we're not towing it very far, we're just getting it out of the way because it's been in my way this whole time. Only now that we are done in this area. Interesting that a vehicle with 2 of its tires missing is even more susceptible to drift than a vehicle with all 4 tires on it. You would think it would be a little bit harder to tow, perhaps. Like maybe it might drag on the ground or something. No, not in this universe, buddy. In this universe, vehicles get easier to move when they have fewer tires. Unless they're a burnt wreck. Those just operate like they used to. Like as if nothing has changed. Very strange, actually. You would expect if there's very silly shenanigans that they would at least be consistent, but not even that. In any case, now on our way out of here, I want to take a look, like I said before, at the watchtower. Normally, there's like a locker, or maybe 2 lockers and a couple of counters. And I'm mostly thinking of the towers I see at the Louisville checkpoint. See how my Van Foo has progressed here. On my 6. There. Somewhere hitting the fence, don't care. Now, if I had just lots of space that I didn't really need to do anything with, I could steal the satellite dishes. I'm not that big of a deal. There are other places to find them. You know what would be really cool? I'm sure back in the 90s, certain military elements had mobile GPS. It was probably way limited compared to today, but it had to have existed to some capacity. And so, that could give you a very important task if you steal some satellite dishes. Maybe you might have to keep the GPS satellite in orbit. Perhaps even retask some refueling vehicles to refuel it, top it up. We're getting into World War Z territory there. There was an entire subchapter in there about the couple of astronauts from the ISS who volunteered to stay behind to help keep satellites in orbit before taking the last shuttle out. So this building's been looted and trashed, it seems. See the trash on the floor and the empty locker. So the locker was what I came up here for. Regrettably, nothing in it. However, there is at least one other radio that I can grab. So we have now done all of our due diligence at the Brandenburg military checkpoint. We even broke into the shipping container. Now, they changed something about the Thinskin, Kensilla, whatever the memorial bridge there. They changed a little bit something about the bridge. I don't know exactly what they changed about it. And I'm kind of curious, to be honest. The problem with that is we don't have a sledgehammer or a welder mask, so if we come up on a gate, which I think we probably will, we won't be able to do anything about it, so perhaps someday later. My theory is they probably just made it so that it's the same as the Clark Memorial Bridge in Louisville for 31 West, which basically, after you get to the other side of the bridge into Indiana, the road goes off into infinity for forever, till you hit the hard edge of the map. But the zombie spawns do as well. Oops, not this side. Iraq War. No, first Iraq War. That was a little ways back, wasn't it? Yeah, that was a little ways back. Actually, I don't actually know all of my years when it comes to the sandbox wars because, man, there's a lot of them. We just started another one recently. The latest sandbox war just dropped recently. I really would prefer all these guys to be out here instead of next to the road, but making a lot of noise right now would also not be the most productive thing to do. The duffel is a thing. We will get more military duffels at a later date. I'm just doing one more pass through everybody up here. I keep thinking that we're gonna find that guy with the desert camo, or the other one with the forest camo. And I'm looking and I'm not seeing it. I vividly remember we never saw somebody with a tactical black, which would have been a green one. I'm starting to wonder if somehow some of these guys merged into the group that's stuck behind the prison. Like, I don't know if the off-cell migration systems can allow that to happen. But if it can, then that means there could be backpack carriers in the parking lot of the prison. I mean, if we drive by and we see military zombies in here, then I'm not seeing any. No, I'm not seeing any. And just the simple act of driving by just now has caused them to break out of that gate, which means they're off map and we can now bring them anywhere. Okay. Suspicions assuaged. So one of the reasons I bring up GPS is that it would be really cool if we could have loot from a military loot source, a handheld GPS, and then get us the minimap. Just by putting the GPS in our hand, it opens the minimap for us in canon mode, lore canon mode here in Apocalypse. I know it's a sandbox setting, but I mean it should be a part of the base game if you have if you happen to have the right resources for it. Okay, so we are going to put the radio into the trunk of the step van, and then we're going to reassess some of the other loot. The tires that are in my hands are to upgrade the step van with, because some of its tires were garbage. Before we do that, I'm going to get rid of this, or triage out this bag of stuff we got out of this step van. Most of it is not necessary. There's a stale onion there. Technically still usable. And some of this is actually good, olive oil. I'm not leaving that behind. That's free calories. But that can go in the main backpack. Soda I'll just straight up drink, because soda is good for you. Right? Never underestimate when you could need a pair of shoes. The likelihood of you randomly getting a hole in your shoe is kind of low, but non-zero. All this extra stuff that is rather lightweight can go into my satchel here. We can even just straight up wear this chemin. It's a little warm, but that's better than it taking up room in my backpacks. Still infinite water. Now, something to keep in mind is that satchels have bad, very bad encumbrance reduction. Because of that, your satchel is not going to be able to carry a lot before it starts getting extra heavy. Did I? No. We do still have empty seats and glove in there. Start by yanking the bad tires that I don't want to keep. And then we're going to swap the ones that I do want to keep. I'm going to put the old tires on the rear and the performance tires on the front, so that way it's balanced as best it can be. I have this theory that if you ever feel like your vehicle is veering, even though you're going completely straight, you haven't touched the turn button in the slightest. My theory is that veering is caused by tires having very different traction levels. So if you at least make sure that the traction levels are even, you know, similar conditioning type parts on both sides, and then, you know, fill them all up. That is my current theory. I don't know if it's true or not. Could not. I've already looked at the vehicle code once, and I couldn't make heads or tails of a lot of things, so I was just like, nope, not going to try to make any hard conclusions on that. So overall, this step van that we just put some new tires on, its overall condition is 95%, and the engine is 77 quality. This is the best step van I've found in a very long time, just without having to, you know, fix it up myself. So there's 130 on the floor and 120 in the vehicle. If we take 3 things out of the vehicle, I think that would do the trick. Or rather, let's take the medical bed out, and then take this separate bag, and then put these bags in. Trunk is 194.4 to 208, okay. This bag on the passenger seat. Okay, trunk should be at Well, if I take just 0.1 out of it, which I can't, not easily at least. $190 out of 208. That means I can fit another 15. Okay. It's shaping up here. Just like that, we got a completely full trunk. We got a little bit of room in the glove here. Splitting hairs a little bit here, but well, it is loaded up. If it seems like I'm overthinking it, you're probably correct. It's okay. That's I have a tendency to do that, but it will at least mean that we spend far less time screwing around, picking things up later. Literally all we got to do is come back and pick this van up now. Everything else is pretty much ready to go. I didn't leave anything running, did I? Okay. So all we got to do now is I'm going to leave tomorrow morning so we can go through the night here, and then yeah, then we'll be good. So as for my hand carry objects, we're going to have let's see here, the backpack that's on the floor over there, and then the duffel bag here. The duffel bag here will be a little bit less heavy when we go to pick it up, because some of the gas that's in it will just go straight into the generator. We'll top it up before we go. Remember that gasoline you put into generators is free in terms of weight. Does not make the generators heavier. A mild error here. My refrigerator is not optimized for transport. That is a mild error. We might be able to figure this out. Feeling normal and healthy. Now that is a good thing. Good morning, good morning. Okay, you know what? So I have slight change of plans. Slight change of plans. We are going to leave the generator here and running. We're going to take the step van back to Rosewood. We're going to leave the step van at Rosewood. We're going to come back from Rosewood with a throwaway vehicle, and we're going to pick up the ambulance with the trailer and everything that is being kept preserved right now. I didn't necessarily want to bring more assets back to Rosewood, mostly because I don't know yet exactly where I want to be building my base. And if I decide against settling down anywhere on that side of the map, then it's going to feel stupid to bring stuff to that side of the map. But right now, that does feel like one of the most optimal things to do. So that means I do not need to worry about unloading the fridge or really anything else. Okay. So welding 1, we're going to finish reading it tonight. We're going to need another book to read when we finish it, so I'm going to go ahead and check out another one from the library here. We are ready to read maintenance 2. That actually should have taken priority already. I'm literally just going to finish reading that right now. Does not have too much left to go. There we go. What? Oh, right. I got to trade. We're just running that side of a ship right now. I did not miss that particular aspect. Ready? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Don't I ever feel like constructing buildings of my own? I do. In fact, the last time... It's been a little while since I've done it. The last time I did it was the Cozy Box. The Cozy Box was a... as its name implies, a box raised up off of the ground. We built it in the corporate park in Louisville. And I mostly just did that because all of the buildings that were already there were way too big, and I did not feel like trying to make them defensible. So I just built a small custom base. I really enjoyed the design, but the strength was its minimalism. So it's not exactly the kind of place that I would build again in like the early game. Because in the early game, if I'm building a place, it's going to be a place that I'm going to be staying at for quite a bit. So we got food for tomorrow in the form of that roast right there. Got an entire thing of potato, and the freezer is full, of course. Now, if it's raining heavily again when I wake up here, I'm not going to call this heavy, but it seems like it might pick up. I'll tell you what, maintenance is such an important book that I'm just going to continue reading it for now. There's literally nothing compelling me for, time at the moment. I'm not going to be, I mean, if it's not sufficiently obvious, I'm not blitzing the map tour. We have toured parts of the map. I'm not interested in touring the entire map. At least not like in a blitzkrieg fashion. We've gotten one part of it explored. That is a success in and of itself. So where I'm going with that, of course, is it does not behoove, or it does not. It's not necessary to like deploy immediately if the weather's not good. In fact, reading maintenance is probably even more important. Maintenance is an incredibly important skill. Besides, as long as it doesn't come back, we'll have ourselves a grand time getting out of here with better weather now. And maintenance volume 2 completed. On our way out, I'm going to... Well, first I'm going to top up the generator, but then I'm going to... there's the water shut off. Took it long enough. Okay. That's fine. I've been waiting for it for a long time now, and I'm just... I was just waiting for it to actually pull the trigger on that. So these two buckets right here, these two buckets I filled up preemptively with clean water. Meanwhile, back at Rosewood, just for the hell of it, we already put down a rain barrel that is completely full. Now, keep in mind, every time you fix a generator, you get electrical experience. So it would be a good thing to be reading the book before repairing it, as I just did. That's fine. Priorities on books has maintenance way above electrical. Now, okay, here's, I mean... The lady just screams. One thing that is an option is I take the trailer, or I'm sorry, I take the step van and the trailer down to Rosewood, and then load up everything in the ambulance that doesn't need to be in the ambulance, and leave it at Rosewood as well. The problem is, Rosewood is already packed up into a set of vehicles, and I would much rather just have a set of vehicles together in one place, already loaded, as opposed to, you know, I would have to get there and then empty out the trailer. That is not prurient to my long-term interests, so that's why I'm not doing that. Otherwise, that'd probably be a superior idea to, if I was going back to a base that was a permanent base. That is what I'd probably be doing. Otherwise, we're good to go. We've got food for the day, and we've got our generator running here, and that generator is full of lovely, lovely fuel. And we don't have a trailer behind us, so we don't have to worry about maneuvering problems. I'm just going to completely bypass the zombies that are further down this road on the crossroads. When you're navigating this area of Brandenburg, all the way out here, you can just continue to go this direction until you see another crossroads, and it'll take you to the other side of the prison here. Wait a minute. Okay, so... This is a survivor zombie group, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay. I think we marked this. I didn't even mark this. That's terrible. Okay, I could have forgotten about this. In that case, change of plans. Gotta stay flexible, you know what I'm saying? I will forget about this, and it will become more and more inconvenient to hit this zombie if I don't deal with it sooner. The medium one gets us. The one there with the sheet sling bag. The music volume feels louder than the sound by an order of magnitude right now, and that doesn't make sense. This is literally the opposite. I like this game's music, but it needs to not be drowning things out. Alright, Survivor, what have you got for me? Maximo Brockman. He's Maximo Bookman. He's got several books I didn't already have. Okay, that changes things ever so slightly because I want to keep my books together, and unfortunately all my books are back in the ambulance. That's okay. We're just going to go back to the ambulance real quick and do a quick trunk swap. One of the books was Longblade 3, I think. I'm going to go ahead and drop the ones that are gray, because I already have them. Butchering 2, Maintenance 4. That is a Survivor zombie cleared. I remember seeing this, and I should have marked it on the map, but, well, I forgot to mark it on the map, and we, luckily enough, found it again. Ooh, I do gotta be careful with that rock on the side of the road there. Alright, I'm gonna take a couple of weapons out of the trunk of the ambulance here. That should give me enough room to put the books we just found in here. This is my only Longblade book so far. I think it is, yeah. Okay. He came with an annotated map as well. Guns and food in Stable. This is Louisville, Central Park, isn't it? Yes, yes it is. Guns and food in Stable. Don't get lost in the tree. I think I've seen this one before. In any case, we, actually, that belongs to Mem. Looking good, looking good. Wish it was easier to put things that are in sub-containers. It's okay. If I put the medical bed part in my satchel and then I put the other crap in the main backpack, okay. That's something I should have done already. I mean, honestly, I should just be hand carrying the large medical bed here so that I can just drop them both straight up. If I need to get into combat, I just drop it one hand and then the other hand. That's much more sensible to me. Alright, right here. As we should have been already. It was a worthy expenditure of time, though. Anytime you come across a survivor zombie and your book collection is that incomplete, yeah. Very good collections. Still zombies all the way down here. I was not actually expecting zombies to be on the road down here. That's pretty far afield. Are these from the checkpoint? If so, what are the no, there's no way these are from the checkpoint. If these zombies are from the checkpoint, that would mean that they'd just be all over this road. Which that would give a lot of surface area for the backpack carriers that I was looking for to have escaped to. The gates up there being intact tell me that they're not from the prison. The prison parking lot is still secure. Okay, on my way out, I'm just gonna, just for the sake of sake. Because again, remember, we saw 2 zombies with military backpacks that are unaccounted for. We've only managed to kill 1 and take their backpack. So somewhere out there in this area, there are 2 more. But I've given up trying to find them because there are other things that are more worthy of doing at the moment. I'm just kind of taking a look down this road just on the off chance that the migration system brought them all the way down here somehow. Yeah, honestly, it's kind of a crime that there's no Spiffo step ban. How do they get all of their, whatchamacallit? How do they get all their shipments of the latest and greatest Spiffo grease? Oh, speaking of latest and greatest, this gentleman right here has got the best in slot helmet until you get to Louisville. So I'm going to briefly step out and fight this guy. Now, it's a good helmet. However, it did not stop. It did not stop my previous character from getting bitten on the head. Only you can do that. Armor is a fallback to improve your chances. And as we witnessed firsthand, linked in the description if anybody didn't see it, armor does not guarantee anything. You know, that makes me curious. I didn't look. I just assumed that it was a bite on the head because that's where the bandage ended up going. I saw the word bitten in my health panel, and that was like, you know, you'll forgive me for not paying attention to the further details, because that's all you need to see. But I was curious if that would have actually, I mean, now I'm curious. Now, does that mean that the bite actually put a hole in my helmet? I've never seen a helmet with a hole in it before. Now, the only reason that I put this helmet on is because it is, as you can see, our head is now 40% bite, 60% scratch with 0 insulation. That particular combination of factors is what makes this riding helmet. It's like a bicycle helmet. Also, no hearing or vision impairment. Extremely important part. But yeah, we did not find our backpack. Play with instant infection. I mean, honestly, I'm playing with what is it? Prone to illness. So it's not going to be instant, but it's like, you know, very, very quickly. We'll know within an hour or two if we start getting stressed from nowhere. Alright, we have exited the region where they would have showed up. So we can now just cut across, get back on the highway. Now, there is a voice in the back of my head telling me to set up base at the Riverside Municipal Complex again. I don't know if I'm going to listen to that voice. But if I did, now would be the time to go that direction instead of back to Rosewood. See, normally, I'm not feeling pressured to make a specific decision on where to establish a base. But I mean, now that we're in the logistical phase and we're trying to bring stuff to places. If I was going to do that, then that would be me going straight here at the Brandenburg Bypass. Going straight and leaving this step van that we're in right now, leaving it behind in Riverside, and then just locally sourcing somewhere in Riverside a throwaway vehicle to come back here to get the ambulance with. Prone to illness increases by 25% the rate of corpse sickness. That is very interesting. It probably has stronger implications for, what's it called? Extinction mode. Because extinction mode, I remember reading somewhere that the corpse sickness, I think the corpse sickness is increased, not just the fact that you can get it while they're still alive, or the zombies are not actual corpses yet, they're still moving corpses. Either or, you're exposed way much more often. You know what? You know what? I think I will do the the Riverside Municipal Complex. Yeah. I think I might. Now that's a bit of a spur of the moment decision. You know what else is? 2 Mr. Hung step vans here. I have no ability to get out and check their engines, unfortunately. There's too many zombies, and luring them away would bleed a little bit too much daylight. Now this normally would be a difficult place to navigate. Still is, but the first couple times you do it, they don't always spawn directly in the middle of the road. It's not like hitting the cones causes much damage, but I don't like doing it. We respect our traffic cones here most of the time. And also there's usually some lumber trucks here. Not in this universe, it seems. Now, I haven't yet hit the point of no return. We could still turn onto KY60 from, actually, that's we're on KY60. We could just stay on KY60 instead of going to Riverside. Thinking about that. I could prolong the decision and still do something very useful. Yeah, I could prolong that decision completely and still do something useful. So right now, all of my vehicles full of my everything I've looted except for what's in the ambulance next to the generator back at Brandenburg. All my other stuff is loaded up into vehicles at Rosewood. I'm about 100% sure I'm not going to be staying in Rosewood forever. But if I were to just take this van to Phallus Lake, leave it there, secure a throwaway from Phallus Lake, that is another option because Phallus Lake being just right there at the dead center of everything. It's much easier to get to assets that I leave behind there and bring them wherever I want. Much easier than Rosewood. Rosewood is kind of back there. Rosewood's only really easy to get to like Echo Creek and then maybe Irvington. Or, I mean, Phallus Lake, of course. Rosewood is... Yeah, it's like kind of the halfway point between Phallus Lake and Echo Creek. Oh, yes, literally me. I am very well versed in that. That's where we spawned on my previous character. That gas station was not there previously. I am 200% okay with it being there now. It's actually kind of neat. There's two. What's it called? There are two. There are so many options. My brain is shutting down a little bit here. Most people don't know what to do next. Me, I don't know what to do first. Same problem, different source. So... Let's continue. Let's continue down KY60. Yeah, let's continue down KY60. Because honestly, I mean, if I can be done with Rosewood completely, which I think I am. No, we're not. We are not done with Rosewood completely. So because of that, I think we are going to go back down KY60, go back to Rosewood, and leave this step van behind since it's full of everything. Steal a new vehicle, redeploy from Rosewood, and take a different route back to Brandenburg. I think that's the order of operations for now. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, that's what KY60 here is just like a little loop that goes all the way across the center of the map, kind of favoring the southwest. And this, if we keep going in this direction, which we will, we're going to go past the camping store, and there's a survivor zombie. Shit. That one has a large hiking backpack. Okay. Calculus has changed a little bit. It's 1900 hours. We do have coffee with us, so we don't have to lock into the mentality of... There's 2 zombies with hiking backpacks in that group. I think we're going to just wipe them all out. Yeah, we're just going to wipe them all out. This is worth it, seeing as we don't have the military backpacks that I want to have right now. If we start running low on fatigue, then we need only drink the coffee that I'm carrying with me now. I'm gonna need to thin the group here, most likely. Maybe not. Yeah, I was about to pull out the SN38, but I think we got this. Okay, so the one that we killed over here was just a hiker. The one that is on his way here is the survivor. Alright, so separate it from that before that gets too messy. Oh, he's even got a respirator. Neat. Alonzo Walston. Thank you for your equipment. So there's a regular hiking backpack, not a, what's it called? It's not a big one. And he's got a couple of books that I already have, so on the floor with those. He's got Long Blade 1, so we now have 1 and 3. Tailoring 5. Some, oh, an explosives diagram. Okay, so this is, you can find these explosives diagrams randomly. Survivor houses or survivor zombies. And the recipes that it teaches are random. Of the, random within that category. So, this one teaches us how to make a remote trigger, how to make a firebomb, how to make a timer, how to make a medium range controller, how to make a timer for a bomb. It does not teach us how to make pipe bombs specifically, so even though we'll be able to read this and then have the ability to make triggers for bombs, we will still not be able to do pipe bombs yet. However, the ability to make remote triggers that now opens up the ability for us to make remote aerosol can bombs, theoretically. Let me double check that after I've finished reading the magazine here. Because this can change some of our calculus as well, because an aerosol can bomb is just a pipe bomb that's more dangerous to any of the loot that you're going to get from the zombies. Right? Because it sets them on fire. Or rather, it leaves fire behind after blowing up. Oh, right. This is the one that points out the LSU, or rather the art museum. Magazine that I already read. I do not need a sawed-off JS2000. What color is this bandana? You know what? I kind of like it. It's not my perfect color. We could dye it when we get back to Rosewood. If you want to dye a bandana, you need to turn it into the bandana tied on head. For some reason, you can only dye bandanas that are in the item form where it's tied on your head. Otherwise, the game doesn't let you do the face ones or whatever. Okay, so we've just had enough room for the loot that we got from the survivor zombie. This hiker zombie with the big hiking backpack. I don't care about a cheap sleeping bag. Incoming? No. I do still want to clean up the road, though. So what I'm going to do is put the part of the bed that I'm bringing home with me here that I was carrying in my primary end, put that in the backpack, and then just, I'm double carrying backpacks on my way home. That's actually going to make things a little easier. You got John Spiral's bomb mag on Riverside Mall. Wait, Riverside Mall as in the L-shaped one? Like in the magazine racks at the electronics store there? or it's like a photography sort of store. Come on. Actually, I've not been in that place since the map blow up. I just saw that it was still there. Okay, the road is drivable. There are probably stragglers from the group who kind of deviated elsewhere. We can deal with them more easily now. Mail office, nice. You know, thanks for mentioning the words mail office, because the one in Rosewood, we still have the back room of it that we haven't hit yet. I'm going to need to keep that in mind. Okay, so we didn't even get fatigued from that. We won't have to worry about fatigue unless we see another survivor zombie on KY60. These are just standard spawns next to the bridge. It's starting to feel like all the new bridges have standard spawns next to them. Even the ones out in the middle of nowhere. Calculating. I will kill a few of these. I don't need to wipe out everybody, but I need this bridge drivable. Maybe. I mean, that's definitely true for iPhones. I don't think any of the Androids out there currently have... Actually, I don't know. I don't know. I've not paid attention to it in so long. I got my work iPhone over here. But even though Apple has been absolutely begging me to set up Face ID, like, it nags me every time I unlock the fucking thing. I just type my passcode in every time. I don't use Face ID. Apple doesn't need to have my face. No, thank you. From the moment that I received the phone, the front-facing camera has been covered. Because I don't trust Apple. Apple, I'm not, this is not like any diss against Apple, but, Apple is a great company if you trust Apple. That's really the long and short of it. If you trust Apple, then they make great technology. All their stuff is great. Very user-friendly. Even the boomers can understand it better than almost anything else out there. But if you don't trust Apple, they're the worst company on the planet, bar none. And that's kind of the paradigm I'm living in. I don't really, I don't trust any tech giant in the slightest. I only make calculated concessions where I must. Yeah, so like I said, we don't need to wipe out everybody. I just wanted to get that clear enough that it's not going to be regularly forming roadblocks if we try to drive past them. We've still got some Zeds that we're going to have to worry about going past the crossroads up here. See, I never went that far with my laptops, because laptops you can just close the lid. My MacBook also. I actually never did cover the MacBook camera, because the MacBook camera is not an infrared camera. So even if Apple was truly malevolent in trying to get facial readouts on everybody on the planet, well, a MacBook Air from 2017 would not have the technology to do it. You need to have an infrared camera to get the depth readout. I mean, okay, so in this day and age of AI, I'm pretty sure that facial recognition without depth, I'm pretty sure even AI can't really do that reliably. I could be wrong, because I don't know. Obviously, I don't know what, if you were going to look at the best technology for facial recognition on the planet, you'd be looking at the Chinese Communist Party, specifically the Ministry of State Security. They've got some shit that they've been working on for years before anybody here in the West has been working on, because they're a police state, and that's all they care about. But so I have no idea what their capacities are. That's probably a closely guarded Chinese secret. But they are pretty good at it. That being said, a lot of their security cameras they use in their cities probably all have depth sensors. It's not that hard to get an infrared camera. or attach infrared capabilities to an existing camera. In fact, if you really wanted to be oppressive about it, you could just add infrared illumination to your streetlights so that your cameras don't have to have infrared built into them. So these are the gun store and the camping store here. I was just trying to get some indication as to whether they were looted and trashed. I don't see any. It's kind of actually hard to see without looking at the very front of the building. Yeah, no, that's a good policy, Kitten. Is to just, I mean, honestly, the smartest people in cybersecurity also do the, I mean, they also take what is called a zero trust approach to everything. Zero trust meaning take nothing for granted. Treat everything as if it is a calculated concession. I mean, a lot of, for example, my work laptop over there, it does have one of those front-facing cameras like pretty much every Dell Inspiron has these days. It's also got like a physical little cover that you can physically cover it yourself. Ever. It's not like kind of, you know, in the cell phone market, you could make the argument that Android used to be open source, and there used to be like, you know, some freedom of what to do with your cell phone devices before Google and Apple became a duopoly and just locked everything the fuck down. Now the whatchamacallit, for smart TVs, the moment people started adding bloatware to their TVs, it was never anything but bloatware. There was never just sort of a niche market that you know, developed ahead of the time before the slop manufacturers got to it. And that's kind of regrettable because, I mean, you know, I could see the use case of it. Right now, what I do with my TVs, and if I owned a better TV than what I currently own, I'd just plug a computer into it, because I don't trust any of the shit that's built into the TV itself. I just need a fucking screen. I don't need a... Now, another dimension to that is I only somewhat recently learned the true depth of depravity when it comes to smartphone manufacturers and the shit that they do to make sure that you can't just plug your fucking phone into a TV and get the screen to show up. They actually have gone very far out of the way. My phone right here, this Google Pixel 7 Pro, fucking $1,000 phone, really good for a lot of other things. Installed Graphene OS on it the moment I got it. Fantastic. Serves me well. At the hardware level, Google disabled the necessary firmware stuff for the USB chip in order for it to connect like USB to HDMI, something like that, to the phone itself. So the phone is physically disabled from being able to just plug into a fucking TV and mirror its screen, because Google wants you to buy one of their fucking Chromecasts. I own 2 of the bitches, and I mean, they're really on a Wi-Fi network that is not capable of phoning home and reporting in a bunch of telemetry to Google. They'll just sit there and do nothing until they are. And I mean, you know, there's a jailbreaking scene for regular Chromecasts. I'm pretty sure the Chromecast Ultra is not in that club. That was the way it was last time I looked. Yeah, no, I mean, okay, so another I'm at an interesting intersection on that, right? So my day job, I work for federal law enforcement, so I get to talk to people all the time in that field, and I have a kind of an understanding of the mentality there. But I mean, the problem is noticing trends, right? You shouldn't be racist against people. You really shouldn't be racist against phones. But the problem is there's no civil rights group for phones right now. You know, if a cop sees that you're using Graphene OS and that immediately sets off his susometer, there's no civil rights movement that's going to come out and say, hey, you're wrong for doing that. You're wrong for doing that. Here's a lawsuit. Don't do that again. Nobody's going to do that for Graphene OS. I mean, well, maybe the EFF, maybe. I don't know. It does seem like there's not as much pushback on that as there should be. I mean, the biggest thing is, you know, from the law enforcement layman perspective, is Graphene OS is just a massive roadblock to evidence collection. And make no mistake, there are lots of genuinely horrific people who hide their genuinely horrific things behind Graphene OS. And unlike Apple, there are no backdoors. They can't send a subpoena over to the foundation that operates the development of Graphene OS and say, hey, do this, this, and this, please. Here's our warrant. Here's our reason. No, they literally have to. I don't even know if don't even know if any of the latest cell phone decryption stuff can do anything with Graphene OS. I'm pretty sure that's why they got so flustered about it. It's a fantastic thing, though. Highly recommended. I enjoy it, if for no other reason than the fact that it gets me away from Google. I can't stand Google, even though they happen to make a really good phone. The only reason I bought it is because Graphene OS natively supports it. So we are back in Rosewood now. There are gonna be some Zeds on the main street here. I feel like there has to be. Yeah. Okay. Pretty church. That not pretty road blockage. Okay, we're good. That was the worst of it there. Or at least that should have been the worst of it. Those leftovers have gotten dangerously close to my... yeah, I'm not leading these guys directly to the fire department. We're doing a roundabout here. Yeah, if I were to just go straight to the fire department and go around the corner and then go to sleep, those guys would just, some of them would be tapping on the door. So what I'm doing is I'm going around the courthouse. And that should lose a part of my tail, if not all of it. It looks like the random migration system has distributed them all over the place here. So we are not going to be able to just... That's what I'm predicting. I haven't seen it yet. I'm predicting we're not going to be able to just go right into the fire department and sleep. I'm probably going to have to do a little bit of legwork. We'll see. Maybe not. The presence of people in the parking lot of the PD was throwing me off there. I think we're going to be alright. Now, we have not picked up, or actually we have picked up all the generators that we had here. But we could relatively easily just place one down and get the power back here. That's something we can do after we've slept. We're good for the immediate moment here. And, of course, we have like a metric ton of water already prepped to hook up this sink to the plumbing. That was ready before we even left. Few years away from unplugging and moving to the woods. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you know, I haven't done any professional development myself, but the what's it called? I do binary decryption for fun, and I moonlight as a modder for a few other games. Nothing serious, just mostly. More than anything, my modding stuff is mostly unpublished, just like the mod for this game that I made. But that's really black-pilled me on a lot of stuff. Just being able to see what people are doing in the professional world. I'm going to go ahead and mark the books that are in my backpack as unwanted. And I would like to be able to see while I'm operating in here. So let's go ahead and get the yellow deployed. It should be in one of these two. Or should I put it in one of these two? There it is. I put two in here. Now, I have not triaged the lights, so it's possible that when we plug this in, it'll be powering like 50 lights that it doesn't need to be. Seven lights, that's not bad. So whenever you are going to set up a base in an existing POI, and it's got a lot of lights that you don't really need, I just go through and turn everything off, and then make sure everything is actually off. Should be it after this exterior here. I'm going to go ahead and dump some buckets of water into the main barrel here. Even though the main barrel is already quite close to full. That's okay. So I'm just going to make sure that there's no lights on this generator circuit, and then we can proceed to turn on whatever is necessary. See, there's one set of lights still powered. Where could that be, I wonder? Third floor, maybe? That's the only thing that I could think of. I'm not concerned about one leftover light. It's the principle of the thing. I'm pretty sure that nothing in any of these vehicles here are immediately necessary. The only thing I would want is any vehicle parts that I've been holding on to for establishing vehicle kits for other vehicles. Seeing as the step van we've come home with is the best one that I've acquired, it needs to have a kit put into its glove. And all we're missing is a jack. There we go. And the stuff that was in the glove should have a little bit of room to put back in as lower priority in one of these. Probably. Here's one of the aerosol bombs that we already have. That can come with me now that we can actually make a trigger for it. Turn it into a remote bomb. I think there's nothing stopping us from doing that. None of this loot is labeled or put into a sensible sort of category. And that's okay. Come on. Here we go. Okay, not exactly organized, but a lot better off than it just was. All the extraneous stuff that I don't currently need is out of my containers, for the most part. We actually haven't repurposed McCoy here, have we? No, McCoy is completely empty. So we do have another vehicle just right here on the lot already, ready to go. It's a lot more valuable of a vehicle than a standard, so... we don't really need floor lights now. We are good to go. We can see. McCoy can receive some of this stuff that we picked up on the road. Okay, these large hiking backpacks are now my handbags. I carry them with me, and when I need to carry more than I can fit elsewhere, I pull them out and use them. Later on, they'll be replaced by proper military backpacks, but until then. And then because the black step fan up here should still be mostly full, that's okay. That is this fan getting put into the lot for pickup, right alongside the rest. I've got to take something real quick, folks. I will be right back. I'm gonna have to mute my mic, so please bear with me. You should still be able to hear the game noise while I do this. Should be back. Should be back. Should be back. Sorry about that, folks. Just when the day job comes calling, there's no questioning about it. I drop what I'm doing and I jump over there. It's just because it's usually not something I have to do doesn't mean it doesn't come up every once in a while. So not too much has changed about our whatchamacallit, about our immediate plan, our immediate term here. We got all of our loot that we brought home with us sorted, ready for pickup. What is happening now is we need to secure a vehicle that I can use to just get out of here and get back up to where we were operating at Brandenburg. In the meantime, there needs to be nobody rolling up on me. I'm probably just going to steal this car that's across the street here. That's going to take more effort than it probably should. Yeah, getting all the way around there is actually going to be a bit of effort. Do we have anything else on this lot? There's really just these two vans. That taxi up there is actually going to be more accessible than the one that's physically closer to us. It's interesting how many dudes seem to be still following me from yesterday right now. Like, I went to the Rosewood gas station, or Rosewood Fire Department, and I slept. And I came back here. And then these guys up here seem like they're still following me from when I went down this road yesterday. It could just be that I'm in the bull driver, and the bull driver makes noise. It's still sussing me out. Cute. Pick up later. Now, if I'm going to take a heavy-duty vehicle as a throwaway, I want to make sure I'm not just leaving behind a bunch of good parts. In this case, regular sus, decent battery, maybe the hood will swap with the ambulance when we get up there. Otherwise, nothing overly impressive. Yeah, okay. So we can take that. I mean, alternatively, if the car is right here now, we'll just take the car. Much fewer decision-making on my part. As long as it's... Okay, so we'll have to check the engine conditions. It's not something I'm programmed to look out for. But I can't be going long distance in anything that is below 50% anymore. Not unless something changes with that. Anything below 50% engine condition, it seems to shut off randomly every 10 seconds now. Like, the mean time to happen is nothing like what it used to be. I'm not looking to, like, full clear Rosewood or anything right now. I just need them to not be right at the doorstep of where I'm going to be driving back and forth here. It's got to be the bull driver. So this thing's engine is quality 37, condition 46. So this one is not and never will be an option until I can fix engines. And I would not fix an engine that is 37, so that thing is basically Persona non-step fan. This thing, engine quality, or condition 41. So both of these are not long distance options. So let's take a look at the taxi then. I mean, can I deal with a vehicle just randomly cutting out every 10 seconds if I'm just driving from A to B? It's not as much functional as it is just me for the sake of my sanity. I'd prefer not to deal with that. Engine condition is 100. The quality is dog shit, but it doesn't have to be good quality. Can't wait to see how many this brings. To be entirely honest, I kind of want it to, so that I can deal with him now on our way out of here. See, just because I hate the new towing system doesn't mean I can't make it work. I just hate interfacing with it. I hate having to look at what they've taken from me. I hate it. That's why instead of making it work, I'm just avoiding it. I have no idea if caffeine pills have changed in the slightest, but if I take a few of them with me, they're basically just Tic Tacs for fatigue, or 4 fatigue points each. I was not very discerning with what I was putting in here earlier. Now that's interesting. There was a purse in the taxi with a key to a vehicle that's not the taxi. Interesting. I still hate the fact that we can't wear purses the same way we can wear satchels. I mean, purses mostly are designed to go, you know, the same way the satchel is currently on me. But whatever. So we're just going to make a beeline to get back to Brandenburg. So that that's where we've got our ambulance. I am not going to stop and get stuck in on anything right now. As much as I would enjoy the exploration process of uncovering new territory. Not right now. Not in a vehicle that only has 10 liters. That is just this thing. Nah, this gets us from A to B, and that's it. So I was watching another streamer yesterday. Don't usually do that. It's not a PZ streamer. It was Arch was the guy that I was watching. In the chat, I saw him run over a zombie that was a crawler, and I was like, I'm pretty sure that doesn't do anything. And there's a guy in the chat who's like, nope, that'll kill them. And I'm like, are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? A zombie that is a crawler. Running over them does make them, like, you know, it makes them react. It makes them make a noise. I have never once seen a crawler get run over and killed, though. I'll just have to take everybody's word for it if it's possible, because I've never seen it. Yeah, I mean, okay, so, Kitten, you'd think that they would call it a handbag if it was just a bag meant for your hands. That was what I always thought that the distinction was. See, the best part about traveling with a vehicle that you don't understand the brakes very well. All you got to do is just wait for the map to take forever to load, and you don't have to worry about your brakes. You'll come to a complete stop. Uh-oh, the game's on to me. If anybody has just recently joined, welcome. We're currently in a logistical phase. We just dropped off a step van full of loot from Brandenburg's military checkpoint. We dropped it off back at our staging point in Rosewood. We are now driving back to Brandenburg, where I've got my generator and other assets currently deployed. We are going to want to relocate from Brandenburg. I still have not decided exactly where I want to relocate to. That is an open question currently. Because there's several different things that I could do, and all of them are... Okay, so we didn't find enough military backpacks at Brandenburg. So I think the next thing I want to do is hit Jametown. See if I get lucky at the surplus store and get another military backpack. So what we can do is go back to Brandenburg and acquire the vehicle, and then drive back down this road until we hit the next turn, which is going to take us to Jametown from that end. Only carry on your arm or one shoulder. Okay. Well, in this game, you can't do anything but put it in your hand, and that's just wrong. It's funny because this game does actually have something called a handbag. That's a different style from the purse that it gives us, and yet both of them can only go in the hand. For all the effort the devs did into putting simulating movement speed differences between skirt sizes, you'd think they would give us more bag slots. They probably just don't want everybody wearing a purse all the time. Then people would just know Zomboid as that game where it's actually optimal to carry a purse. The ability to sew pockets onto clothing is sorely lacking from this game and 7 days. You used to be able to do it in 7 days. I don't think you can anymore. No, it's just an add-in slot now. It's a mod, a mod slot, kind of like gun attachments. That's probably something that a mod would add, is the ability to sew, whatchamacallit, instead of leather, or like, padding, just right-click on a slot in a, right-click on a slot in a clothing item and sew a pocket onto it. Great thing about this intersection is there's multiple ways around as long as it's early game. Late game, it gets a little bit more annoying with all the bushes. I don't think that that particular spot right there is going to be very helpful for us for finding a military backpack. I don't think I've ever found one of those in the camping store. But if we set up there, that's a little closer, right on the way to Jametown. And we can also benefit from the fact that the erosion mechanic hasn't broken dirt roads yet. We can drive down the dirt road to the ranger station, and we can take anything the ranger station has to offer, all while operating out of the safe house that we could establish there at that crossroads. So that's going to be what we do next, because it's right on the way to Jametown anyway. So we've got our order of operations then. Wait, what happened to the old run? It is linked in the description, my guy. Top link in the description, unfortunately. Not all of our runs are just the save getting broken by an update. Sometimes the save gets broken by my own stupidity. If you want a TLDR as to what happened, we should have stayed in the fucking truck. That's all that should have happened. We got out of the truck, and I let myself sink into the late game mentality of, oh yeah, I blew up 70% of the zombies with a single click. Let's just kill the other 30% right now. Who cares that I'm on mud, encumbered, in the middle of a goddamn rainstorm? No. That was a terrible, terrible, terrible decision. Several things went wrong before we even got to that point. day 99999. Okay, so right now my mods are literally just recolors, but I'm just having ideas here. I don't actually have anything functional. The closest thing I ever got to making a functional mod was just and I haven't really implemented it deeper than this. It's just a Lua script that goes through and changes all backpack bottom slots to allow different things to be slapped onto them. That's all it is for now. It would need to be something that gets fired on launch, and probably would need to hook every time a player changes their equipment. But then what would I need to do to make that work in multiplayer? Because, you know, people usually look at a mod and they're like, oh yeah, this will work in multiplayer, right? No, that's not how mods work. Mods usually require extra work to work in multiplayer. Usually. Right, okay, so about that, I have actually talked about that before, about how Zeds, if you have a huge corpse pile of just, you know, dead Zeds, just all in a big pile, like I tend to do a lot, it breaks up the outlines of any Zeds that are not dead, and it makes them a little bit harder to see. Combine that with the fact that it was nighttime and rainy, we really screwed ourselves from that direction. I should have, another one of those many things I should have considered. But I will definitely maintain that the fucking getting out of the truck, that was the biggest. See, a lot of these Zeds are creeping towards the road, so by off-roading, we're keeping them just a little farther from the road. This is a car that I don't care too much about. Now, here's an example of what I like to call isometric bullshit. Because of the isometric view and the fact that you have no shadows for objects. Look at the streetlight right here. If I was just driving and not thinking too much about it, the placement of that streetlight would make it really hard to notice it, wouldn't it? I mean, it's obvious now that I pointed it out, but if you're not looking for it. 1500. You know, okay. One thing that I might want to do before we head out, take one more pass at all those dudes at the checkpoints and use the light bar to gather them up. It's not necessary, but I want to because the, I just can't shake the feeling that those backpack carriers have just, maybe they just stepped into the woods or something. I don't have the ability to search the woods with a vehicle easily, and going into the woods on foot to look for a zombie is not a very good idea. But yeah, just something I'm thinking about in the back of my brain meat, as it were. So, I do have a lot of stuff in my backpack right now that's kind of weighing it down. Partially because I emptied the satchel. If I sort through that, triage a little bit, we can at least get the books into the library here. I want to try to make sure that I have enough room in my main backpack to take the perishable stuff. I'm going to do that. It's probably better to do that tonight. If I do that tonight, then I don't have to waste daylight on that. So we'll do that tonight. There's nothing stopping us from just taking the ambulance out right now and doing what I was talking about there. So what we're going to do is we're going to hug the side of the forest with the light bar on. And if nobody comes out of the forest, then we can just shut the light bar off and come back, because that means that if nobody comes out of the forest at all, then my theory is wrong, and I don't know, maybe the Zed just... I did say something that I don't want to be the case. Maybe the game just despawned it for some reason. I can't even rule it out. I wish I could. So remember, when we came here initially, we spotted a forest camo dude wearing a forest camo backpack. We spotted a desert camo dude wearing a desert camo backpack. And then we spotted a ghillie suit dude wearing a forest camo. The forest camo is now on our back. The other two are unaccounted for. Sorry. That was my Microsoft Teams notification. Didn't mean to jump scare anybody. Didn't really interrupt us much because we're still trying to see if anybody's coming out of the forest. I'm not seeing it. I didn't see anybody come out of the forest. This is like one of the only dudes that I'm seeing with, and if he's going to be right at the edge of the group like that. See, remember, last time I made a mistake with shooting into groups. That was because we were, driving with the window down. So getting out instead, that's what I chose to do. the familiar... Let me play you the song of my people. Microsoft Teams starts ringing. Alright, so another one here. This guy up here. And the only reason I'm looking at him is because he's a force camo dude. And again, like I said, force camo guy with a backpack and a desert camo guy with a backpack. So by just kind of plinking them and then moving on, we can come back and look at their corpses and make sure, I don't know, something stupid didn't happen. Maybe they actually have the backpack, but it's not showing up for some reason. I don't know. I want to rule out all the stupidest shit before we just call a lid on this area. Because remember, if we were to come back here late game, for whatever reason, erosion is going to delete our ability to easily drive in this field. The privilege of driving through a field like this is an early game privilege. This field would be a nightmare in the late game. Wait a minute. This fast shambler right here. Did he just come out of the forest? I don't know. No, look at this, look at this, look at this. We have people in the forest. Okay. Vindicated. Very vindicated. Okay. We might find our backpacks after all. Maybe. I mean, we only saw one or two so far. But if I was correct, then one of them was a military. So, military Zeds in my forest? More likely than you think. See, when I came here on my earlier characters, the population was probably 3 times as much. I'm not even kidding. I feel like Apocalypse has just been nerfed to the point where if you're looking for specific types of zombies from specific types of areas, you're going to have a harder time on Apocalypse than you will anything else with higher pop. I mean, I guess Extinction is the only other one that's canon. Or not canon, but in the game. Everything else is just custom. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing too many more. Careful with these hay bales. Careful with these hay bales. They'll bring you to a dead stop. I mean, I don't really need another duffel bag. And yet, I feel like I need to compensate myself for time spent here. These are billable hours. Come on. Give me the corpse. There you go. Okay, I have one theory after this. And I feel like it's an even bigger long shot than anything else I've come up with. What if they went the opposite direction? What if they went down the bridge? There's only one reason that I think that's possible. Possibly even plausible. And that's because I have in the past, somewhat recently, observed some very strange migratory movements near bridges. I know that was not the one. I just wanted to kill her anyway. Everybody up here who's already laying down, we cleaned them all out. Scrolled through every one of them. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and cut the light bar here and ditch these guys. Probably by doing one more circle in this direction and then going north. We can take a quick peek at the people who we managed to get out and shoot. You know, I think I don't have a helmet enforced yet, so here's our helmet. One for my collection. And this was our last shot to see anybody coming out of the forest, which I don't. So, okay. I'm going to give them the slip going in this direction. We're going to circle all the way around. I'm just going to go in through the checkpoint and take a quick peek to see if anybody's on the other side. Maybe they wandered out into the bridge. I feel like it's far less likely, but still possible. If anybody watched my B42 Unstable retrospective stream, just a little stream that I did near the end of Danny the Drifter's run, I spent some time going back in time, loading previous versions of the game, checking out some of my old saves, and during one of it, we took Annie Mae the Third. We took her. Why am I seeing desert camo dudes coming from this direction? We already ruled out that there should not be people in the prison. These beret dudes sometimes have prescription aviators. I'm not going to risk myself for that, not when I'm fatigued. How long? Peak day is 28. Well, but once you've observed an area, that doesn't continue to spawn more. We're day 26. It's actually kind of cool. That'll get me. That'll enable me to experience peak spawn count for other towns that I've been to already. So what I'm expecting to see on this road is a roadblock, very, very, very short distance from where we're at right now. But they have changed a few things about this area, so I would like to, if nothing else, see if they changed anything about the roadblock, and see if maybe any Zeds who would be on this side of the roadblock maybe walks down there. Maybe anybody with a backpack on them or something. We will do our due diligence. Okay then, that was not what I was expecting. This did used to go to the other side of the river, and then it just stopped. But now it just stops in the middle of the river. That's kind of funny. This beret is not wearing any glasses, so not interested in him. And there's nobody on the... Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, Indy Stone, fair enough. I don't remember exactly what day we came here, but yeah, KTO, that is part of the problem for sure. Didn't necessarily think it would be a big problem, but it definitely ended up being one. We already checked the tents, I know that for sure. The floodlights. We can come back and get the floodlights anytime we want. There's not that many Zeds that would be in the way. Yeah, that's fine. We don't need to really worry about that. When I was at the house, I was supposed to pick up some perishable food out of the fridge to eat, but I'm a doofus and I forgot. See, we will be coming back to Brandenburg. It's just I don't want to go too far from Brandenburg. The checkpoint itself is a little far. No, okay, so supposed to do that. That's a good question. I don't think. I mean, it never used to. It never used to. In the past, we've gone across that bridge, and all it did was just end in Indiana, which is just Indiana's just a landmass on the other side of the Ohio River. That's all random generated terrain. It's not like the Clark Memorial Bridge. We actually crossed that once back on Annie Mae. Or was that Nora? I actually can't remember if that was Annie or Nora. One of my characters who crossed it. I think it was Annie. Yeah, Annie did the grand journey down First Street for the first time. I seriously doubt any military Zeds would have migrated this far. Like I said, due diligence. We're looping back to base. We might as well. Shit, that's tempting. This young lady here is wearing scrubs that are perfectly intact because she must have been a recent convert. Scrubs are extremely light insulation. Best in slot for insulation, actually. But since we can't do leather strips, that's fine. We would just not wear something on that slot instead, which is what we're currently doing. I didn't see any military Zeds though. I don't think we had any big long-distance migratory movements that took my backpack carriers away from me. See, if we just didn't get any more spawn in, that would be one thing. But I'm not going to give up the mental notion that I know I saw more of them spawn. I know I saw at least 2 more spawn. And that is breaking my brain a little bit. It's been a little while since I've had a zombie that I knew was there just not be there all of a sudden. This is a state trooper. Actually, not 100% sure where she came from. Usually a state trooper would be coming from an event. Come on, give me a corpse. She's ragdolled, she might be ragdolled for a while. See her just bouncing in place? Yeah. Whatever. Oh, there she is. Just a walkie-talkie and a 44 Magnum round. Thank you for your service, bullet. And I'm pretty sure we looked through this place, yeah. We did not take any non-perishables from here, and that's questionable. Okay, I'm not just leaving butter behind. It's okay to leave soda behind for now because it's actually kind of heavy. But I shan't be having like magazines or something just lingering here, unchecked. I'll do a loop around the cemetery too. I could see a world where somebody from the checkpoint made it all the way down here. Sure. It's such a long shot that I'm really grasping at straws here. I will not let go of the notion that I saw somebody with a desert camo backpack. The ultimate irony is, being the owner of a aerosol can bomb and a long-range remote controller, if only that was not aerosol, then I could go to a different checkpoint like Louisville, or I could even go to... I discussed the possibility of looking at the military research facility. Let me just mark this USL truck real quick. Now, we already got out and killed a few people here. So if there were any more military Zeds back here, we probably would have seen them by now. That is, every time I look at it, it trips me up, but it's not a survivor house. The windows are barricaded because it's a foreclosure. You can tell the difference by the door, which does not have any barricades on it. In the past, when looting the rest of Brandenburg, I've actually set up in houses like this one here. It's just far enough away from the mall to be an easier stop. Okay, well, there's zero chance they would have gone past my chateau. There's a little bit more stuff up there that I think the airport is up there, the small airport. I don't think there's anything special at the small airport. I haven't been there recently. And I don't have too much time left in the day right now. Something weird with your chickens happening. There's now 300 plus eggs around the coop. How many chickens did you have? Because if you had a dozen chickens, yeah, 300 eggs is not that. That's like 3 or 4 weeks of being away from the base. And the best part about eggs is that the freshness lasts quite a bit. Perishable. We got a roast in here. I thought we had a roast in here. What the hell? Okay, we don't have a roast in here. Alright, I'm just gonna be lazy then. This milk is gonna be difficult to take with us either way, so I just drink the whole thing now. That'll get some calories in my system too. We're not too far off from a weight gain phase. And the butter we just recovered is gonna help with that. The only tailoring book that I have right now is Tailoring 5. How the tables have turned. So what I'm planning right now is the extraction of perishable foods from the kitchen, and then the bed, because the bed doesn't stay here. The bed is valuable. I should have those bags in here, because the bags that I just left on the floor are going to need to be in my hands when I pick this shit up. That works, I guess. I don't know if I'll be able to pick that up. At least one of the two halves of this bed is going to need to go into the one of these backpacks. That's going to cut me down a little bit of space, but then... Okay. That fits. The freezer bag goes directly into my backpack. Okay. That works. But then, okay, shit. On the floor here, this trauma bag can still go into nothing. Okay, there might be a way to handle this. If not, we'll figure it out. Yeah, there's things we can do to improvise. Okay. So otherwise it is currently bedtime. And we'll spend the overnight couple of hours just reading through Electrical Volume 2 here. I'm just going to straight up drink this cow's milk, it's fine. If I'm trying to put on weight, I could do worse than just drink a bottle of whiskey right now. Actually, let's do wine. Yeah, I'm gonna have some red wine before we go to bed. Now, with alcohol in this game, if you drink it right before going to sleep, there's no hangovers, so... I don't know. I don't think so. Paradigm, I don't think tracking actually does anything. I could be wrong. Last time I tried to level it, it didn't seem to do anything, so... That's my current understanding, is that it's not really functional. Okay. We have taken everything that I want right now. We have a little bit of room left. In the bags, we'll do... And then this trauma bag, just straight in my main inventory. Okay. So our person is completely full, but then, out here, shit. Then nothing. I was going to refill the generator, we'll survive without it. Shit, you can't limit break your inventory anymore. Okay, fuck. Well, I have no choice but to drop those bags and try picking them up again. That's really stupid, I hate that. Well, we just wasted a little bit of time then. You used to be able to pick up a freezer regardless of how much was in your inventory. That has changed. And I can't pick some of this stuff up now. So, I'm gonna lose some more weight. Try that again. Still can't. Lose some more weight. Try that again. There we go. This is why we try to make sure that the roads are clear before we deploy. Because otherwise, shit gets really complicated. I can't be leaving these scrap electronics behind. Come on, you gotta be kidding me. Talk about filling it up to the brim here. Okay, that's everything. That's literally everything. No container left unfilled. I am carrying so much stuff now that I can't even take something out of my backpack to eat. So we have no choice. We've got to go straight to where we want to set up. And, yeah, we can't stop for anything else. That's okay. We're ready. I've done so much work trying to save myself an extra drive that I probably could have done an extra drive and not even spent as much time. But that happens here sometimes. And that's just an acceptable loss for my playstyle. Part of my enjoyment in this game just comes from setting up all those right dominoes and just watching them all collapse. And that goes for both logistics and combat. This is why I didn't pick up any soda from the gas station, because I knew we weren't going to have room for it. The only thing I could have done differently is just drink a 2-liter or two. I recently was in debug mode to look at some calorie counts that had not been updated on the wiki for a long time. One of them was soda. It's like 1,100 calories for a 2-liter. I don't know how different each of the types of soda are. There is probably a subtle difference between them. And this is why we drove on the side of the road on our way here, so that fewer targets to trip over in the middle of the road. It's not a surefire solution, but it helps. I did leave a can of gas behind. It was only 5 liters. We're fine. I have many more cans. And there's many gas stations that have not ever been extracted. So that is wasn't what I wanted to do, but that's one of the quickest things I'll let go of if I must. Goodbye, Brandenburg. Now, just to give you guys an idea of why I was willing to go so far out of my way to try to find some more military backpacks. Right now, my handbags, the bags that are in my hand, are currently limited to 28 encumbrance each. That is 8 encumbrance lower than what they could be. Military backpacks are 36 for the organized individuals out there. So we are somewhat locked into setting up the generator at a residential-ish location. It's either got to be residential or commercial with a break room that has a fridge, because we are currently carrying a lot of stuff that needs to be refrigerated in a separate fridge from the freezer that we're still carrying with us. Mean mugging that guy out my window. Got that pretty dark-colored duffel bag there. I'm gonna kill them all. But they're out of my road, that's fine. I have not actually done any animal genociding lately. Gotten pretty good at noticing them and avoiding them before they become a problem, instead of after. But anyway, I don't think anything's changed about our destination. It is a house that is just outside of the camping/gun store that we're coming up on soon here. And it will have a fridge. And that fridge is where we'll be putting what's in our backpack right now. Meanwhile, the trailer has the generator and the other frozen stuff that we're keeping with us. I have not butchered a single animal on this character yet. I haven't needed to. Mostly because I've ignored cows. That was part of my decision-making process when I first started this character's journey. One of the few things that was really making me feel like Riverside was always one of the best options was the farm that is just outside of Riverside. Very reliable to have several mammals of some kind, not just chickens. I don't know if I've ever seen it spawn without some cows. But I decided that because cows are dying for no reason still, until I see some patch notes, YOLO. We're not really relying on cows at the exact moment. I mean, we saw some at the Irvington run, and we took a few steps to make sure that they don't die for no reason. And that's it for now. If they die for no reason anyway, then I don't really care. I can't afford to care. This house has been looted and trashed, regrettably. That's not really going to stop me from setting up here. It is going to annoy me, though. Why am I still over-encumbered to the 3rd degree? I'll try my bags. Okay. Only 2 lights in the fridge. Okay, freezer is running again. Got a bag of potato in here for the freezer, or rather for the fridge. Fridge is low priority. My main backpack has the freezer stuff. The bedrooms actually have their windows intact. And there is nothing in the fridge to block us. Beautiful. So those 2 parts that we had to split between the backpacks and overcomplicate a bunch of shit. If we had a couple more military backpacks, then those 2 parts would not have been necessary to split between 2 different bags. That's okay. Yeah, look at that. There's already some food stuffs here. I'm not going to be sentimental about the mac and cheese. I'm just going to open it up when I see it. That is currently the most efficient thing to do, so we'll do it. In fact, that's probably what we're going to be using in a meal here soon. Rubber spider. Sleep with a spider on my bed. Perfectly comfortable. I don't know what you're talking about. Alright, that's everything inside the house. The exception of the broken doorknob. Anything remotely valuable into the corner for reassessment later. Alright, so the bedroom windows might still be intact, but there's no doors intact anywhere. We did pick up enough materials to make more doors, but I don't even know if we have enough carpentry. We can make a basic. You know what? That's good enough for me for now. I mean, if I get... Okay, so I got a medical bed. I could just sleep in the shed, as stupid as that sounds. I could just sleep in the shed. And I'm not even ruling it out right now. I might. I have the power to sleep wherever I want and get a very good quality night's sleep. I may or may not exercise that power. Let me just get out a garbage bag of lower priority stuff right now, so I can separate it from the objectively useless stuff that I left in the bags here. Stuff that I'll want someday, but not that I need anytime soon. Higher priority stuff that I don't need immediately, but is non-negotiable coming with me. Torch, axes, hatchets, coffee, butter, caffeine, bomb, scrap, electronics. You'd think with all this food I would have actually cooked something for myself, but I mean, all in good time. I do need to be gaining weight, so we're doing macaroni. I might actually have to go ahead and resort to one of my backup cooking options here, depending on what I left on the driver's seat. Oh no, we left good shit. Okay, never mind. Roast, fry, as I should have. So we'll start using some of these faders here. Regrettably, we cannot use the macaroni in a roasting pan or a frying pan. That is where cooking pots come in. Or a bucket. Usually I actually have buckets with me. Let me check the glove real quick. Sometimes I usually should put things that could double as cooking utensils on driver's seat. But I've been messing up a little bit lately. And I didn't sneak any buckets into any of the other bags here. That's okay. I do have other means of gaining weight here. We'll use that up. That's... And we already have butter with us. Right? No, here we go. That was mine as well. Sorry about that. I'm gonna go ahead and open one of these jars. The only jars I really care about right now are not anything but leeks, actually. I'm not going to cook this roast just yet. I'll decide if I want to change anything about it. Or if I want to save the margarine and olive oil for later. Stir fry coming right up. I'm going to do a thing real quick. I don't feel as though there are any Zeds in the area that could show up, but if I put this couch right here, they would have to go through it before approaching from that direction. So if anybody comes from this direction, I'll at least be facing them. Not a perfect solution, but it's better than leaving my ass open. Never leave your ass open in this game. We learned that lesson harshly a few times. So this came out to be a nice big super roast. We can just straight up eat half of that. And we'll eat the other half next time we get hungry. Otherwise, we've got some work to do in the local area. There is a lot of zombies between us and the nearest loot source that we're here for. Make sure I can access the shed here. There we go. No windows, so if I put a bed in here, it is officially a safe place to sleep. My standard is there's at least one door between door or double barricaded window, or some significant piece of furniture. Oh dear, okay, I didn't even know who Dolly was until I started hearing about her yesterday. I'm not much of a celebrity person, but I know who Tim Curry is. That is the guy from Red Alert. As a tribute, I almost feel necessary. Yeah, I'm gonna do a thing as a tribute. Give me a moment to get a seat put in there, and I'll have her read for a moment.
Another victory, Commander. I knew my faith in you was not misplaced.
You cannot be serious.
Come, Comrade General. A new world order awaits.
What do you have for me?
I'm sorry, Comrade General. I meant Premier Cherdenko.
Yes! Excellent job. The port is ours, and the Empire is on the run now.
We must strike swiftly before they can mobilize their forces. Das Vidania. Bottoms up, Nikolai.
Excellent work, Commander. I had no doubt that our coalition would prove to be successful. You think you can just show up on my doorstep unannounced? Well, Commander, first of all, I want to congratulate you on such an important victory. Yes, General. It is a trap. And you, my friend, are the bait. Thank you, Commander, for so thoroughly and brutally dispatching my enemies. I will not say das Vidania, Commander. I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space! Das Vidania, Commander.
I love this guy. Oh man, R.I.P. R.I.P. homie. R.I.P. I'll post a link if anybody wants to watch the full thing. R.I.P. to the goat. Alright, so we gave our tribute to the fallen. And we do still have a little bit of time this evening before we get fatigued. We might get fatigued in the next hour or so. So we're going to limit how many we pull. But I do want to see if I can at least get a little kills in the neighborhood here, because I don't want anybody wandering up. Don't need anybody pulling up on me. Oh crap, we are still not out of weight loss. That's actually really bad. Well, okay then. Finish this off. Okay, we are out of weight loss, so that means we're above 0 calories. That's all I need to know for the moment. And we're just going to do this on foot. We're not going to be taking the van out. The van makes too much noise if I get fatigued any moment now. Yeah, see, look at this shit. I want anybody who's hanging around like this guy here, wherever the hell he is. I heard you. Come out of them trees. There you are. My ears don't lie. If I was the kind of person who made parodies with pop music, Shakira, ears don't lie. Compilation of clips of me hearing zombies through walls. I did see rather large number in the parking lot over there. I'm not too concerned about them. I just want to get anybody who would catch me coming back and forth here. You know what? I'll go up here and hit Q.
Hey!
Ah, look at this. Didn't see these guys before. So we've got 4 major objectives while we're in this particular segment. One of the biggest objectives is just clear the road. The other objectives are the camping and gun stores. And then third objective is the ranger station. And deep in the woods there's a ranger station. And the path that we would have to take to get to the ranger station is a dirt path, so it will be overgrown starting in just, I don't know, another month or so. We are on day 30, or sorry, day 27 actually. So as of tomorrow, we hit peak spawn count for anything that we uncover going forward. So that does mean if I go up to the Louisville military checkpoint and I want to get more backpacks, we will have peak potential. Doesn't even guarantee that we'll, Grumbaki, yeah, if you go back like 10 minutes, you'll see me, I just heard the news about Tim Curry. The only thing I really know Tim Curry from is whatchamacallit, is Red Alert 3. I didn't even play Red Alert 3, but I've seen the media, and I enjoyed it tremendously. I think I actually have Red Alert 3 somewhere on my hard drives. I got at one point got my hands on a bunch of old Command & Conquer games. Oh, look at that. We got a meta event pulling 2 of them away from us. 3. A number of them away from us. It's threatening me with a good time. Sneak up here and split this group apart. I was going to engage, but I mean if they're going to split apart for me. I hear one from my right, back right somewhere, I think. I'm going to fall back just a little farther so I can see him more clearly. Bros, I mean, I didn't stream yesterday, but yeah, make of that what you will. I still spent quite a bit of time here. Oh, that one. No, I have not seen that one yet. I actually was going to watch it while we were driving, but then things kept coming up while we were driving. And I got distracted, but it is still on deck. I'll do that tonight after we get back to, the field base here. I had a feeling we'd have some coming around this way. Reorientate just in case. Anyone else? Anyone else? I'm sure there are. Honestly,
Hey!
let's find out. Somebody hitting the back door. No intel on their inside or out. Yeah, outside. Not threatened by these 3. I know where they're at. It's this big-ass forest that bothers me right now. There's a freaking tree right there. I didn't even notice. Okay. Yeah, that's not good. The trees in that particular area are just so thick I can't even fucking tell where the where the forest begins. I like have to go into right click, cut down tree mode. See, I thought the tree line started like back here, but because as you get closer, they almost completely fucking disappear. I have to go to right click, cut tree mode in order to see where the trunks actually are. I don't know why they decided to fuck with trees so much, but the old system was better. Honestly, I feel like the tile at the bottom of the tree. The tile at the bottom of the tree should just be completely blacked out for these trees down here. Just because there's that many trees all next to each other, these tiles should just be blacked out completely. Like the ones behind them. You see, that's what I expect to see when it's just a thicket that's just that dense. Why are the black tiles here not spreading up here to these 4 right here? Because otherwise, how are you guys going to really look at this and tell me that you can easily tell that there's actually 4 trees right here? Personally, no, I can't. And I mean, I'm coming up on 4,000 hours played in this game. How do you think normal people feel when they realize that they're actually going through a tree, or that they're trying to look behind one and suddenly there's a zombie there? It's only through ridiculous levels of diligence that's not happening to me right now. It almost did. I almost went around there and ended up straight through a tree. It's stupid. Most people just run right in there and do whatever they want. And, oh no, this is how you died. So I'm going to use the sound of my footsteps to bring anybody else out who might be there. I feel like I hear something in my right ear. This is where being clumsy and conspicuous actually helps you out. Yeah, see, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. We brought Chuck out. Look, don't care about the guy inside the building. We're not Rayettes yet. We're doing our perimeter check first. Okay. So the guy in there is in the bathroom. Now these gun stores particularly. Hello. Aha, see? I don't know which tree she was hiding behind, but I know where she's going now. She's about to fertilize some more trees for me. One of my 6. I almost said 6, more like left. Got another riding helmet up there. It always behooves you to have riding helmets, to have spares on occasion. Sometimes something stupid can happen and you can lose your own helmet, or hat, or whatever you're wearing on your head. And it's not always because you took zombie damage. Sometimes you just vaulted over a railing that you didn't want to. I literally had it fall through the floor on me once. I jumped over a railing I didn't want to, and then shit fell right through the floor. Checking these Zeds for keys to the building itself. Long shot, but if I can find them, I'll take them. Good morning. How's it going, Richard? I regret to inform you that Tim Curry has passed. I miss the compilations already. That would be me. Give me just a moment. I'm going to... I was added to a group chat that, based on its title, definitely does not seem to be one that I need to be in, but I'll double check it. What? That's really funny. Okay, that's really funny. Okay. Somebody, found the phone number for my team listed next to a printer somewhere. Call this number if and of course there's about 5 of us on the team who still have the number directly listed to us, so a directory search brings us up, and so they start messaging us directly. So some person just created a group chat with all of us in it, and I'm like, okay, that's not how you're supposed to contact us. You got to call us. There's a contract behind this. We can't just take people whatever way they want to come at us. Otherwise, they'll start skipping the line when things get busy. Difference between hatchet and hand axe. The hand axe the hand axe has an axe head that you can actually put on either a large handle to make a two-handed axe, or a small handle or medium handle to make it a belt weapon. The trade-off to that flexibility is that it's heavier. The axe head is heavier. I'm pretty sure that when you make a hatchet, or like the belt item version of it, it's just a heavier hatchet is all it is. So it's a way to carry around a spare axe head that you could transfer to a larger axe if you wanted to. I don't have any carving skill right now, so I couldn't do that. That would be like a high-level carving thing. Even then, by the time I'm high-level carving to that extent, I'm usually working in my way into long blades, so that is a valid tactic one could use, but I would never see myself using it. Regrettable. I don't even know exactly how he died. Old people get old. It happens. Our bodies tend to fail us in very strange ways once we get to those older ages. Y'all want to get real morbid? I have on my desktop here, a file called lifespan.txt, where I did a few calculations. These are the dates where I reach certain ages that certain members of my family were when bad things happened. I believe this is the age I will be, 2056. That's how old I will be when I reach the same age as when my grandfather started having some memory issues. When we get to 2071 here, that's when I will be at the same age that they had to take the car away from him. And this is the year that I will be the same age that he was when he passed away. He and I have a lot in common, so I put those benchmarks in there, some date calculations, as a way to remind myself that our time is not finite, or not infinite rather. It is very finite. We got some white knee pads here. I think these are the first ones I found. I don't know if I'll ever be able to do a white setup on this character, but if I can, I certainly will. Fewer zombies on this side of the road than I expected. I'm going to focus on just around the buildings for the moment. This is the hiking, camping store sort of joint. Oh yeah, that's 44 is we don't expect that in this day and age. It does still happen, but it used to just be that 44 that was considered like elderly. We've come a long way, but unfortunately, what's the word? Statistics don't always bear out individually when it comes to average lifespans. People hear that, you know, average lifespan in the 70s or 80s, and they're like, oh yeah, that's great, that's how I'm going to live. Individual circumstances can go all over the place, for better or worse. And that is no good. One of the things that I write about in my story is that there is a actual way for people in the particular country, just the one country of people that are featured. They can actually tell when their final months are coming up. Basically, there's like they have an implant that improves lots of quality of life, but it starts to fluctuate and then fail to compensate for age after a certain point. And at that point, because of other problems with it, it basically guarantees that they're going to pass within a couple of months. So they actually get to know when their final months are, and there's a lot of implications that I try to explore with that. Ooh, we got a copy of Trapping 5. I didn't even say it out loud, but we found a angle-head flashlight finally. I am very happy to have found that. I just put that right onto my belt right there. I'm going to unfavorite the flashlight that I've been using. I'm very much done with that now. We'll disassemble it later. There's the fatigue, but nothing is stopping us from doing a little looting now, because we have successfully wiped out all threats in the area that could catch us, at least for the most part. Worst case scenario, we'll bail out of here. Mr. Crispy. Yeah, I did. I replied to it. You'll have to go back if you missed it. I was talking about the difference between hand axe and the fact that it shares an axe head. So if you take the axe head off of a hand axe, you can either put it onto a large handle, make it a large axe, two-handed one. So it's more flexible, but it's heavier. Otherwise, the stats are all the same as a regular hatchet or a regular axe. And just as I feared, no shots at we got no shot at a military backpack here, most like. You know, that's a correct color of lumberjack shirt, even though I probably would never wear it. Lumberjack shirt is incredibly warm. Like, we're talking ridiculously warm. You can put a compass on your keyring. I had no idea about that. I wish I had done that before. That's pretty cool. I still have not found a niche use case for the propane lanterns, because every single time I think of a situation where I would use a propane lantern, I'm just like, I'm either just going to have a generator or I'm going to have battery connectors. I just can't think of a situation where I would be able to afford to carry around a propane, little mini propane can and one of those. I don't see it. We're going to call this the Northwest Crossroads, so Northwest XR Camping. I'm on the lookout for a canteen in Tactical Black, but I haven't seen one yet. Ah, a plastic spork. This is something that goes with me for the foreseeable future here. Plastic spork acts as both a spoon and a fork. It weighs 0.1 encumbrance, so it's very lightweight, and you can put it anywhere you like as long as you have it with you. You will eat all meals faster. Otherwise, you would have to have like a fork for certain things and a spoon for certain other things, but a spork, since it can do both. That is a permanent grab for my field kits here. Full lighter fluid. Ice axe is a bit of a meme, but it works. I might actually put that on my belt. That might be the first awl I've found. All AWL. It is a tailoring tool that is sometimes annoying to source if you don't have one on you. Normally I would take flags with me, but I don't have a base to decorate yet. TBA. So we have 3 out of the 4 canteen colors. Bandana in red. I actually want this one now primarily until we replace my Hawaiian shirt. As you can see, it is a perfect match for the shirt. I have actually been on the lookout for those. I expected to see one on a zombie, but I did not. So this is now our primary go-to when we are surrounded by a zombie stench. Need to cover up our face. Okay, I think we're out of here. I'm going to steal these flags. I will leave them at the current location we're chilling at, but I don't have a base to put them on, so they're not going to get loaded up into anything. On our way back, we'll check for any vending machine stuff. There's a whole ass bunch of pasta in here. Alrighty then. I don't have anything to cook it with, though. I could use the paint bucket here. I don't think you can cook out of those. I think you need a regular bucket. You can make soups and stews out of regular buckets. I've never tried it with a paint bucket. Only reason I'm fixated on soups and stews right now is that we are trying to gain some weight, and we actually have both pasta and macaroni now. 2 higher end calorie additives, but you can only put them in soups or stews. Or a saucepan, but I don't have one of those either. For now, I will just have these chips. It's an easy win. That should bring us at least out of weight loss. It did not. We burned more calories than I thought. Okay then. See, a lot of the we have a lot of food. Food is not the problem. It's calories. Kcal is the problem. In terms of additives to make food have more calories, we're a little bit lower. Alright, it's right on time for bed for the most part. We're going to sleep, and then when we wake up, we're going to get rained on. There's a couple of VHS tapes that are just entertainment that snuck their way into my collection here. Those can go into a lower priority bag while I get the ambulance loaded up with a book we just found here. Alright, I'm going to take one of these potatoes out and use it to cap up this roast. That'll be fine. Alright, while that cooks, gonna check for floor logs real quick. We do want to get the windows barricaded if we can. Oh, there might be some planks on the shelves in here, actually. Shot in the dark. Not these, looks like. Okay. I know, yeah, here we go. I know I saw some somewhere. Big roast, big calories. And we got a 30 stir fry here. I'm just going to go ahead and eat half of that now. I put nails on passenger seat, I think. Yeah. Usually I like to have a whole box with me, but we're running a real tight ship right now. So I can only do a basic door, but it's better than nothing. I just don't want somebody to roll up on me while I'm trying to do something in the kitchen. I left the friggin' stove on, but nothing's in it, so we're fine. So we only have to actually button up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It'd be really nice to avoid the door. Can I block it with furniture? Yes. You can block doors with furniture, but not windows. Make of that what you will. We don't have to carry around this fork anymore. We have a spork now. Superior form of utensil. Okay, we are back into weight gain, and we have a locally sourced griddle pan now, so I don't need to continue using the frying pan from the vehicular device. We can put that back. It was on loan. Alright, second sleep is a go, right on time. And then it got fucking ruined by Nightmare. I'm not putting up with that. I'm just gonna have her chill and read for a little bit, and then we're gonna try to sleep again because we're not missing much. It's just raining. We actually have some magazines already in here to get rid of the stress with. Read until like 8, and then we'll try again. It's always much easier to deal with nightmares if there's bad weather to skip and there's something to read. Gonna consolidate everything that we found in here on the shelves because there's stuff here, but it's not much. Tarp, I'm not sure if I'll need. I'm going to put that on the floor here. Separate it. Stuff that I'm bagging up here is stuff that I'm more confident that I'm going to want. Or I'm certain, either more. I think these ice axes don't actually have sharpness. Yeah, but you can only put them on your back. So I'm going to put it on my back now and use it instead of the Firefighter axe for a bit. Because it's just like the pickaxe in that regard. It's a pretty good weapon, pretty good stats. The only thing is you can't make them, and they cannot be sharpened. Regarding the bathroom, if I put the table there, no chance to break the table, but if I put it in front of the door, then this window is effectively barricaded. Yeah, because they'll go in that window and then they'll have to stand here and break the table before they get in. Same with the... So it's just a ghetto way of bypassing the need to barricade everything, 100%. Otherwise, our bags are nice and cleaned out for another day of looting here. There should no longer be a need to go out on foot. What we're going to do is take the garbage bags of raiding material out of the trunk for the moment and just leave them on the floor. Come back for them, obviously, before we leave. But what I would like to do is be able to just go out and gather local stuff in a vehicle that can take it. Especially the fact that it's got my ammo container in it already. We can consolidate that with anything that we loot from the gun store. That is very relevant to my interests. And we are hungry, so we're going to grab the roasts that I prepared yesterday, which should just keep us in weight gain all day. Obviously I'm not a nutritionist, I don't have the exact calorie count, but we buttered it, margarined, and oiled, so there should be no reason that we are not going to get some good fats from that. Abreu, how's it going? Good to see you, Callum. We are back. See, look at this. There was somebody lurking over here the whole time. Not good. Why don't you get out of my road, huh? I don't know if I can blame the ambulance for everybody who's showing up right now, but it's definitely not helping the situation. Or in this case, it kind of is, because I want to see these guys. I want them out of the woodwork, where I can see them and kill them. Ooh, ruby earrings, finally. I've been waiting for those for a while. I'm a ruby enthusiast. In this game, any jewelry that can be worn with rubies on it will be. It's all 4 ring slots. That's the long necklace slots, and I think there's a short necklace, but I'm not as familiar. I don't know if there is a short necklace with rubies in this game. Interesting how they just... There was nobody here last night, but then all of a sudden this morning, they're all grouped in front of the hunting store here. Be advised, fighting in the mud is part of what cost us last time, so we're doing this nice and easy. No discharges, no unsolicited shooting or anything like that. I was kind of hoping the rain was done. It was done when I set out, and now it looks like it's done again. But look at that; it's just off and on and off and on and off and on. I could be wrong, but I feel like the stupid view cone narrowing from Panic is gotten worse rather than better. But I have not seen any like hotfix notes about gameplay changes. I really haven't. I don't know if there have been any since 42 Unstable. In which case, that's just been the same since Stable. I know they changed a few things about Panic when 42 went from 19 to Stable. Particularly every time you guys hear the audio cut out, that's functioning as intended, apparently. It feels like there's something weird going on that's probably not, but it is supposed to be cutting out because, you know, when you get real panicked, your vision and hearing get fucked up from it. They're trying to make it so that the cowardly trait is more impactful, I guess. Better not have counted as a side hit. If it did, skill issue. Nah, my Van Fu is strong. If it's not sufficiently obvious, what we're going for is the lightest tap possible. Just enough to ragdoll them, not enough to damage us. Because if you just go nuts running them over, then all you're doing is damaging yourself way more than you are zombies. Yeah, I know, right? This one doesn't want to leave the road. Maybe. I mean, yeah, there's other... I sometimes forget that there's many other traits that cause panic. Just because I completely ignore them. Nah, they still exist. They're out there somewhere. Easily the most risky maneuver is to hit them with driver's side and then immediately get out. Because, of course, that means that if anything fucks up, you've made a critical error, and now you're right in front of them with a free 1 second hit, or like half second, whatever it is, the lock in place when you're getting in and out of the seat. Oh, yeah, no, that's, I mean, honestly, the fact that not a single hotfix note is talked about gameplay elements, I am very, I wouldn't call it black-pilled on hotfixes, but I mean, they're very clearly just laser-focused on crashes and nothing else. And I don't know how I feel about that, because, I mean, crashes and security issues. Because that was today's hotfix, was security issues. Something they probably should have done a while ago is just prevent arbitrary loading of byte streams. Yeah, that's, I mean, there's better ways of doing it. I can understand if it's a little bit beyond their methoding to create a safe load, but I mean, that's what web devs do, and it works for them. If you're going to be allowing unaudited code, which is basically what Steam Workshop is, Valve doesn't audit it very well. You might as well just, do the thing. This ice axe has been a windfall. I feel a lot freer with it. It's just like the pickaxe, only it doesn't even swing as slowly. Oh, yeah, right. Speaking of feedback, just perusing this morning after looking at the patch notes, which were extremely trivial, I noticed a little post. Noticed a little post. Still have it open. Sully did a big old long post talking about their the state of things. I will. I don't know if necessarily would have said anything out of line there, but they did say a few things that I hadn't heard from other sources. I only skimmed it. I haven't actually gone through the whole thing. Since I'm in need of calories and I've kind of been edging it, I'm going to go ahead and just drink a whole soda. One whole soda, one right now. Now, I don't actually want to completely eliminate all the food here, because gas stations with food in them that you're going to be driving past are actually pretty useful. So we're going to focus a little bit more on other things. Straight up military jacket in here. I don't currently need one, but finding one in a gas station, of all places. Not what I expected, but I guess they're trying to compete a little bit with the guys next door. Yeah, I mean, this shelf right here is nothing but camping. Tell you what, we'll go ahead and consolidate any small form food that I don't want to carry right now in that one corner spot. That way we can just hoover up stuff. Cans of soda are just as good as 2 liters, but they have a lot of dead weight, so I usually don't grab them unless I'm going to drink them sometime soon, or I have a designated spot to put them. Holy shit, we got cheese that's still fresh. Oh, I got to go get that in the freezer right now. My previous character only had cheese that was stale, that we got into the freezer before, you know, things started going bad. But, I was actually, I'm rather impressed to see that this cheese is stale instead of rotten. Yeah, I'm going to stop what I'm doing right now and go put that in the freezer, because that is actually, cheese, if anybody playing this game has played it long enough, you might have made a pizza. But you might not have noticed that there is a certain ingredient of pizza, which is the only ingredient, as far as I know, that after a certain point you'll never find it again, and that's cheese. You can't make your own, and after a while everything you find is rotten. Including, I have foraged and successfully found cheese before, and the cheese that I have foraged for, I wasn't doing it intentionally, like I just accidentally happened to get some cheese while foraging. It was rotten. It came to us as rotten. So that is an instant grab, an instant shove into the freezer. Traded it for a stale tomato that we can put in a roast later or something. In the meantime, we have some eggs. Eggs are far less important. We can at least get some chickens functional at some point. I'm only holding on to this soda because I know I'm going to want to put on weight. So that's just going to be just something I can grab and drink as a backup if I run out of other calorie-dense foods. I'll do another pass at the road. I think we're getting close to the point of declaring the area secure for looting the gun shop. morning. How's it going? Make sure I didn't forget anything at the camping store. I don't think I did, but... pretty sure everything I didn't want got left on the floor. Yeah, we're good. And we actually started in the back for this place. You know, I'll take a pocket knife because it needs to be sharpened. And I'm always down for more maintenance experience. Color is this hoodie? It's like a... I was almost going to say royal blue, but that's like... It's got a little bit of purple in it. Way too warm to be wearing right now. We can come back for it later if I ever feel like there's something that would match that. It doesn't have holes in the chest, so it would not make a good regular wear. Okay, I can declare the camping store to be done. Alright, so about the gun store. We never did find keys to it. And we didn't try the back door. I'm almost sure the back door is going to be locked. Yeah. So, let's go ahead and break our way in. Breaking your way into a place like this, just be advised, you know, Zeds might wander on up through that door that you can't close anymore. Actually, decent use for my pickaxe here. We might not need to do the same for the security door. Because often with these places, there's keychains that spawn on the shelves that have keys to the place itself. Regrettably, no new aiming reloading books, but some trapping ones. Yeah, see, here's a key ring with a fish on it. And look at that, key to a gun store. This is the Northwest XR, NWXR. So we can get to the back rooms now. Fucking... God, I knew that was possible. I had to let my reflexes save me there. I don't like relying on my reflexes. Because that means I've failed to do things carefully. Fucking hell. Alright, alright. Asshole in the bathroom. He was making noise earlier, too. Nimble level 1. We move a little faster now. Pop the back door. Now, just in case he wasn't the only one tapping on doors. Okay, we're good. I have to step away briefly, IRL. I was gonna wait until this evening, but I don't know how much longer this is gonna take, so I'm gonna go ahead and have her read a little bit of electrical for just a moment here. She is behind a security door, so she is quite safe. Worst thing that could happen is this flashlight battery that's almost empty already. I've been needing to replace it anyway, so I'll be right back, folks, just a moment. Alright. Yeah, no, I did the thing. I did the thing. I fat-fingered Q, because, you know, they put Q right next to everything else. You can rebind it, but I mean, no, I shouldn't fat-finger. I shouldn't put myself in that situation. Alrighty, I've returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. More to drop by the, unfortunately I've not actually stepped by Stendo's yet, which is particularly unfortunate because my previous character had it looted and trashed. Alright, so regular glasses back on. I'm gonna go ahead and get out one of my handbags here and start loading up on ammo. Now be advised, outside of the security door that we're about to open, we are re-entering potentially compromised territory because we have no front door. We should not forget that we have no front door. It would be quite dangerous to forget that. Alright, so if I stand in front of the trunk, then I can consolidate anything that I have carton or enough to make cartons out of. So I've got all the ammo that I've found so far, which is not much. And now I can combine it with what I just found. The ratio is 12 boxes of ammo to 1 carton of ammo. And every carton that I put together I'll drop on the floor here. We'll look into consolidating that after we've gotten things packed up here. The ammo that was already in the ambulance is mostly just stuff I picked up from the police department, among a few other things. So it looks like we're going to come away with 2 garbage bags full of ammo. Oh, one of these box 38 special I can actually open up and put in my bandolier, because that's what I'm actively shooting. Okay. That's about all we can do for separating things out here. I can do this from inside the van. Easier to fast forward than if anybody rolls up, I'm protected by the van itself. So the plan... sorry. Plan is to not be distracted. Give me just a moment. My, That's... okay. Sorry. We're going to take a look through the guns next. Focus just on ammo first. I'm also a doofus. We're going to get ammo from the shelves. I'm a doofus. That's fine. It's not like I heard anything. I bagged up the ammo a little prematurely. I didn't need to spend time bagging it up yet because there's more ammo to be found still. I forgot to clear all the ammo from the shelves. It's not a clean separation of all ammo in the back, all guns on the shelves. I wish it was. That would make things so much more straightforward. Ooh, a handy knife. Handy knife. Since I'm not currently disassembling electrical stuff, then I'll put the handy knife on my keyring. But when I start disassembling electrical stuff en masse, I don't want to use the handy knife for that, because that will damage it. You can do the same with a multi-tool. There's another M16. So that means we're probably up to about 13 M16s total. I haven't seen a double holster yet, so I actually don't have a full layout of action bars. Yanking all of the attachments from the guns that we're picking up here. There's a round in the chamber of this M16 that was on the shelf. That is a very bad thing for a gun store. Don't do that. That's a very bad thing. You really don't want to have a... customers with a gun that they can just pick up and discharge the chamber. See, we're already running into problems with the stupid handy knife. The character is not automatically putting it back into the keychain. So it's actually kind of really annoying. It's fine. We can deal with it. We'll just have to... Rain is really coming down now. Oh, right. Don't forget these shelves over here. Hey, look at that. Aiming 4. I think our aiming and reloading books are kind of all over the place right now. Hey, a JS3T with a tactic. Okay, so still to this day, I have only ever seen ammo straps spawn as an attachment on a JS3T. That being said, I used to think there were limits as to where to look for those, but no, this is a regular ass gun store. Found a JS3T in it, and the JS3T had ammo straps on it. So even though ammo straps still, for some reason, don't seem to spawn inside any loot table that I'm aware of, I haven't seen that for many versions of the game now. You can still find them in JS3Ts, apparently. Something very, very important. They make it so that your reloading is faster. For certain weapons, whatever weapons you can put it on. Not all of them, regrettably, but many of them. So if it's not abundantly clear what I'm doing here, I'm consolidating all the guns themselves after removing attachments, magazines, ammo, everything else. Consolidating them all into the floor in the same spot so I can first see how much encumbrance total there is, and then cycle through all of them at once and see what I want. All of these containers are completely empty. And everything else dumped on the floor back here is not something I need. Last container here, we have one magazine I've never read. That's a blade making magazine. But no other magazines that seem relevant. Okay. So first, before we worry about the guns, let's see what ammo can be consolidated here. As I predicted, we can now do a carton of shotgun. This is probably going to be too heavy. It's going to fall through the floor of the ambulance. And yes, that's right, because it was too heavy to reappear in our inventory. I had to pick it up off the floor now. That's a pretty hefty storm. Damn it. Still more cartons that I could pack. Okay, now there's no more cartons. Alright, I'm gonna pick up all the guns off the floor without really discerning about them. I'm just gonna bring them all back to our house, and we'll sort through them after we get back. I don't want to have to stand around out here in the dark and discern what I want to grab and what I don't want to grab. I'm just gonna take it all back to the field base, and we'll discern through it there. Okay, with that, we have finished with all the major targets at the crossroads here, the northwest crossroads. Da-da-da. Oops. There we are. 2 eggs. Eggs and eggs. We can give this place a, we can give it, I don't know if I can, it's actually a little bit difficult marking this place because that is where we're sleeping, but we haven't really secured it in a way that's going to stay that way after we leave, because we pick up the hospital bed and then suddenly it's not a safe place to sleep anymore. Okay, it is bedtime. We will sort through everything that we just dumped on the floor after we catch a sleep. I don't know about where I'm basing up yet. When I... whatchamacallit, I'll definitely make it abundantly clear where I'm basing up when I decide to, but actually I haven't decided. That's one of the reasons that we're a little bit slow to move around right now. I'm just taking everything with me, so that I don't have a place that I have to keep going back to check the generators of. It's working out for the moment. It's going to get more and more tedious as I get more and more stuff. The current operating procedure that I'm following is we've got stuff that we're going to be picking up that we're going to, some of which are going to leave behind here, and some of which we're going to continue taking with us, and then we'll just come back here with a step van and pick it all up later. Got to eat the rest of this last night. Just finish it off now. Between West Point and Riverside, that is, most of that has been reworked now. And not just from 41 to 42, but near the end of 42, they reworked a lot of houses to make them more interesting. I was going to replace this axe head's handle, but we never really got around to getting any carving experience, so that might not happen anytime soon. I'm just going to hold on to it there. Okay, so my entire book collection's on the floor right here. It weighs 66 encumbrance. What an interesting collection. We've got aiming 1, but not 2, then 3 and 4. How interesting. Separating my ammo based on carton or box. So I've got garbage bag A for ammo, garbage bag AC for carton of ammo. All in all, we've got about 70, 80, 85 encumbrance of ammunition between boxes and cartons. Now what I'm going to do is leave the cartons on the ground here. We're going to hold on to the boxes because tomorrow we're going to go down the road to the what's it called? Ranger station. We'll find some more guns there. Probably not quite as much, but some. Roasting pan belongs to the driver's seat. A little late for bed, but we're here. Says he wants something that Zeds can't climb. What is that L word there that Zeds can't climb? I've never heard of Ladir. A Ladir? What is a Ladir? I don't know what that is. Sounds like something that you can climb that the zombies can't. That doesn't sound like something that would work very well in this universe where the only way to get up and down is to go down a staircase. It would be truly innovative if there was another way to go up and down floors, but I have yet to see any such thing in this game. So we found a magazine that we can read and then put into this lower priority loot stack back here. That was the sound of a zombie flipping over a fence. We're going to go say hi to our guest today. One of the very lovely parts about this place, get off of my fucking freezer, is that if anybody approaches from any one of these angles, we'll hear them. Interesting that it took them several days to get to us. Alright, so we need food for today. Our weight gain is progressing, but it is not in rapid. I don't know if we'll get to rapid, but we need to at least be gaining. Let's use... What'll happen to that griddle pan? We had a... Oh, there it is, in the corner. I'm going to start the morning with this entire liter of cow's milk here. It's a little overkill, but that will make sure the calories are way up. And it's one less thing to take with me. Butter, margarine, olive oil, the 3 big fatteners. Now this will only be about half of a day's worth of food. So it would be nice if we could source some food while we're at the ranger station. We've got backup food in the ambulance, but always source locally where possible. It's good for you. I need to take the guns out of these backpacks. We will continue, like, sorting through the guns. Like what I was talking about earlier, where we take all the guns, put them in the same spot to identify which ones we want to take home with us. We'll just continue doing that after we've united the current supply with the guns that we're about to go get from the ranger station. Ranger station's going to have carbines, rifles, a couple things, usually long guns. I don't think they usually have very many handguns. For me, handguns are almost an instant grab every time. Just establish a separate garbage bag for handguns. And the M16 also. Basically mandatory. Everything else. Some long guns are far more useful than others. For example, I don't know if you could pay me to take home a double barrel shotgun right now. Not even saying that it's not useful, but it is definitely not worth the encumbrance in our current paradigm. Alright, so we've got our big biking backpacks. We've got those. Oh, the JS3T that's on the floor. That is a pristine condition JS3T. That is non-negotiable. It's coming home. So we separate that into a backpack there. That is a very easy win. Okay, now we're fit to deploy. Still never been to Coalfield. Coalfield, I'm sure it has useful stuff. I remember seeing... It's got the old western town, doesn't it? And then it's got the forge I heard about. If I've ever seen it, it's only ever been in passing as I looked on the map website. So the ranger station is down one of the dirt roads going this way. I think there's 2 ways into it. The dirt road kind of like goes around and then forks and then comes back. All we have to do is find one of the entrances to the dirt road, and then we're off. Okay. Got really fucking lucky there. Not expecting that kind of a event on this road. It's one of those broken down car events. See what kind of vehicle we're looking at here. 51 condition, quality 72. So 51 condition means that it's just slightly above that threshold where it's going to die randomly. But then the trunk is 60%, so it's almost completely useless, for logistical purposes at least. I'll go ahead and put the tire on it because it's right in front of me and it's standard, so I don't really care about the bringing a performance tire anywhere with me. This will just let me tow it out of the way. Sometimes for these things the key is laying on the floor, sometimes it's on the zombies, and sometimes both. There it is. And it's already got gas. Kind of neat that we would find an off-road vehicle on the off-roads here. How far home are we? I would sprint back if it was good weather, but it's terrible weather. I'm just going to park it on a much more favorable facing so I won't bump into it again. And if I feel like towing it back with me, then it's in a prime position to tow. Oh, now that I got the keys, I'd be remiss not to double check, make sure there's no special things in it. Yeah, that's not very special. I don't think I'm going to be having lots of room for another vehicle kit, but I mean, well, as fate would have it, we just assembled one from this event. So if I happen to have room on our way out, then we'll grab that. Otherwise, nothing else in it. We're out of here. Fingers crossed, no more special surprises like that. That was what we like to call a near miss. That's what we like to call it. It's not technically, not very linguistically accurate, because we did miss it. But it was very near to us. So if you want to get pedantic. Oh, you know what? Okay, maybe it's technically correct. Near miss versus nearly missed. It's those extra little stapled on syllables at the end there. Which way, Western? I'm pretty sure it's this way. One of these roads would take us to Jametown, and honestly, that's relevant to my interests. Jametown is just another thing that we would go to for the same reason. she just casually falls over as we run over her. That's really funny. I guess the ragdoll system does not have a proper trigger for zombies who are eating somebody. This is the correct direction. We are now on dirt roads that would be almost untraversable after a couple of months. Oh man, that sucks. So I'm gonna say a little something controversial. I have actually gotten military backpacks from Jametown Surplus more often when it was looted than without. I don't know if that is just statistics or random numbers benefiting me when it probably wouldn't have benefited most people. But it definitely, I found that quite curious. Okay, so I think the way this dirt road works is if I continue going this way, it'll take me back out to the gravel road closer to Jamiestown. I think the ranger station's this way. Yeah, anytime a major ammo source is looted and trashed, that really sucks. So here's Deerhead Lake Park Ranger Base. Very lovely place. People, I have seen many people choose to base here for the more chill experience. I don't know if there's any water sources that are easily accessible from this place. Couldn't tell you that much. I also don't know if their shed has a chance at spawning a generator. I don't know if I've ever looked. I have been on the lookout to see if any of these braziers are movable. As far as I know, the movable braziers are gone. Haha, you guys are stuck. Haha. Put them out of their misery. Don't spawn on the chair next time. Losers. You had all this terrain to spawn in, and you had to choose the only spot you couldn't. Yep, still can't pick them up. Much as I'd love to. You used to be able to. I don't know what changed. They're really cool. They're probably the coolest fireplace in the game. You can't make your beacons of Minas Tirith without them. Yeah, you're probably right. The one thing I've noticed that seems interesting about loot and trash BOI is it does seem like certain containers in the building seem to be exempt from it. If you go to the back room of an ammo, like, you know, where they store the ammo of a gun store or armory surplus or something, every single time I have had a looted and trashed gun store, I've still always seen a lot of ammo in the crates at least. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I expected 5. We were able to hit a smaller door in 5. That's okay. Half-mask respirator with a decent amount of filter. I'll hold on to this iron pipe. I don't have very... I don't think we're going to fill up the whole van. But if we do, then I will leave behind the steel sheet that I'm picking up. I can't do anything with it yet, so it's just a long-term deposit. We could watch the welding tape, but there still wouldn't be that much. I'm almost 99.9% sure we can't do floors yet. Oh, we can. That's what happens when you don't keep track of what magazines you've read on what character. See, I'm in a even worse spot right now because I just went through an early game run with Dixie, and we were just out of the tail end of the early game phase for her and into the mid game when I failed her. So we'll see. I'm gonna do a perimeter check on the exterior on foot first. Still can't do anything with these. You can't even right-click on them. Electric blower forges are basically, right now, they've kind of just been made into mobile campfires. Or at least that's what I thought they were. Okay, if you place them, they're campfires. So it's just a campfire you can pick up and take with you. I've never tried to use it against zombies, so I don't know if it is as good as an open flame campfire. Otherwise, it might just be a cooking utensil thing. You see, you would think the name Electric Blower Forge is something that you can actually bring an anvil to, maybe a bench anvil or something, and set up a mobile crack. No, there's nothing for that yet. Imagine a purpose for the bench anvil. Imagine. Still a bit of a dearth of nails. Box of garbage bags with like 2 left. Oh shit, there's no door in front of me here. I don't hear any aggro noises, but yeah, don't trust this. I'm gonna check the... Oh, that fucking... Okay, I didn't realize there was a tree there. And it's blocking the, there we are. Is he the only one? I don't know. Can't look in the other window because of the tree. I definitely prefer the front over here. Yeah, I think I did hear a female voice, so there's another one in here. This is just a straight-up Holstein leather, furred. No shit. I thought I had to convert it into a specific object to be a rug, but this is just a furred Holstein leather. You can use this for crafting. Holy shit. That's pretty neat. Now, because it's furred, you can't... I don't think you can use it for, a furred, leather cannot be used for crude purposes, like, making bellows for crafting. So, it's not like we just found our bellows yet, but, probably upstairs.
Hey!
I can't rule out upstairs, but somebody's stuck on a door now. I've heard no indications that there's more than one. It could just be one. We won't assume that, but we also don't have to assume otherwise. That's kind of sad. Every single magazine on there was just a regular old entertainment. It was a number of shots at a skill mag. Missed all of them. Okay, I hear something to my left and my right now. Oh, wow. There's my right. Looks like inside the bathroom. I tried to do the knife thing. It didn't work. Oh, that's another scratcher to my right. Somewhere in there. Let's deal with the one we know about first. Which is right in front of this door. The shower's back here? Okay. I don't think it's this door. No, it's not this door. It might just be a different one on the other side. Oh, okay. No, the bathroom's dead. Maybe there never really was anybody upstairs. Maybe the upstairs Zeds were the friends we made along the way. Oh, now that's... Okay, that's rich. So these showers get to have partitions so you don't have to stare at the guy's junk on the other side of you. These showers don't have no partitions, so whoever... Oh, no, never mind. I spoke too soon. I just... Isometric bullshit, I can't see them. But no, they're there. Yeah, these guys get to have their showers partitioned. The police department don't have the budget for that. One copy of a book I didn't have, Tracking 2. And Forging 1. I didn't have that, but I also didn't need it, so... Alrighty then. We are coasting on this battery and my flashlight here. It's going to go out any second now. It's sad that there's no medical beds here. It's a clinic, and it's even got the little blue IV drip there. So the blue IV drip would match the blue medical beds, but no medical beds here. That further reinforces my belief that they are a strategically valuable resource, and the devs are perfectly aware of that. This scalpel can be sharpened. Sharpening scalpels is free maintenance experience. And this is where we came in earlier. Last but certainly not least, of the downstairs, at least we've got the garage here. Chance of light bars in here. IIRC. Couple of electrical books. I was not expecting that. Wish I could make scrambled eggs. I see rotten scrambled eggs in the garbage, but I can't make them. We can make omelets. That doesn't count. I want scramblies. I always have scramblies on Christmas morning. Hey, there's my new flashlight battery. Let's get rid of the old one now. There's a lot of electrical books in here. I'm pretty sure we've almost got a full set. Whole ass heavy duty vehicle battery. Standard as well. Alright, I'm gonna empty my bags real quick. We have got the gun lockers a little further away. This fishing rod here is the first one I've ever found on this character. We're going to call this garbage bag SP for standard priority, because I don't feel like subcategorizing it right now. these bulky things, spare axe that's almost broken, or below the halfway point rather. Holstein leather and steel sheets. Yeah, we can just leave that out so we can see it and know to leave it if we don't need it. Probably should have eaten half. I'm not quite back into rapid weight gain, that's okay. Gear lockers back here. Ranger jacket, ranger shirt. Same kind of stuff there as your standard law enforcement stuff. Short sleeve shirt. I didn't know rangers did that. So this is more ranger gear than I've ever had right here. All 3 layers. Jacket, shirt, and short sleeve. Thought the weapons lockers were back there. I'm not misremembering. I swear there were a few firearm resources here. I don't think I've come across them yet. They might be upstairs. Let's continue upstairs because I'm pretty sure we got, yeah, every room down here. Break room loot there. We'll take another look at that in a moment. Kitchen. There we are. But that's not an ammo box. That's a box of planks. I feel like Charlie Brown right now. I got a rock. That was a weather mask. I don't actually have one yet. Now I do. I remember being rather baffled at not having a welder's mask out of all the stuff that I gathered together in Rosewood. There's a couple of places we could have gone out there specifically to find more, but usually I find one without even trying, and this time I have not. I do feel like they've nerfed the loot here. I remember coming out of here with some guns and ammo. I don't think it was too many, but I mean, some. I mean, it's a nice place. Very nice place. And the fact that there's no guns here is not necessarily even a problem for my considerations, just that I should have... Well, I mean, so coming here at all, ever, is one of those things that if you're going to do it early game, otherwise you're going to be having some issues. We did just find something that's going to help me out in the short term, though. A saucepan. With a saucepan, I'll be able to use that macaroni that we acquired. Salt and vinegar. More jarring opportunities. Okay. Well, you know, the field house that I'm posted up in ain't got no coffee machine, so I'll take that. Didn't think I was going to have room for something like that, but now I do. So, also, here be a cemento leather. I wish that I had known that in the past. I've never tried to pick up a cow leather off of the floor before. I thought it was a specific discrete item. But no, it's just a straight up leather. And this also means that we'll definitely have room for the flags. I don't know if we'll have room for the military radio. That is like the lowest priority item. I don't know why I'm fretting over room. We'll have room for things. I still got my handbags. Disassembly, yeah, we're putting disassembly in here too. So what we can do then is head home and take out the stuff that we've picked up that is not ammo related, and just proceed tomorrow to Jametown. This welder mask needs to go somewhere. Probably in with the with the torches. That's not even a question. It needs to go with the torches. I could put it on the passenger seat. I think I might. If I do, that means I need to take something out of the glove. Okay, we have welder masks that we're carrying with us now, just like we should have for a while. Flags can go into the low P here, low priority. Oh, I can't fit that in the trunk. That's fine. All right, I think we're out of here. Nothing else is jumping out at me other than... I didn't check the vending machine in the trash. Let it be known, Every trash can is a potential sledgehammer head. So if you see a trash can with trash in it, and you don't got a sledgehammer head yet, you're not doing it right. Also, I didn't realize we had another cement leather here. So that would make a total of 3 furred leathers we're coming out of here. Furred leather, if anybody's not familiar, when you're going to craft clothing, you can either use crude leather, which is the same kind of leather that you would use for, whatchamacallit, for, I mean, you could use deer leather as well. The crude leather is the same kind you would use for crafting things like, bellows for your forge and furnace. But, furred leather is specifically for clothing items. I don't think I've ever done a furred deer leather before. I think every time I've ever butchered a deer, it has just been for the crude, or I've never even processed it. With these other things, like these batteries that only need a charge and then are still perfect condition, I don't know if they're going to start becoming rarer and rarer. Something tells me that good condition batteries actually start becoming rare. I don't know why, because that's not exactly what I experienced on my previous characters, but something about something I started to see on Dixie, but I'm not sure. In any case, having a few spare batteries that I know where they're at cannot possibly hurt. We'll leave those at the field base here. One other thing. Okay. My spidey senses were tingling for shelves that didn't show you when there's items on them. Behold, shelves. A book that I didn't have is on these shelves, because I didn't think to look at it until my susometer got sent off on my last look here. This is supposed to be a chair, apparently. Okay. I don't really know what all these things are, so just out of curiosity. Alright, we're out of here. There is another premium tech radio in there. I don't care. I don't have a lot of room left here. While we drive, I would like to garbage bag up some more stuff. We're going to make a bag of just nothing but fur here. Much easier to see on our way out of here with no rain. Much nicer. It's almost kind of peaceful. If I were to be so bold. McCoy's pickup. Oh, yeah, okay. Public service announcement, if anybody in the chat missed what Rich was talking about there. The pickup trucks, or sorry, the heavy-duty vehicles with any sort of tool loot tables. So that's your, you know, auto shop vehicles. That's your McCoy logging vehicles. That's a couple of other, you know, sometimes known when you see them, but there is now a chance for them to have sledgehammers, including on the passenger seat. And it's going to be, so it always hit me a little bit weird. Sometimes if there's too many items on the seat, you can't sit down on it. But that doesn't happen very often. With sledgehammers, because they're so big, if a sledgehammer does spawn on a seat of a vehicle, then you won't be able to get in that seat. That is something worth looking out for. The only two things I've ever seen that I have not been able to sit down in a vehicle that I have not touched yet has only ever been because there was a corpse on a seat, or because there was a whatchamacallit, a sledgehammer on the seat. We're gonna have to be careful with this, of course. I feel like this vehicle, because it's lighter, is going to be even more liable to fly forward and bump into me. Of course, I do have room for the vehicle kit, so I'll take it. So, the safe way to tow, and I use safe in very big quotation marks, is to ensure that every time you change speed, you do it through cruise control. And, of course, give it a little cooldown. Have like an internal cooldown in your head of like a little bit less than a second or something like that for slowing down specifically. You can speed up as fast as you want. Just be advised, if you speed up too quickly and then you need to slow down because of whatever reason, then you've played yourself. So having only going up in 5-mile-an-hour increments every couple of seconds, and then only slowing down in 5-mile-an-hour increments as such. I go down to 25, I go down to 20, I go down to 15, I go down to 10. Once you're below 10, you're a little bit safer. I don't think you're going to have anything drift into you. Or at least, you know, it's a lot easier to keep track of it. If anybody's not familiar with the fundamental problem with towing, anything you tow forward, it's so much easier to do than it used to be. So much more risky that it's going to drift forward and bump into your trunk and damage your trunk. Next thing you know, you can't store as much in the trunk. Welcome to Project Zomboid in the current year. I'm carrying too much to be able to pick up a whole garbage bag right now. Came home with a couple of new books here. Honestly, that's not a bad bag right there. Just nothing but 3 different vehicles, one for each, or sorry, batteries for all 3 different types of vehicles, and then one of each type of tool for vehicle repair work. Perfect. That's probably, that's a much lower priority item right there, but that is worth separating from the rest. So we got a copy of Forging Uno. We got some tracking here. Got some tailoring, that's a new one, in there, and then mark off. Everything else we brought home is... this radio is also LP. I suppose I could put that in the bag. It's 2300. We'll go ahead and sleep. We are still in weight gain. It is not rapid weight gain. As an overnight task, we will use this saucepan that we found at the ranger station, and then we can finally get some mac and cheese going, because we haven't had something that can actually cook mac and cheese for a minute here. So everything, all these containers on the floor right here are completely full. That is 90 encumbrance of largely low priority stuff. Some of it I'd call it medium. We're haggling over definitions though. It's definitely on the lower end of the spectrum. Almost like me. Let's go to sleep. August 8th, 1993. We are on day 29. So we are past peak population. Anything we spawn in now will be the highest population it can be. So that's 125.4 encumbrance of stuff on the floor here. I mean, honestly, we are really close to the trailer threshold of low priority stuff. But before we even think any further of that, deploy the coffee machine we sourced for this field site, and fill the saucepan with water as we are going to mac and cheese. Where's my saucepan at? I put my saucepan in the fridge. 10 out of 10, game of the year. Put pasta in saucepan. And we're going to add some jar of bell peppers, cheese powder. And I guess one more bell pepper. And we got... Oh, we do have room for more. Okay. So that's some proper mac and cheese right there. Butter, margarine. There's probably something else we can add to it. Let's use take a peek at the food stash in the ambulance. Salt, pepper, vinegar. Okay, never mind. Maybe just some pepper. Mac and cheese is surprisingly fast. mac pepper cheese pasta. So, I'm not sure why, but this pasta increases our thirst quite a bit, so it is a thirsty pasta. Since we're already up to a trailer of lower priority stuff, I'm going to go ahead and start moving this outside, because these bags are all completely full now. Because of that, there's no point in keeping them somewhere where it's harder to pick them up. Right in the middle of the road, where we can drive by with a step van or a trailer. Or an ambulance, I am picky. I'm just going to call these both SPLP because standard and low priority is in a little bit of both. The 125.4, if we were to go get those two steel sheets. Yeah, those two steel sheets would top us up here. Okay, maybe the duffel bag was a bit gratuitous. Okay, now there's exactly 130 on the floor right here. The stuff in this pile is just a mix of, I'm not 100% sure where its priorities are, so we're just putting it all together so we know that we have 76 encumbrance worth of that. Now guns, once again, I'm not 100% sure on the priority because we've got aiming 1 and it's already red. And we're not too far from level 1. But if we start locking in on guns, we'll get through aiming level 1 and 2, no problem. The problem is, if we stop, or we get to aiming level 2, because we don't have the book, volume 2, we'll just suddenly stop, and we won't get as much experience, and I hate it when that happens. If I leave the double barrel shotgun here, then we will have exactly enough long gun on the floor for a garbage bag, so that is relevant to my interests. Double barrel is extremely niche. We got some good use out of a sawed-off double barrel on Dixie, and nothing precluding that from other characters. But Well, I would have to find and identify a situation where I could use it. Really? You telling me that's not going to fit? Okay, you know what? Trapper carbines are more important than any of these other long guns. Trapper carbines are actually extremely important to my long-term strategy now. We've got GG for good guns, LG for long guns, and then the vehicle bag. So on the floor here is another 123 encumbrance, so that's almost a second trailer load. We'll see about that. In the meantime, it's 5 a.m. That's bedtime. That's pretty much everything sorted except for the cartons of ammo over here. The ammo cartons are 40 encumbrance, but everything on the floor total over here is 162 now. So we are veering close to a full step van with a trailer. Definitely moving in that direction. Otherwise, we've got part of food for tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, what I'm going to do is drink that milk, and then we'll have the pasta with us for the rest of the day. Otherwise, we're ready to deploy to Jametown. I'm basically just going to use this place as a base while we deal with Jametown. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to make that work. Zombies can go through crates now when they climb over, but couches stop them still. Okay, so Fabled Gorgon about that. What we're talking about here are a couple different things. The general rule to keep in mind is that anything on either side of a window... Anything on either side of a window, you and the zombies can just walk right through, but not doorways. So all this is just a way to prevent a zombie from being able to just straight up walk into the doorway. They can still flip into the window, but then they will make a noise that I can hear very clearly, and that'll be, you know, that's an announcement, that's a telegraph. So it's a little harder for them to walk up on me. I've been lazy and I've not actually barricaded this place. But yeah, doorways can be blocked with furniture still, just not windows. Let me check the generator, make sure we're good. You know what? We're going to top it up. We're going to top it up. I'm just going to put, like, just what it needs. It's 66, so we'll take 4 liters out of here. We should have plenty of electrical parts somewhere. Yeah. Now, I have said in the past that I don't like using blue generators long term. I still don't. The problem is we are using we're on a really tight fit here, so we just got to do what we got to do. The blue generators are the most lightweight. I think I'm going to take the trailer with me to Jametown. Because then I can pick up more ammo loot, and or other loot, and then just congregate it all here, instead of having to worry about anything else. Let me just double check, make sure. Okay, we have another standard priority bag here. Okay. That is good to know. Otherwise, the trunk is now as empty as it's going to get. The ambulance is a combat ambulance. It's just everything right now. Expedition vehicle and combat. Okay, so all in all, we are already pretty much a step van towing a trailer. That tells me that we should just go ahead and put this stuff... well, no, we can leave it where it is. It's fine. As long as it's in a drivable path. I don't know yet. We haven't been there. We're just about to find out now. I certainly hope that it has not... Okay, so, when we go there, it's going to be peak population, because it is now day 30. It is now day 30 today. And day 28 is the day that you get peak population for zombies. So I still have this cheese pasta that we're eating. I'm gonna go ahead and make something before we head out, just to give myself a little bit more time. You hear that guy? That's the sound of a guy who didn't make some more stuff before he headed out. There is no need for lights to be running while we are not here. Beautiful. Arcade machines, red oak shelves, pallet of brick. Oh, that's funny. Did not know that pallet of bricks was tall enough for that. I knew that those tall things you're talking about, I knew they blocked visibility. Didn't know they also blocked movement. That's neat. I assume they'll attack them, but that would be a day ending in Y for this game. The devs really hate it when players can do things with blocking zombie movement without them just straight up attacking it. Okay, so if we turn the other way on Deer Head, I want to just take a quick peek down Deer Head in that direction. Wait, no. Okay, so Deer Head has this T intersection here, and then that road goes to Jamiestown. To this day, I don't think we've ever seen a dirt road spawn a survivor zombie. So one of the things I want to do is, if I have a choice between a dirt road and a gravel road, of course I'm going to take the gravel road, because gravel roads... I want to say that gravel roads have given me the highest chance at a survivor zombie among all road types. Ding, electrical 8. Hey, Silex, how far am I in my new care? We are day 30, 1 month marker. Skills are middling, but we are capable of doing basic vehicle work. So this just goes straight back to KY60, but then there is the T intersection right there. I was going to take the trailer, and I forgot to take the trailer because I'm an idiot, but we are going to Jamiestown, and there's a possibility that it's not just the army surplus. We could come out of there with some useful vehicle stuff too. And anything that I find in Jamiestown is easier to pick up if I drop it off where we're at right now, which is right off KY60. Ah, okay, gotcha. We're doing this again, okay. See, this is silly. I understand why it happens, but it's silly. Because you see, I feel like I'm just wasting time. Bring me to a complete halt, and then let me accelerate again. Now that we've explored the back road, we don't have to use it again. We can go faster on the highway. No trees blocking stuff. No trees blocking our ability to tell whether there's a zombie just chilling behind something. Now I think they know. I think they know when you've focused on something, and then that makes them jealous. Do not let the cat know that you're focused on something, otherwise they will compete for attention. Oh man. If we're able to keep cats in this game, I certainly hope that I can have them patrol the local rabbit population. I don't know, do cats go after... I know dogs do. I know dogs can sometimes go nuts on rabbits. I watched this channel called Agent K. It's a dude just kind of vlogging his... he has a high-content wolf and a husky. So he's got a very high active lifestyle that he's got to manage with those two woofers. And his backyard, he occasionally gets rabbits making really poor decisions on their nesting locations in the backyard there. And he turned the dogs turned the rabbits into, and I quote, potato chips. To get mechanics up to Hotwire cars, there's 3 episodes of Car Zone. Finding all 3 of them is a little bit annoying. I usually find one and then make do. On this character, I found one, waited until I read the book, got through the first 2 levels, stopped the tape, read the second book, and then resumed the tape, and got the last tick, which got me another 100 experience, which is a third of the way through level 3. And then for the last 200 experience of level 3, I just disassembled a couple cars. But I did not start any of that until after I had found the books. Well then. Okay, so the front of the building. The front of the building is wide open, but behind it. Okay. So, I'm going to go ahead and just drop the trailer off in front of the building. And then we'll fire up the light bar and spread these guys out a little bit. I'm going to turtle my way through them, I think. It is not looted and trashed, which is good. Ooh, okay, yeah, so right in front of Jamie-Town, it's, you know, I could have, if I was a stealth kind of character, I probably could have snuck into Jamie-Town and surplus there and gotten quite a few interesting things without pulling the horde. That's not how I roll, though. Even if I could have done that, I wouldn't have. I don't do stealth unless it is tactically opportune. Y'all ready for a little bit of Wii U? You know, we could deal with these guys. We could set them on fire. Set the building on fire. .5-mile-an-hour cruise control is the magic number here. If anybody watching is not familiar with my general tactics. We get a big old group of them with the light bar, and we stay ahead of them with the lowest level of cruise control. It doesn't do anything against people coming in from the sides, but we ain't got nobody coming in from the sides. They're all behind us. Looks like we got a good chunk of them from the other side here, too. Yeah, now this feels like a healthy Jamie-town. This is my reward for waiting a little bit to come here. When I say reward, I mean, I don't necessarily plan on fighting all of them. Looks like we've got everybody out of the forest behind the building. That is very relevant to my interests. Now, what do we do with them here? Well, Jamie-town seems to have several zones, 4 zones pretty much, that have zombies where you don't always see all of them. Behind the building was one of them, that's where we started. This parking lot here, you can see them pretty well in the parking lot, but sometimes, you know, the buildings block you. But then there's the forest on this side. I'm gonna check around behind real quick. Okay, sometimes I have seen a lot of them in this area, but this area, in this universe, seems to be the quiet one. Okay. Yeah, honestly, the wall lights behind cabinets that you can click on, but you can't see. Yeah, yeah. I don't even know if there's a fix for that. Like, you expect lights to behave a certain way, you expect cabinets to behave a certain way. There's no good answer based on the mechanics that we've operated under so far here. We'll see if the devs have to come up with anything. In the meantime, I'm gonna have a nice bite of pasta while we lure some Zeds. If you want to make a steady speed where you can stay ahead of almost everybody, even the fast shamblers coming in perpendicular, you can do pretty good things at 15 miles an hour. 15 miles an hour is a little fast for them to keep up with you if you're changing direction a lot. But if you're not changing direction a lot, and you just want to loop back and keep the attention of some slow shambies in the back line or some shit, you can do so. That might have been... That was almost a damage right there. We're good. I have an idea. We're not going to do anything immediately with these zombies. Not immediately. What we're going to do is ditch them on this road. And we're going to go a little ways down this road. Far enough so that they're away from the gas station. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go all the way down this road back to KY60. Because this road does go all the way to KY60, and then we're just going to loop back. We're going to loop back, and there's going to be very few zombies left in this area. That is the plan. See, we're in that awkward phase where there's some slow bees in the back line. We want to keep their attention where we can. So we dodge the fast ones and try to stay within audio range of the slow ones. Not a perfect solution. There will be plenty of stragglers. That's what we're here for. Autopilot, that's what you're there for. As you can see, if we keep up at this rate, this back line of slow shamblers, they're now out of cell, and because of that, they're going to have trouble even keeping that little teeny pace that they had there. So we do one more loop back. I don't care if they want to blow through the windows of the city offices here. If I'm lucky, that'll actually slow the fast ones down. But the whole goal is to keep the slow ones moving in this direction, so that we only have a small tail end of a group. Meanwhile, the fast ones just get ditched in a big old straight line on the road as we leave and come back from the other side. Remember, the horn does go farther than the siren. Now, if I really wanted to, this field to the center right of the screen, nice and wide open. I could set a campfire right in the middle, just drive in circles around it until they catch each other on fire. I don't necessarily want to just delete a bunch of zombies from the world like that. I could, but I don't really want to right now. Maybe I want some weapon experience here. So I'm just going to leave these guys in a nice distributed pattern. Not making any more noise, just letting the high attention span ones keep up with me here. Medium and low attention span ones have already branched out. So if we want a bunch of zombies to just deal with and kill for the sake of experience, we can come back and do it. Otherwise, I don't suspect we're going to need this road again for initial exploration. And then we'll loop back around and loot. I'm getting a little tired of these fucking trees, guys. I caught myself before that was a serious collision, but I shouldn't have had to. I should be able to see what my character should be able to see. It's not a very tall order. Get it? Tall? Because the trees are tall? I know I can right-click. I know. For the clip. I know. You don't have to comment below. I know you can right-click. That's not the point. My character can see in front of her right now. Why can't I? It's bad game design. Fuck. It's so hard to have a conversation about this game sometimes. The last couple of times I've posted a clip of driving stupidities. 1/5 of the people that watch the video are like, actually. The actuallys are really holding back this game's improvement. Swear to God. I should be excited about this. I really should be. Got a trailer. I'm gonna fix that shit up. We'll have another trailer. That'd be great. Yeah, no. I know what you mean, Grabaggy. I mean, honestly, the Thanos approach. Fine, I'll do it myself. It's real. It really is. There's just so much wrong with this game that people have reflexively decided to, yeah, let's just fix it ourselves. That's one of the reasons that I'm a big advocate of there should be more games out there that are open source and just allow people to help fix problems with them. This game would be a 1.0 by now if it had been open source from the beginning. If this game had been on GitHub from the beginning and modders could just fix shit by putting in a PR on GitHub and, you know, the Brits would just, you know, one of them would sit there and be like, all right, yeah, we'll add that officially. And there's already a documented procedure for how to get it in there and get them credit and be all kosher about it. But, no. And I mean, the funniest part is the Java slop, it's not like they're trying to be proprietary about it. I'm pretty sure the official website still has the Java doc for prior versions before 42. But whatever. I'm just yapping at this point. I don't think we took that much damage, but it's the principle of the thing. So whenever you find one of these wrecked trailers, the chances of it being damaged to the point of not being able to carry much, pretty high. The new rule is that anything over 3.5 encumbrance within the trailer will slide out of it. Or, yeah, anything 3.5 or above will slide out of it. So actually, I don't think anything will slide out of it right now. I think that's how that works. Let me make sure that I actually am seeing a damaged one here. Yeah, we got it from a wreck, so of course it is heavily damaged. Visually, it doesn't look like it is, but it is. Someday we'll be able to fix it. I mean, we'll be able to get a few levels of welding whenever we want to watch a videotape, but then we have to stop and read the book again, so... I'm just taking it because it's right in front of me, really. Actually, here's what I can do. If we're going to take the road to get out of here and then loop back, what we can do is just leave this behind at our staging point, at our field base, and then come back here and pick up the other trailer, which we left in front of the building. Yeah, we can do that. Animals do spawn down here. I should not get too distracted by it. Or there's a chance for animals to spawn down there. Yeah, I shouldn't get too distracted by it. Remember that animal spawns happen when you first load an area. And that includes dead animal spawns. So if I were to drive down that road right now and perceive for the first time the animal zone over there, then we would have a bunch of dead animals that are fresh. And I would feel almost morally obligated to do something with, hey, here we go. This is why we're doing this. This is why we're doing this. Okay. We're going to want to split these guys up. We got a dude with a police duffel bag. Oh, yes. And a dude with a regular hiking backpack. We got a two whammer here. A double whammy, if you will. Now, if anybody's not familiar with why I'm doing this, shooting at zombies in the ragdoll state still seems to be very, very unreliable. But shooting while they're upright is a lot more reliable to just knock them on their ass. So what we are doing there is we're using the gun as a knockdown tool, and then finishing them off with melee. Still occasionally getting a one-shot kill with the gun, but otherwise we're still just getting a bunch of hits. This is a boonie hat in Tiger Stripe. The game does not always tell you the different names. It used to, but it doesn't anymore. Or rather, it used to show you the internal names. So, our... okay, this is the single most disappointing police duffel bag I've ever seen. Holster, an ankle holster, 2 nightsticks, and 1 M9 with no ammo. So, not all police bags are made the same here. We've got several book duplicates here. I'm going to hold on to Cooking 2 because that's a duplicate that I can actually read. We've got a Cheapskate John, but it is street violence, so not that good. Another annotated map. Crazy Gun Guy, RIP. Gun Guy is home. So I wonder if this means that this is actually showing us where a survivor zombie could be. If so, then that's on 1394. We will not be on 1394 in a very long time. That's Louisville. But that's interesting. Neighborhood right next to 1394 might have a survivor's ed. I mean, I feel like that is logical conclusion of the map showing us a person. Okay. I don't really... Is that an axe? No, that's not an axe. I was going to say, I don't really feel the urge to clear this road, but I mean, if there's only going to be one left. This would at least enable me to approach this road from the other direction without any without any resistance. Yeah, it is. I would agree with that. Okay. I have been holding back on this for way too long. Let's go ahead and, this is Retinaru's video. I was supposed to react to this earlier because somebody would post it. We had it posted in chat a couple times, and, yeah, this is, relevant to my interests, so we're going to hear what Retinaru has to say about guns.
We need to talk about what happened to guns in Build 42. Not much has changed since my last video on guns. Conveniently titled, Are Guns Finally Good in Build 42 Unstable? Yes. And that's a problem. Kinda. Community feedback has been positive, even though the players generally haven't figured out it happened yet. So what happened? Well, if you haven't noticed, the accuracy system no longer applies to zombies. If you click on a head, it just does damage. Range and skill level don't matter. How big the reticle is doesn't matter.
Okay. I mean, I always expect guns to not work very well at level 0, which is what we are. So I have not even accidentally been able to experience this yet. But that's pretty fucking wild. Are you guys feeling stable yet?
Click head, do damage.
I feel like the horses have bolted from this stable, but okay.
It does have to be within the max range of the gun you are using. Guns in PZ have limited range. You can tell a zombie is in range when the center part of the reticle changes color. Initially, I thought this change was a bug for two reasons. It was added during a
gotta be.
hotfix that did not mention the change in its patch notes, and the dev
They do that a lot too.
never announced the change in an official channel. More recently, they made a new default setting so that PvP and animals use the old accuracy system instead of this new one. Turns out, someone with level 0 aiming instantly blowing your head off at max range wasn't fun, as if it wasn't an entirely predictable outcome. We've made it half a year without a community riot about guns being OP in their current state. In theory, 100% accuracy should be OP, yet it's clear there's enough holding guns back that they really aren't. Also, I lied earlier. During the Unstable, they made ammo more common and added some new guns since my last video covering guns. I already recommended increasing ammo spawns if you plan on using guns, which aligns well with that change. The new guns are just that, new.
I wish there was more changes, and I mean, this is, you know, there's no sandbox saying for this. I do wish there were changes to ammo distribution. The fact that we can go into a police department and like, find 2 boxes of ammo in the whole fucking police department, that's the bigger problem. Turning up gun loot is not necessarily going to fix that, because the baseline chances are just so shit for certain particular places where you're only going to find guns and no ammo at all. It does not make sense. Law enforcement absolutely would have a lot of ammo. And I could sympathize that maybe they've been shooting it, but I mean, if that was the case, then we'd probably see some more. I don't know. I'm thinking about it, and it doesn't make sense.
Sadly, guns in Project Zomboid all feel the same, aside from full auto rifles, shotguns, and revolvers that can't jam. There's no pity mechanic for jamming either, so expect to unjam your gun only for the next shot to jam. Guns sound different and have different animations, but at the end of the day, you're just clicking heads. It's hard to make them feel different when their mechanics don't limit you in such ways as actually having to point the gun in the direction you are shooting them. Back to the topic at hand. In single player,
Nice.
I'm shooting and killing these zombies, yet you'll notice I'm not gaining any aiming experience. I'll put a link to the mods I'm using to show this in the description. However, if I get close to the zombies and shoot them, I am gaining experience.
Okay, this has got to be a fucking bug. Okay, the moment he figured that out, he should have. I feel like any qualms over whether this was a bug or not. I feel like, I mean, just looking at the precedent that the Indie Stone has set. I mean, when shit like that stops happening, then we can jump a little closer to the it's a bug issue.
That's because experience gain still requires you to pass the accuracy check, while dealing damage does not. Since experience gain is not obvious in vanilla Zomboid, and the primary feedback that you are successfully shooting is killing zombies, it will not surprise you.
Yeah, I mean, that's that. Okay, so there was a good reason that we were point blanking everybody then. But still, the fact that that is the only indicator, fucking wild.
That a bunch of players are confused by their aiming skill not leveling up in single player. For now, if you want to level your aiming in single player, you should follow the guide I gave in the previous video about guns. Basically, shoot zombies at point blank or use a shotgun. In multiplayer, you always gain experience from shooting zombies. The players who primarily play multiplayer are giving feedback that everything is fine, while the single player ones are just confused at how crappy aiming is to level. It's an inherent problem with splitting systems between single player and multiplayer. In this case, we have a further split when it comes to PvP. If you know about the changes to PvP accuracy with guns, you can completely dominate other players who have no clue why they are missing. Their guns clearly hit zombies, why not players in PvP? Because there's a hidden setting that changes how it works, that's why. You can now consider yourself informed on this topic. Before I go, I do want to talk about 2 more things. A bug with targeting, and the lack of progression when it comes to the aiming skill. One of the major benefits of leveling your aiming skill was increased accuracy. Now that accuracy hasn't mattered for months, there's a distinct lack of progression. Currently, leveling your aiming only increases your damage. The issue being, guns already do plenty of damage at level 0 aiming. There's no feeling of progress. It's like having an infinite katana in melee. It's only fun at first. Then we have the targeting bug. I've already covered this bug in the past, yet it's time to bring it up again since only half the bug was fixed. When you aim at a zombie, multiple hitboxes can overlap. This is important since you always want to shoot a zombie in the head. Previously, you could target the head, but an arm's hitbox was overlapping behind the head, and that would be targeted instead. Arms take significantly less damage, while heads take extra damage. You do not want to shoot arms. They fix this by giving the preferred hitboxes higher priority. That way, when multiple hitboxes overlap on a single zombie, it'll choose the head first. Problem solved, right? No. This fix did not take into account multiple zombies. Shooting a single zombie works as intended. Shooting a zombie in a big pack still suffers from the bug. Once multiple zombie hitboxes overlap, it'll frequently choose to target a zombie you are not actually targeting. Often, this can be a single hand overlapping behind the head you are aiming at. You shoot, and the zombie behind the one you're aiming at gets hit. Since you can't reliably target the closest zombie to you, guns are pretty much useless in cramped close quarters combat.
I need to hear that one more time.
Behind the head you were aiming at. You shoot.
Okay, no, he's correct insofar as if you're actually trying to kill them. But if I'm using guns in close quarters, it's, I mean, even right now as I'm leveling them, I'm using the gun more as a knockdown tool. In that case, I mean, okay, so you're still more likely to knock them down on a headshot, so it is still important. It is still important that the hitbox is broken, but I wouldn't go as far as to call that useless.
And the zombie behind the one you're aiming at gets hit. Because you can't reliably...
And it's more the fact, okay, so it's more the fact that it hit an arm than it's the wrong target, right? I'm pretty sure hitting them in a limb makes it less likely to ragdoll them. Okay, something I've never even tried because I feel like I shouldn't have to try this. Do you get a better shot at ragdolling them if you just shoot at their feet? Because that would make more sense to me. Zombies probably don't have a good balance center or whatever, but...
target the closest zombie to you. Guns are pretty much useless in cramped close quarters combat. You could decide to aim at no zombies and let the backup aiming system take care of it for you. This has two problems. First, you have to align the barrel of your gun with the zombie you want to hit, which can be hard from the isometric perspective and the janky animation transitions Build 42 currently has. Yeah, they never actually fixed these. As for the second problem, when you do not directly aim at a zombie, it'll randomly choose a body part to hit. Most body parts take reduced damage, and you'll waste a ton of ammo trying to kill one zombie this way. Now that I'm making a clip for this life-saving mechanic, I just noticed it's really hard to shoot them while you are standing still, and very easy while strafing with A&D. Potentially another bug that hasn't been squashed yet. These two facts drive a stake into the heart of guns, in my opinion. I don't need to level my aiming skill to get the majority of benefit from guns. In situations where they are reliable, I'd rather patiently level up my melee skills, so that I can use the more reliable melee weapon to save me during a tough situation. Project Zomboid is a game where a single mistake can completely reset your progress. I do not want that mistake to be gun targeting is buggy.
Yeah, no, that's very, very fair. Very fair point, but again, have you considered just using your gun as a melee weapon? Because then you're dodging most of those problems. But I mean, you should, obviously, the next thing to say after that would be, you shouldn't have to. But I just find it really funny that I accidentally am staying ahead of this problem without even really paying attention to it. Or being aware of it, because that's just how I've been trained to do it, because of all the other jank that some of which he didn't talk about, some of which he did talk about there. That's been around for a while. Yeah, that was Retinaro. I'll link the video in chat again if anybody was not here earlier. Yeah, it's just adding my two. I find it endlessly hilarious that I've been accidentally staying ahead of the issue by that. I need to redistribute a couple of the books in these bags because one of them is full. Let me move reloading to the next bag here. That's fine. And we'll do fishing as well. Oh, the ground is full. I love it when that happens. The fucking ground is full, so I can't move something from one bag to another. I really would like to have a proper library. I'm not there yet. I don't think there's any books that I've completed the sets for. Just scroll through them again one more time. Nah, we're still missing Maintenance 3. Otherwise, Mechanics is the only thing we've got a complete set for. And this copy of Cooking 2 is a spare. So I was going to head back out tonight, but there's not much daylight left. We're just going to go ahead and read. We got several magazines here that we got, and we're almost done with electrical. And being done with electrical will mean that we can just go ahead and disassemble all the disassemblables we've been stockpiling. Yeah, that would be very relevant right now. Oops, sorry. Okay, so those are now low priority. So, in terms of crops, it is now August. August, I think, is optimal for onions. Or, no, not onions, but garlic. I don't think I would want to do more than 5 crop plots of garlic and then wild garlic. But that is, if I can establish a base, then I would kind of like to put one of those together. So the floor is actually up to a perfect step van trunk now, 204. All right, then. Good to know. We're at 204, that's 206, that's 208. So I need to be advised that we now have a perfect trunk of pickup awaiting pickup here. Yeah, 209.71. That's close enough for me. Close enough for my taste. So a step van towing a trailer can now be brought back here to pick up all of the loot that I've left on the floor. SV plus T. And I'll put in parentheses. Yeah, there we go. In the meantime, we finish reading electrical now. We can buy a little bit more space if we finish reading electrical and then disassemble everything that we can disassemble in this floor pile right here. That'll only buy us a little bit of space, though. Because, I mean, all we're doing is taking everything that we can disassemble, but then we're turning it into stuff that's still going to weigh, so we'll see. It is now the 1-month anniversary of the apocalypse here. It has been 31 days. Oh, shit. Yeah, be very, very careful about that. Being tired IRL is possibly one of the most dangerous things for your character, because you're responsible for keeping them intact. So if you can't do it, nobody else can. Unless you're multiplayer and you got somebody looking out for you. In that case, just make sure to keep the tired parties in the back line. Okay, we have finished Electrical Volume 2 here. In a perfect world, I would have put that just a little closer to the light. But we don't live in a perfect world, so I'll make my own light. Remember, your headlights are your most powerful flashlight. Wait, really? That's it for disassemblables? I could have swore I would have more than that. Okay, that's fine. Alrighty then. Maybe I put them in a different pile. Okay, so I replaced some of the encumbrance of electrical disassembly that we did with those gas cans from the shed, and now we're over again, so I'll just drop the other gas can, or rather I'll drop the fishing rod. But we don't have any more space anywhere. I could do a glove compartment container, but then we're really scratching at straws here. I'll just put that right into the trunk of the ambulance itself. Tomorrow morning we'll make another mac and cheese. Yeah. We're still doing alright on weight gain, we're just not in rapid, and I don't know if we will be able to get in rapid. No, I did not. I don't think I know any U2 songs by heart. I heard some of their tracks back in the day. A friend of mine was into them, but not myself. Music is sometimes contagious with me. When a friend of mine is into it and I listen to some of it by exposure, I sometimes end up just grabbing everything from like their discography and getting into it deeply. I was like that for a little while with Secondhand Serenade, and then I've actually forgot most of it. I still know their most popular track by heart, and I can Still do most of it in sign language, because that was a thing we did at one point. My ASL teacher in high school was very interesting. A very, very, very interesting woman. No idea what she's up to these days. We're just gonna do some egg pasta here. There's no further additives we can put in it for now, and that's fine. Well, let me open up one of these jars. Yeah, honestly, some of these jars are really weak, so it's fine to just use them for other things. It might seem a little weird that I'm using up the jarred stuff before anything else, but that's mostly an aspect of the fact that the contents of the jars, like bell peppers, they're a little weak. Broccoli, cabbage, carrots, leeks. Well, my brain sees the word carrot and it says hold those for rabbits for trapping, but we can't put a jar of carrots into. I mean, we can, but it would have to be the whole ass jar. That's not a very effective way of trapping right there. All we have left now is margarine, in terms of things that make your food fat. But at least the pasta itself is a good baseline for that. It's interesting that this house does not have a TV. If this house had a TV, I probably would have watched the welding tape now, and then I would be reading the next welding book. But that's okay. We can read the cooking book. $75.4 is now the weight of my library. Well, actually, that's about to go up by one. Electrical. $76.4. Alright, so back to Jametown we go. Now this time we're going to take the trail to get back there. Theoretically, there should be almost no resistance to just going straight to the surplus store and looting it. Now there might be a little bit of resistance from slow shamblers who got left really far behind the rest of the group. And who knows, maybe some of them distributed overnight. I don't know how quickly they do that kind of thing, so... I suppose for the sake of exploration, we can take this road and then use the other side of the dirt road. Once again, I'm not sure if dirt roads have a chance at spawning survivor zombies, but if you're ever going to find them, or rather you're ever going to explore dirt roads, better to do it earlier rather than later. Crossroads right up here. Crossroads, more like a T. I didn't realize there was a second branch here. Is this just a big old loop? I think it is, but you know what? Like I said, I don't do a lot of dirt road exploration, so why not? I want to say that that's probably just a big old loop. Yes, this is probably just a big old loop. So it's just going to go right up around the ranger station again, and that's okay. I'm doing this out of curiosity. I'm not necessarily on the lookout for any specific loot. Or am I wrong? This should not be going right, unless, what the hell? Huh? Oh. Oh, okay, okay. I didn't know that. I've heard of Camp Busy Beaver before. I didn't realize it was here. Huh. Interesting. I assume that Camp Busy Beaver is not going to give me much other than camping gear or survival stuff, or just, you know, not non-gun stuff is what I'm thinking. I worked at a Boy Scout camp when I was 16 and 17, respectively. The whatchamacallit, I was a AQUAT, they called us, aquatic staff. But because I was not old enough to work on the at the bay, I was stuck at the pool. So I was basically just a lifeguard the whole time. Not the best lifeguard either. You know, the people who make some people follow rules, but some people, they just kind of ignore. Yeah, that was me. But I kept people safe. Never actually had to save anybody. I just had to yell at people who were diving in the shallow end. Which, actually, yes, that did happen. 4 feet deep. Fuck, motherfucker dives head first in. Don't do that. It's not good. Not good for your health. You're off by your angle just a little bit, and you're Having a big trouble. We did not have a soccer field. That's a new one. I've not seen a summer camp with a soccer field. We probably had enough terrain that if we put a couple of goal posts down and cut the grass nice and short. I don't know if the groundskeeper would have liked that much. We had a ranger. I don't know if he was stayed or fed in hindsight. I never paid attention, but we had a dedicated ranger at our park, or rather at the summer camp. Since he wasn't a camp employee, he was a different beast. Ah, just regular old cabins then. I don't have any high expectations for what we'll find here, but I've never been here before, so. I already don't like the tight corners here. Okay, bunk beds, lots of them. Lockers, I don't know what kind of loot table we're looking at here. I would expect a mix of residential or camping. So far, it's looking largely residential. A couple spare pillows wouldn't hurt. Yeah, I had a feeling one of you would have heard my van. They're probably all going to be the same. Yeah, I'm not... And that's going to be the shower house right there. Actually having two separate sides, that's how you know they got budget. That would be declared contraband. See, what you're supposed to do is not take the whole magazine, because then it's a little harder to conceal. What you got to do is take a couple of pages out of magazines, right? Just the articles, of course. Just the articles, the articles that you read it for. It's a baseball bat. I mean, honestly, it feels like every one of these is like looking at a residential closet. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling right now. These seem to be residential closets. Now, if that was the case, then residential closets have a chance at guns. But I'm going to check one more, just for the sake of it. If I see nothing but clothes again, which I do kind of expect to. Also, I do love that they've got dining area for 4 people, but they've got beds for like 3 times that. I don't have an umbrella yet, so now I do. Umbrellas have a niche use case if you want to go foraging, and there's sky water falling from the sky. What are they called? Have an umbrella in your offhand, and make sure it's open, and it will negate the water falling from the sky penalty to your, what's it called, to your foraging. So, can't say that I didn't come out of here with nothing. I don't get the wall. Is it just... it just... Okay, yeah, so... Girls on the left, boys on the right? Is that how they're doing it? We didn't have anything like that at my summer camp. It was all Boy Scouts. It was very XY. The number of double X was so limited that I'm not even gonna finish that sentence. We're not allowed to talk about summer camp. But yeah, nothing like that where I came from. I'd give my whole overall experience in the Scouts a 7 out of 10. It was pretty good. Made Eagle. Did not get any accolades beyond Eagle. And it served me a grand total of 3 or 4 times on my resume, and that was about it. Camp Camus. Well, that's wrong. Yeah, that doesn't match the label. I'm curious if the... see, I'm pretty sure the trail... It's got to connect to the ranger station at some point here. Is that the chapel? We didn't have a very big chapel. It was actually kind of small. There's a shed up there. I'll do a loop around the chapel here, or maybe that's just the mess hall. This looks like a mess hall. Yeah, there's the kitchen entrance, where with dumpster pickup. They did their own trash service at my camp, and I got to help out our trash guy at one point. It was an interesting experience. Just basically being a trash guy for a week. Nah, no generator. Box of nails, maybe? Yeah, it's fiberglass hatchet. I'll take it. Another hatchet. We're probably past the point of needing more hatchets, but I'll take it. A spare welder's mask would be nice. And I am, once again, capable of disassembling electricals. I don't have to be collecting them like I was before. Maintenance level 3. Largely from sharpening and damaging weapons. Now, I don't know if we ever actually had a generator in my camp. We didn't need one. We had grid. We were a little ways out, but we weren't too far from... So, actually, funny story. We were not very far from Aberdeen Proving Grounds, which is a place where the Navy tests ordnance and other interesting things. So, every once in a while, we would hear an extremely loud boom in the distance, and we would actually have to... we'd actually have to stop and check, or like, you know, kind of just listen. Was that thunder, or was that Aberdeen? But because of that, we were very well powered. This bunch of metal baseball bats. It's a really low priority loot table, or loot item rather. But I will take some metal baseball bats if I ever feel like leveling long blunt. Okay. We are now definitively moving in the out of here direction. We've seen most of what there is to offer. Oh, 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 what do we got? Just 3 of them? Y'all got me excited for a second. I mean, this is more zombies in one place than I've seen anywhere else in this area. Remember, one of my biggest goals right now is I want to find out if we'll ever see a survivor zombie on dirt roads. And this is a very long dirt road, so in terms of just real estate, Murphy's Law is in our favor if we just check this area. Alright, let's deal with the fast one first, get some distance from that tree. Yeah, definitely not a survivor zombie. That's okay. Just an unusual placement for a group. Just random bathrooms out in the middle of nowhere. Ah, nice big lake. Okay. Interesting. See, I feel like this road has got to lead to back to the ranger station. That would make negative sense for it not to be connected at this point. I could be wrong. I've seen roads dead end for no apparent reason, so. Well, that's not a dead end, but that is a little weak. I guess it's not a direct connection to the ranger station, but just they go to the same lake. That makes sense. So my question about whether the ranger station had direct access to water, yeah, and a body of water that's big enough to reliably fish from. This is all territory I've never explored before, so you'll have to bear with me. Novel content for once. It is still a huge map out there. I've only ever actually directly experienced probably about 70 to 80, something like that. %. Ooh, careful with them big rocks. They'll catch you. There's my continuity. We're big hungry. We eat big food. Okay, this is a fun little side quest, but it is definitively over. Let's get out of here. I'm saying definitively too much. Word of the week. Who set all these trees on fire? That's interesting. You know, I don't see burned trees almost ever. But a bunch of burned trees here. Now this is a footpath. This is not a road path. But that's okay. I'm not going any further on footpaths right now. We have seen enough dirt road for the moment to say with increased confidence that there's no survivor zombie chances on these roads. I still could be wrong. Could just be that we've gotten unlucky. I don't think we left behind any grabbable loot, easily grabbable loot at least. Because we did hit we did hit peak bag fill up here. Oh, twist! Oh no! I was about to grab the premium tech ham radio. Negative. We're gonna find military ham radios at our destination. Military ham radios are better in every way. So I was wrong, or was I? I don't know yet. I was going to take the dirt road to get to Jamietown, and it was only because I wanted to see how far it looped around up there, that we're not currently at Jamietown. Yeah, there is, whatchamacallit, fair amount of clay up there. If I had more sacks, probably would have grabbed a little bit. We do already have a, one crucible on our character right now. So in terms of forgery, we are not locked in by clay yet. Alright, so this road links up right here to the gravel road behind the army surplus. So we are now back straight to where we wanted to be in Jametown. You know, Chris Jericho. Now that's interesting because I use that name to name one of my bases. But look at this. Look at this. The army surplus and everything around it is completely clear because we did the work earlier and we just lured all the zombies out of here. So we can loot it at our leisure for the most part. I'll go deal with those uglies down there because they're ugly and I don't like them. It's been a long time since I've looted any of these buildings here. The food market, the clinic, and this is just a clothing store. I almost said convenience store, but it is not. You know, I was watching Arch the other day play this game, and watching him just walk right past some leather pants was rather painful. Like, he literally went out of his way to go to a clothes store to get some more clothes. I posted in chat, I was like, dude, you scroll right past some leather pants, it's best in slot. He doesn't read chat. So to be a YouTuber so big that you don't even have to engage with chat, I really couldn't imagine it personally. Mostly because that's half the reason I'm here. I enjoy it. Hello there. We generally want to expect more people here. Because they would have gotten stuck inside the building on the west side. Oh, butter here. Okay, fair enough. I did not even consider. So I actually thought this was all one big thing, food market. But yeah, this is a separate and discrete building. Thank you for the heads up on that. BEA beautiful. I hear you to the left of me. Just chilling in front of the fucking door. Take that. I didn't panic this time and poke him just as he started turning around. This is a thing I am liable to do. Sugar and flour. Okay. I'll have to be a little careful with flour because I'll be able to make my own in very large amounts in the not too distant future. Butter. Alright, I'm gonna do the laser thing. I don't like doing this, I really don't. It's so stupid. But I mean, it's just so difficult to get into rapid weight gains sometimes. And of course, she's a little depressed from that. We'll read some reading material when we get an opportunity. There will be some entertainment books in the destination that we're going to. Butter. Now, this is one of the first times my character here has ever been saddened, a little sad. This is the thing that you want to look out for if you have a sad Moodle. Observe how quickly, or lack thereof, she switches weapons. That can and will get you killed if you are, programmed to consider, it's going to take me this long to change weapons. I can do it this quickly. We picked up a chocolate cookie. That is going to negate some of the sads. Look at that. Away it goes. Good riddance. We still probably are at like 80 happies. So as soon as we get an opportunity for some happies. The rest of the food mart I'm a little bit less interested in. I'm just going to check cooler shelves. Hello. But observe the difference now between weapon switch speeds. That's what I expect. If it is like 50% longer than that, then we have problems. Of course, all of the meat is rotten. No surprises there. And them cooler shelves. What do we got? Yogurt. Cheese that is now going stale. Okay. So our character now has 3 cheese total. 2 are stale. Ooh. That's some heavy form food. Let me just go ahead and get a garbage bag of food-related stuff. Only time rotten stuff on these shelves is really worth it is if you happen to come across well, I guess in this case, the pastries. Pastries sometimes will have cinnamon rolls, which are good indefinitely. But seeds, you can sometimes extract seeds if you are somehow in a situation where you don't have a lot of seeds and you want to plant something like right away. Sometimes you can come to a place like this and acquire. We probably could find some stuff in the back rooms, but I'm getting a little far afield here. We have one primary target, and it's right in front of us this way. So I would call this LP. Yeah, this is a low priority. Everything is something I either don't immediately need or already have something of somewhere. But we can be a little bit cavalier with low priority stuff because we do have the trailer with us today. Never forget that your local vehicles sometimes have guns in the glove. Okay. Yeah. It happens. Now this noise, this car alarm, is very loud. I don't know if it's loud enough to cause us serious problems. Keep an eye on the surroundings. It will stop. Oh, we got Ranger Rick up here. If you took the battery, the alarm was good to know. Good to know. I did not know that. It makes sense. It does. So we didn't find Ranger pants when we looted the station. So I'll hold on to those. Thank you for your service, Robin Lively. Guess he's Robin Lively now. The tents outside of the Army Surplus give you a couple of mannequins over here. Personally, I enjoy the hunting vest off this guy. And if I hadn't already had a bandana, I would probably be taking his red one. But we have located a red bandana. I think this one's empty. Yes. Now, if I have to break my way in, using one of the windows in the office is my favorite. That makes sure that I don't lose the early warning of anybody coming up from the front. Not necessary. Make sure to check the interior of every single little protective case you come across now. Occasionally you'll get some with ammo and gear in them. Or ammo cans, as it were. I'm willing to bet that just with those cans alone, we found enough for another carton of 556. These ammo boxes are almost exclusively 556. Which helps with the M16, because the M16 pisses away 556. Yeah, between what we just found and what we already have, I'm looking at probably 2 cartons now. Beautiful. They're also one of the lightest cartons. So I still, don't get me wrong, I still hate it. I still hate that it's 20 bullets to a box. I will never not hate that. But the concessions I'll accept. I'm gonna go ahead and put cartons into the trailer instead. As per usual, we don't always need to use the flashlight. We can always do this maneuver here. Jacket in urban camo. Yes, please. Just because that's what my last character was dying, or was wearing when the bad thing happened, does not mean that it's not still one of my favorite color combos. I want to say that we got a good shot at most everything green camo already from the checkpoint. So I'm focusing on alternative colors for the moment. If anybody's not familiar with military gear, the breakdown is forest camo and desert. Sorry, forest camo, urban camo, Melius. Those are the 3 that are higher insulation. Desert Tiger Stripe, and Olive Drab are lighter on the insulation. And that just goes for whatever piece you're looking at. So this t-shirt, for example, green camo, urban camo, have higher insulation than the desert camo. This one here, the military t-shirt, just military by itself, no camo pattern, higher insulation than all the rest for some reason. I have no idea why. It's actually the highest t-shirt in the game in terms of just general insulation. Here's aiming too. Okay, all my problems are solved. We can just shoot as much as we want now, all the way up to level 8. And who knows, maybe we'll find the rest of the books. Ah! Ha, ha. Ah! 2 military backpacks in 1 container. Just like that, all of my other problems are solved. That's what I like to see. I'm going to put all the other bags I picked up into the satchel. Oh, okay then. More book that we didn't already have. And another Force Camo military backpack. Cheapskate John Spiral homemade explosives. We got it, boys. We got it. We are now just as equipped as my previous characters have been. This has been the easiest looting experience I've had in a long time, and we've gotten some of the best stuff. Sometimes it doesn't take 200,000 efforts. Sometimes things just work. That just leaves me wondering what's going to go wrong next. It leaves me paranoid when shit starts going well. But that's just RNG right there. Second of our jerry can collection there. There is a medical satchel. It's got pretty colors to it, but it's also got pretty gear in it. Chest rig. I don't usually see those, like, anywhere. Chest rigs seem to be rarer than, like, if I didn't know better, I'd say chest rigs are rarer than, Alice button suspenders, because I don't usually see zombies wearing them except for the event ones. So, unless we find the key to the place in the desk or something, we're probably going to have to break our way into the back room, and that's okay. Garbage bag EQ for equipment. That's the trailer full. Okay. Or sorry, that's the trunk of that thing full. I don't have to read it now, but I'm going to, because it's right in front of me. Highly unlikely to find the key, but it's possible. Okay, we're gonna have to break in then. Not a very pleasant sound, but necessary for the moment. Ah, very nice, yeah. If only. Hey, copy of Reloading 3. We are getting very close to a complete collection here. I don't think we have any... Ooh. Okay, so there's a key ring to the place inside the place that you already had to fight your way into here. So we got lucky. We got... Nah, that's not really lucky. That's just, we got a thing. Gun case military. I'm pretty sure that's very often going to be an M16. Let's double check that. I don't think I've ever seen it not be an M16. Now that I've jinxed it. Ooh, reloading 5. Okay. So that's all 5 reloading books, I think. I think we're just missing aiming 5 now. That is a pretty good haul, all things considered. Alright, so focus on ammo should now be complete. That's all the ammo from the front. Now the ammo in the back. I hate it when there's boxes full of vests. Normally, I would never want to wear one of those vests, but it's going to enable us to get out of here. And then stick it into the, whatchamacallit, trailer. Oh, we got 2 copies of Reloading 3 because I forgot to mark it. That's alright. bright. Still wearing one of those vests. Take that off. Let's see what kind of cartons we can pack here. Pretty much one of everything. This is why we carry the ammo together. Alright, so that's 64 encumbrance on the ground right there. Oops. Those attachments go in the other thing. That's alright. Okay. Now we're going to be... Obviously we're up late tonight. That's not even a question. I'm going to do a standard and low priority bag here. Just to empty out my main backpack. Not sure why this M16, just like the other one, had a round in the chamber. That's not a very good idea for a gun store. At least this one was behind the counter. So despite all of that, we actually only freed up a little bit of room in the ambulance itself. A lot of the ammo is still either loose or on our person now. We can't even fit one of those cartons that only weigh 5. We might be able to fit the M16. Yeah, if I move that over to the ambulance, I think we can do that. And the ambulance is completely full. Sweet, okay. So that means all of these cartons are either being hand-carried or they're going in the ambulance. Or the trailer, rather. that works much better. So we can fit any number of stuff on my person now. But otherwise, the ambulance and the trailer are 100% full. So that is how we know what guns to take home with us. Because we haven't actually taken any guns home except for the, whatchamacallit, the M16. The M16 is the only gun we've actually taken. So all these other guns on the floor. Standard procedure. Attachments off. No rounds in the chamber. And no magazines. I don't think we have very many recoil pads right now. So a few extra recoil pads are an influx of goodness. I have no idea if they even do anything. I've not A/B tested it. Okay, nobody's got anything in the chamber. Okay, we're loading up then. Oh, wait, I knew I saw something. Yeah, see, I got this fucking thing here. Somebody left one. Don't do that. Don't put your floor models out there with ammo in it. Some dumbasses are going to pick it up and discharge it. ND. Any tips on not getting bored? Enjoy the game for the logistics and for the combat. That's the best answer I can give, although it's not very self-explanatory. Because logistics can mean a lot of different things. I always ask people, why are there still zombies on your map? Because that keeps me going to a certain extent. There is, of course, a limit to how much you can get hyped up on that. Perfect fit. Okay, so we got a couple shotguns, and then I know there were some... Okay. Handguns. Just in case it's not 100% clear, we're coming out of here with literally everything that I need. We are not leaving, well, almost not leaving anything behind. The last challenge is going to be, can I make room for the radios? And I think I can. I don't really even need the radios, I just fucking want them. And none of you are going to convince me not to take them. Because I got room for them. Now that does mean that the rest of Jamietown, obviously we won't have room for anything else from this place. And that's okay, because all we gotta do is come back, but I don't want to come back to this particular building. I want to be 100% done with this building. SCBA is one of those things that I feel like once you've found one, you'll like find a lot more. Oops. I don't care about the oxygen tank because I have more of those. But I would like the thing itself. so we've basically been up all night. Not the worst thing in the world, but it does mean that our sleep schedule is going to be a little bit fucked up. Honestly, 2 radios in the SCBA, that's a full backpack. But would you look at that? We are out of here with full everything. Oops. Now, we have coffee, we could drink it, but there's no pressing, burning desire, because, I mean, we just go home and sleep, and then read, and then sleep, and then we are good. Jamie-Town, the biggest part of Jamie-Town has been taken. I don't even know if I'm going to feel the desire to go back for anything else. I do regret not just swinging through the parking lot one more time to see if there is any step vans here. Because a step van would be very useful right now. Now, I do recall the location of a couple of step vans that looked like they could have been in good order. But that doesn't really matter because we don't have anywhere to bring the loot. I'd much prefer to just have stuff ready to get picked up, or just, you know, in a step van somewhere so that we can come back and pick up the step van itself. Either or. That way I still, because like I said, I've not had a base decision made yet. I don't know where I'm going to base up permanently here. We have been operating entirely on the go here, and I'm totally okay with that. A couple of zombies on the road there. Alright, we are probably going into a weight loss phase after today because we are now in rapid weight gain for a while. I've never done Jamie-Town as a what's it called? As a day trip. That's basically what this was. It wasn't even the whole day. a wood axe in here. I didn't even really register that when we looked at it last. Wood axes are a niche use case. Okay, so we've emptied out the damaged trailer. There's no point in, like, trying to use the damaged trailer right now. It's mostly just there so that we can know that it's there. I need to take the cheese out of the cheese container here. I suppose the ramen noodles, too. We've got several years before the ramen goes bad. And there's only a couple things in the food thing here that we actually need to put into the food bag. Cheese, thankfully, is equal to just a tomato in terms of encumbrance. So we can keep this freezer bag in the same weight range. Couple of beers, well earned. Off to sleep she goes. Also well earned. Bless it. Try to replace my water and I ended up spilling it. Stay hydrated, my guys. All right. Alright, so that's 105 encumbrance of nothing but ammo cartons. Got a couple of new books for the collection here. 4 out of 5 on aiming, and 5 out of 5 on reloading. I was not expecting reloading to be my second full, complete set of stuff. I'm going to have a drink, and we're going to sleep again because we need to sleep twice, and we've only slept once. Now, if I was willing to sacrifice some coffee, I should have some coffee to sacrifice. Hang on. I do. And I had some mugs somewhere, too. Okay, you know what? I don't care that this coffee has got happies in it. We're just gonna drink it because I need it. I just can't burn all this daylight. Make sure we have the coffee with us at all times, so there's our replacement coffee. Catch these 2 magazines here, and then we don't have to take them home with us, as long as we've read them. We've got enough milk here that we could probably churn butter. Yeah, we could churn butter from the milk in the 5... we've got a milk bottle and then 4 cartons. That's a total of 5 liters. So if I build a butter churn, this bunch of encumbrance of that does not need to come with us anymore. Very relevant to my current interests. And would you look at that, we already picked up a couple of planks. Next step is over here in this pile. We've got some more electrical stuff that I did not account for after reading the book, which I should have. That removed about 10 encumbrance from this pile. Nice. I need a couple of nails. And I know I have some somewhere. The problem is where. Ah, here we go. Really down on the home stretch on nails. We like split one box and we've been kind of edging along with the contents of that box for probably a little too long. So build the butter churn, but also just to use up the remaining resources. Barricade those windows at long last. Just the two that they're most likely to be able to wander in. Never mind on the bathroom then. So churning butter takes quite a while, but it is a way of vastly reducing the encumbrance of if you happen to have a lot of milk with you, or whatever reason. +1. We are now running level 4. Just because we run everywhere, and we started as a fire officer. I have 80 encumbrance of stuff on the floor here. Also got guns times a lot. And a garbage bag of 700s and 788s here. $124. Plus 79. Ooh, 210. Okay, so we almost have another step van here. Or rather, we almost have a step van organized. I need to get rid of 3 encumbrance. 1, 2, 3. 207.4. I feel like we should be able to fit the library back into the ambulance now. Library being 4 garbage bags. I've had, honestly, I feel like the entire concept of my library has gotten sillier and sillier as time goes on. Oh shit, I don't have, okay, never mind. Equipment should not be in there. And then, well, that's not going to help much. Okay, I know what we can do. That'll do the trick. Alright, so what's on the floor right now? This right here is a full trailer. This right here is a full step van. This right here is a full step van. And the generator with the freezers and the freezer itself. Everything on the floor right here is a full trailer. So we've got 2 full step vans and full trailers on the ground right here. But then over here, we are going to do stuff that can fit into a backpack. 35.1 on the floor right here. Now that I have multiple military backpacks, we can get away with this. 23.2 over here. Good enough for me. Okay, so basically what we've got to do is come back here a couple times to pick everything up, and that's okay. That is totally okay. Some stuff is more important than others. Alright, so if I needed to change locations, if I wanted to change locations, I could do so right now easily, because we've got the ambulance more or less sorted out. there would be a little bit of rotation, but the ambulance mostly sorted out. I think the next step is Ekron. Ekron for the community college. Oh, yeah, no, I would never want to do that again, K2. Never again. I did it once, and I hated every minute of it. I should not have forgotten that we are capable of packing up another book box here. We are really edging ourselves on encumbrance here. So the reloading books. Into a box they go. We are now in weight loss mode. So we don't need to worry about fattening up this stir fry that I just put together. At one point I thought that this was going to be picked up sooner rather than later, but at this rate, we can do a little rotation here. I will take the fencing special with me. And that is the only VHS tape I will take with me. 92.96. So if I wait until tomorrow morning and then refill it with a 2-liter, that'll work great. I know, right? If this was 7 days, I would have eaten the jar. That's fine. You know, I feel like I could probably get to Ekron tonight if I just went right now. We have a place that's confirmed safe, that's already buttoned up, ready to sleep at. But it's going to take a few days once we're up there. You know what? I don't care. I don't care that it's going to take a few days once we're up there. We're going. Bit of a spur-of-the-moment decision, but we're going for it. If anybody's not familiar with this loadout, this is basically, in the past minute or so, in the past about 1 minute, approximately, I have taken every single piece of frozen food that I have right now, which is the entire contents of the trailer, along with the generator, and then on my person, for the main fridge, and the contents of the refrigerator itself. So everything that we need to keep refrigerated is just going right with us. We are also taking the entire library with us. Everything we're leaving behind is just the stuff that we are slated to come back and pick up of various importance. This road is going to connect to Ekron. There's not too much real estate on this road. I just want to make sure that that was not a survivor zombie who just drove past there. Nope, just a couple of dudes. Let me just get my bearings again. This connects to Irvington Road. We take a left up here. Or I could keep going and go a little bit longer. Yeah, let's do that. If we run into any survivor zombies, we will have to mark them on the map and come back, because we're not in a situation where we can easily get out and fight. And that's okay. Knowing that they're there is enough. They're not going to go too far. Right, so it will be a little faster to take this road, to take a left. That's okay. We don't need to go too awful fast. We're just exploring. What we're coming up to here is the turn towards, if we were to take a right up here, we'd be back at Brandenburg. But if we take a left up here, it's just another route to get back to Ekron from the side. And then we'll just take the road that goes underneath the town. My instincts told me to wait and do this tomorrow morning, but there's no further need to stay locked into that location that we were at. Just because there's a shit ton of loot there that needs to be picked up. It's already been sorted out. It's ready for pickup. I'd bet 99, 99, 99%, I don't know, something. It's close enough to being ready for pickup. We'll have to do very little effort to fill up a step van with a trailer, which is currently the best way to move a large amount of stuff without creating an unnecessary amount of risk for yourself. We're taking a left up here before the tracks, the railroad tracks. Or is it right at the tracks? Hang on. Or I guess after the tracks. Yeah, that's right. They come down and then we're parallel and then... Okay. Deer just off of the road. Good. They seem smarter than deer in real life. Not even kidding. It's the rabbits in this game that are the dumbest. Rabbit in headlights would be the expression for this universe. And here we are. This basically just takes us around Ekron. And it looks like the next time I try to take this road, it's going to be nasty. That's okay. This road is not... the only other time I could see myself using this road is if I had to go from Ekron to Brandenburg, which I don't see happening based on my current flow. Yeah, coming through here with a trailer. The road is going to be twice as saturated next time we take this road. Nothing new for Ekron with that. Fuck. Well, that was going to happen no matter what. All I had to do was take my eyes off the tree-infested nonsense for 0.5 seconds. See, we did take this road once before, and that's enough to just leave a big, long line of zombies in the middle of the road. That's alright. That is it for this road. And then, normally I would have turned up to that house on the other side of that hill, or field right there, but not this time. This time we are taking the house down here next to the large field, because it is one that we... Oh, that's right, there's going to be a step van up here, too. The upside-down one. Behold. We tried hooking it up to towing and it doesn't work. We can't hook it up to either side, which I found quite interesting. Alright, here we are. forgot how many assets we left here. It was a number. One of the numbers of all time. So that's the potato. That's the other fridge stuff. And then the military backpack outside has everything else. Looks like some of the meat that we had in the freezer bag has gone stale. That would be the ground beef. That's alright. It was bound to happen. Forgot we had the rain barrels here as well. I'm actually kind of surprised that we managed to get here right on time for bed. I'm totally okay with that. Now, I do predict that we're going to have no problem filling out quite a few of our library items here. We've got a pretty expansive book collection already, and we're about to have an even more expansive book collection. I'm going to go ahead and fire up the welding tape that I brought with me. But we've got to make sure to stop it. We will get the first 2 levels, and then there's going to be like a tiny bit of the tape left. And what we want to do is not watch that last bit of the tape until we until we've read the book for Volume 2. Yeah, that's a lot of experience. Holy crap. We're not going to have time to finish reading a book. Got it. Okay. So, I think we'll get like 100 experience into the next level if we catch that last bit of the tape. And that is very relevant to my interests. I'll leave the tape here for now. Nice invisible where it is right there. Check welding 2 out of the, Oh, I don't have welding 2. Ah! Well then, fuck. That's all right. That just means we'll go get it tomorrow. I seriously doubt we're gonna have trouble finding a level 2 book in the library that we're gonna hit tomorrow. Yeah. If anybody's not familiar with this area, we are in the Ekron Community College. That is what we're working towards soonish here. God, yeah, especially with welding. I'm so glad I don't have to do the early game welding grind again. I mean, it might still take a little bit of effort to get through some of the earlier levels, but the mid-tier levels, yeah, we'll have a good time with that. Not tired enough to sleep. That sucks. Let's clean up the lights. Should be everything. Yeah. Just the fridge and the freezer now. So now we only turn on what we need. Which is about half of what we turned on. It's okay. Best part is the light coming up from downstairs. I don't really need the upstairs switch here. if we don't have any... welding to read tonight, how about cooking instead? I'm going to need to stay up a little late here. We're going to try 5:30. Now I can sleep. All right, today we hit the library of the college here. Oops, that's going to get annoying fast. Still gaining weight, 83 kilo. We're not in the danger zone yet, but we're approaching it. Find a doll, I'll put it somewhere. Not like I can sit in that seat, the table's in the way. You know, I might have forgotten a gas can, which is actually not the worst thing in the world. I could, the generator only needs 2 liters, so I only siphon 2 liters out of the van, and then I can put 2 liters into the generator. We'll have no problem finding a gas can out here somewhere. I know there is a blue Jenny somewhere here. I recall, yeah, I marked a blue Jenny on the map up here at Railway and Broad. We'll hit that at some point, but yeah. Not an immediate priority, just what we can do with that is go get the gas station here powered. That's why I marked that. Just in case we have the action economy for leveling carving here, I will drop carving related materials on the floor right there as they come in. Otherwise, we've emptied the ambulance of all but the immediate essentials here. We need replacement weaponry. One of each of those ought to do the trick for now. Otherwise, we got food for at least half the day there. These are all dead, right? Hang on, let me just double check. One of these looks... It's still blooming. That's really funny. I was not expecting that. Of course, because it's extremely wilted. Yeah, we only got like three good tomatoes left on that, which is, it is what it is. I didn't expect to actually come back here and find anything but a field of rotting crap. But those are technically brand new because they just got harvested. Which means some of that corn up there might still be good. I don't have the ability to do anything with the corn. I would have to dry it, or immediately use it, or shove it in the fridge. But that would be a fight. I would have to fight for the corn. You gotta fight for your right to corn. You know, one thing I didn't try, and it's a shot in the dark. The only thing I didn't try is towing it from behind. Maybe for some reason it wouldn't hook up the front, but it will hook up the back. Negative. So, now that doesn't mean that we're screwed. That doesn't mean that we're screwed. I mean, do I really care about this vehicle? Not really. I also want to make sure it's not... Okay, it's not officially a wrecked vehicle. What you would want to do with a vehicle like this, since we can't tow it, apparently, I would probably try to find a trailer that I don't care about and then back into it with it. See if I can back into it hard enough that I flip it over. I wouldn't want to drive frontwards into it because that would damage my own vehicle and me. So you might notice we have these big fields up here. That is very relevant to my interests. I did a big old burn off of zombies with the fields here on my previous character. And I see absolutely no reason not to do the same here. Just want to see how deep we can go with that. So there's the lot up there. The junkyard lot, I guess. Now, we already looted this house up here for the most part, with only a few exceptions. No need to get stuck up on that house, though, because we've already got a good base location here. I have an idea. Did not want that. That was not my idea. Now, my colleagues here at the fire department of Ekron. I have no emotional attachment to them. I do not need to bury them. I don't think they would be too upset if I gave them their final closure with a bit of fire. Oh, we got some props that just spawned in here. I don't expect to get very good results with those, because we're going to be luring some zombies right next to them. This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt my vehicle. I can already tell. Oh, wow. The fire department here was quite loaded. Must have been a special going on. Bingo night. So what I'm doing is I'm merging the group from the fire department and a little further down the road here. I'm merging them with the school group. Who knows, maybe the school group will actually be massively loaded. This will be one of the first times that I've gone to Ekron Community College after peak spawn. Oh, we do have a potential survivor zombie in the field, so we can't just burn everybody willy-nilly. I've got to try to identify anybody who's wearing a backpack. Sometimes they're relatively obvious. They have a backpack, they're wearing armor, or whatever. Every time I come up to the community college, I wonder if this is going to be the time where there's 200,000 of them in there again. I don't know. We had it once a long time ago. The survivor zombie that I recall seeing was in the parking lot of the mail facility here. But I don't know if I ever actually saw a zombie itself, or if I just saw a group. And the worst part is the random migration could have brought them all over the place by now. Rain is not going to help very much with the burning them all up. Now, zombies that would be in the school probably don't currently exist. I don't think we've actually gotten close enough to the school to spawn them in yet. But we're about to. Here goes nothing. Yeah, it's a fucking ghost town in there. I mean, those guys don't count. For all I know, they actually went through the building. Yeah, it is. there's a lot of real estate in there. You would think that that would mean there's a lot of Zeds, but honestly, not for the past half a dozen builds of B42. Actually, right around a dozen. 42.7 was the last time I saw a massive group in there. Ever since, nothing, nada. I have always hated how many of them get stuck in the fucking fire department here. I tried to bring them around, I really did. But I'm going to hit a point where there's just too many. And we don't have high enough population to meet the criteria for them to break a fence. It just doesn't seem to happen. Not on default settings. I wish. We don't have a remote trigger. And all we have is a aerosol can bomb. What we're going to be doing is setting them on fire. That's something we can do without anything, literally anything. Just need a lighter. And a big, wide open field, which I just so happen to have a lighter. And I don't know if y'all saw this field. It's pretty big, it's pretty wide, and it's pretty open. See, if it was going to be possible to get these assholes to break the fence here in the corner, maybe. There's just too many of them giving up and trying to walk around. Maybe if I could, okay, here's a plan, Let's try to make use of this house's, front yard a little bit if we can. We might be able to slow down some of them on their way out. Okay, maybe not. Maybe the white picket fence? See, as long as we're right here, then we're incentivizing anybody who's inside the fire department fence to come out of it. Because they have to go, or they can path to us from here. If I didn't know better, I would say that Ekron was very specifically designed to make it very difficult to move large groups of zombies. But it could just be that whoever designed it really likes their big fences. Just like whoever designed Irvington really likes their fucking bushes. Yeah, I see a route here. I see a route. Yeah. There's still a shit ton of them stuck in that fucking fence. I hate it. I hate it. There's only so much we can do. feel like hungry, hungry hippos here. Bump, bumpity bump, bumpity bump. And it's not raining. Well, at least the rain isn't falling from the sky right now. It's falling from the sky, not this guy. Ha ha. So the goal is right now with this loop back, get as many of these assholes out of the fenced area as possible. And if we loop back like this 1 or 2 more times, then we can at least get the vast majority of them. See, I do see a way through the backyard of this house. I'm not, no, fuck no. I want to, but no. Shit. Okay, we're good, we're good. Okay. And now we move a little faster up this way. We're going to loop. I don't want to bring everybody out of the fire department and then up here, because then it'll just result in people like these guys getting stuck up here. What we do is we loop back to where the middle of that big old group of dudes is. Right here. And right on down this road they come. By doing that, we're avoiding the fence right here where the street light is, the double tall fence that's kind of going down this little gravel alleyway. Don't ask me how. It feels fucking miraculous after what I've had to deal with in B42. It feels fucking miraculous that I haven't taken any trunk damage yet. I know I'm probably going to jinx it by saying that, but I mean, it feels like a fucking miracle from God right now. I know it's still possible to get a lot of trunk damage, so I don't want to jinx it. Guy in front of me is just a regular old dude with a spiffo backpack. Remember, I am still on the lookout for a survivor's ed. I don't really expect to see one because I never did clock whoever it was that we marked a Z for on the map. This is only like a third of who we need to pull out of that fenced area. I don't see us doing it. There's just too many. Unless I somehow lose these guys really far away from where they're currently at, and then loop back and bring the rest of the group with us. I mean, I'm patient. I can wait. I know this is not the most compelling content to constantly listen to a friggin' siren. So I cut the siren, and now we're going to loop as far back around up top as far as we can. And then we're going to fire the siren back up in the dead center of where the intersection in front of the fire department was, and just lead another swarm of them out that way, without bringing the current swarm back with us. That's the goal right now. I'm not worried about the guys up here. That might have been a... Oh, wow. I'm genuinely shocked. Now, that's funny. The rabbits didn't run away from me. I wonder if some of the rabbits in the area have actually spent enough time around me that they're not scared of me anymore. That can and does happen. How many are left up here? As I feared, quite a few. Maybe not quite as many. Let's just fire it back up now. Yeah, look at them all. They got stuck on the wooden fence. But the fire department's parking lot is pretty clean now. That's what I like to see. Progress. So I have this theory. I didn't want to execute it until just now, but we use this fence, this side of the wooden fence here, to gum up some of the faster ones. Then we'll get a good loop back, all while being in audio range. Couldn't have paid me to care about the post office anyway. There's more than there used to be, but there's still not very much mail loot in there. It's one of the weakest ones on the map. Oh shit. Okay, so today's activities ate a little bit more gas than I was expecting. We are now down to the last 10th here. That's okay. We can still do what we need to do with that, but that means we need to get started with the campfire now. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, so I don't think the rain's going to stop the campfire. I don't know if the rain's going to make the zombies get put out faster. Yeah, I have no idea. I've actually never tried this in a somewhat rainy environment before. We got a log right here, so here's our fuel. Now we need 3 stones. Don't be fooled by some of these. I see a few here. So this is a stone and twigs. This is a regular stone. And then I see another regular stone over here. So there's 3 stones. And then the log is going to be 6 hours of fuel, but you can fit up to 8 hours of fuel. So I'm going to take 2 tree branches so that we got that full 8 hours. Okay, done a good job emptying that street. Looks like the vast majority, I mean, everybody that I want to get rid of is now out close to this field now. So, the gathering is completed as far as I'm concerned. Need 1 more tree branch here. Yeah, whatever. Seven hours will do. I need a little bit more room. Alright, crafting menu. Sorry, building menu. Build campfire. Destroy for fuel, log. Destroy for fuel, tree branch. Light fire, twigs plus lighter. Seven hours, starting now. Now, before we actually catch them on fire, we would like to condense the group a little bit here. This feels like a very tiny fraction of what we just dealt with back there. Where are all the firefighter zombies? There's literally 0 firefighter zombies. That's wrong. That's literally wrong. How did not a single firefighter zombie make it down here? What is going on with the zombies in this game? Why does it feel like some of them are just disappearing from the world? Like, I'm not even kidding right now. It feels like a bunch of them. Like, okay, yeah, there's some stragglers back here. I fully expected stragglers back here. Not in the numbers that we had before, though. I feel like my knowledge of zombie movements has either betrayed me or there's something really weird going on. It could be both, I mean. Porcanillas dos. I don't know. I don't care. We've got our group. I'm just baffled that it's a lot smaller than I thought it would be. I don't know. Never seen that happen. I mean, okay, so the only reason that this is setting off my susometer is that this is not the first time we've had disappearing zombies. The group is even smaller. Where did they go? Guys, I'm losing it here. Okay, I'm stuck. Oh. I barely even need the fire anymore. I don't know where they all went. Is the rain just washing them away? So, we had a problem with a couple zombies wearing military backpacks that seemed to have disappeared. Okay, so KTO, I'm not going insane here. I can't be. There's something eating up the Zeds. I don't get it. I mean, sometimes they get stuck in... No. There's something really wrong here. Yeah, I don't know. So I did see some patch notes about, and again, this was multiplayer related, so my eyes barely glossed over it, about zombie culling in multiplayer. I remember seeing the word. Okay, you know what? What am I gonna do with this? Honestly, this group is so small. If I just distribute them, we can just melee half of these guys tonight and the other half tomorrow, and I should get some experience for killing them. I mean, fuck it. If that's a word, fuck it. We ball, right? Yeah, Grimbaki. I think you're. Yeah, I think something was. It wasn't this one. Setting cruise to 5 here. I don't know, guys. That's kind of funny. That would have had to have been one of those battery-powered alarms that's been, whatchamacallit. We've got to be close to the outer threshold on alarm batteries. But that's going to mess with the distribution here. I was trying to, on my way kind of, back out of here, was trying to, like, distribute what we actually have left here. I mean, honestly, if that's going to have to be how it is, then, I mean, fine. I don't... This is pointless. I can't honk my horn out of a house alarm. House alarms just take over everything. There we go. Yeah, I didn't see anything about it in the patch notes. It must have been a thread then. I really like the people just walking right past me here. didn't refill my water for a minute, so I'm gonna get some more water before we lock in on just meleeing for a bit. I mean, honestly, if like 2/3 almost, it feels like 2/3 of the Zed just fucking disappeared. I don't. 2/3 might be pushing it, but I mean, a significant chunk, like half or more of those zombies that we should have been leading to the fire. Now, one of the reasons that I'm not too concerned about fuel is that I know that there is some siphoning we can do in the local area. The step van that we saw down here, plus the whole parking lot of the school. Alright, that'll buy us a little bit of time. Do tomatoes give you hydration? Oh. Yeah, they do. What? Now we got some rain barrels here. I was not exactly planning on deploying them here, but I mean, I don't know how long we're going to be locked in here. It might be worth it to go ahead and deploy one of them here. Worst case scenario, I just spent a little bit of time emptying it out. I mean, actually, okay, so we had 1 billion garbage bags, and then we left 1 billion pickups. So we don't actually have as many garbage bags right now. There's probably some tarps nearby. Yeah, you know what? I'll just go ahead and deploy one. Oh. I'm a doofus. I was thinking, okay, I'm screwed on, getting to the ceiling. That's what I was thinking, because we don't have the ability to make stairs. But we actually do have the ability to make stairs. It's just gotta be log stairs. So I would do the stairs right here, so that would mean logs go right here. And you need 12 of them. I hope the family that lived here didn't have too big of an attachment to the big trees in their backyard. 'Cause I don't. I have needs. And I'm finna meet them. Seven. Got the logs, just need the rags. And for rags, what we're going to do is yank one of these curtains and rip it up. There's 10 rags. Just need 2 more. There we go. Now, of course, a zombie could wander up here accidentally. I don't really care because the there's no windows that they could break into once they're up there. So all they could walk up here and then just stand around impotently. So the sink is actually beneath this tile right here. So if we just put a rain barrel right here, it would be able to connect to the sink. And we already have a rain barrel. I'm going to do the easy thing. The easy thing is to go and fill the rain barrel from containers in the building before you even deploy it. And we can get away with that until we run out of inventory space. Which will take a moment. Which is totally okay. So this has already got 78 liters of water in it. As fate would have it, I don't think I actually have a pipe wrench with me. That's okay. If I did, it should be on passenger. Ah, look at that. Got a little bit of everything here. Did empty the main sink, right? Yes. Beautiful. Yeah, the amount of rain barrels you can find now is great. I enjoy it. Ooh, don't disassemble, please. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that is, honestly, okay, so whenever I post a clip and it gets any sort of recommendations from YouTube, I tend to bring in an audience who don't play the game as much or who have very different experiences playing the game than my core audience, which of course y'all know that I'm all about that vanilla. But that is honestly because we're gonna run into that. Maybe some people will have seen something that we haven't. Unlike with towing, where it just seems like nobody understood what I was talking about. Maybe it'll be a little better this time. I'm just gonna leave those magazines on the floor. I like having reading material next to where I'm sleeping. Speaking of reading material, I should have picked out another thing to read before deploying to go and get rid of a bunch of zombies by fire. While that's cooking, I'm going to see if I can get a few more of them tomatoes. Because these are all going to die. If it isn't sufficiently obvious, they're already very close to dying. Now we're not sticking anything else into freezers here. These tomatoes are literally just going to be what I eat while we're here. Ah, thank you, KTO. What do we got here? No? Link? Anywhere? There we go. Let me show myself a little bit here. What is our timestamp? That would have been like 10 hours and pretty much 10 hours on the dot, probably. Let's add a bang and t equals 10h. Down to the last tenth here. Yeah. Okay. No. I called it. I fucking called it because look at how many are on screen right now. We can still. Yeah. And now we just need to jump forward a little bit, but that means we need to get started with the. To the end. A couple zombies wearing military backpacks. That seemed to have just. I thought it would be. I feel like some of them are just disappearing from the world. What is that? 19 minutes ago? Yeah. Like I'm not even kidding right now. It feels like a bunch of them. So that would be. I'm just getting a number here. Is it passionately as hotfix? Nope. .20.4. That's where we're at now. 0.4, right? I mean, the latest hotfix is just a is literally just security fix. Nothing related to the. So when it comes to posting YouTube links on Steam, they just don't fucking work when you try to post a timestamp. Because it puts in the embedded player, but then it starts from the beginning, which is fucking useless for my live streams. I mean, my 10-hour fucking video, and you can't just tell random people to go to a specific timestamp. You've got to give them the URL. So I'm actually going to have to convert this to a different format here. YouTube does not... Or rather, it doesn't automatically embed when you switch the URL to live. So that's live, and then just the timestamp, or the video ID, and then timestamp, right? Yes. Okay. It does not. Oh shit. Or rather, it doesn't automatically embed when you switch the. It brought us right to real time. Down to the last. There we go. Okay, there we go. There we go. I just need to update the timestamp to 10 hours and 5 minutes, I think it was. 10H5M. And then that gives me the same URL in seconds, okay. 36300. If I knew my second multiples a little better. Sorry about this. We're deviating from gameplay for a moment here. There we go. And double check to make sure I'm not an actual idiot here. This is 10 hours and 5 minutes. This feels a little bit far behind.
I don't know. I don't care. We've got our group. I'm just baffled that it's a lot smaller than I thought it would be.
Yeah, 5 minutes is a little bit far.
Never seen that happen.
Let's try 240. It's 4 minutes in.
Where are all the firefighter zombies?
That's right. That's when that's the aha moment. Where are the firefighter zombies at? Yeah, okay, perfectly. Let's just change that to 4 minutes later. Okay. I mean, I'm contributing, right? I'm helping. We can, I'll clip that later. It's literally just a 4 minute clip. Now that I've got the timestamps, I've helped myself clip it so that I can make my own thread on the Andy Stone forums where, I mean, we can't really rely on the Andy Stone browsing Steam discussions. I don't even know if we can rely on them browsing their own forums, but at least Steam discussions, it seems a little less likely that they're going to be going over there. I should have been reading this whole time, but that's okay. We were doing important things. Ada was drifting out of the metaverse for a moment there. Videos with the debug. Yes. No shit. Okay, so I was in debug mode the other day, screwing with nutritional values, and I saw the tool, the population tool. I looked at it, and then I just continued focusing on nutrition. So I had the opportunity to look at it and see what it looks like, but I still have not actually looked at it. Oops. It looks like the rain's not going anywhere anytime soon, so we're just going to continue fighting on foot. I mean, it's... What else can we do, right? It's not like there's any point in trying to burn them now. There's not that many left. Now, we've learned our lesson when it comes to fighting in the rain. So what we're going to be doing is staying on the road, and we're not going to be going too nuts with it. I'm just going to do a back and forth once. This is just to basically regroup them after they dispersed. I mean, if we wanted to, we could approach from a different angle now. I'm pretty sure it's almost a secure angle to approach this direction. After all that nonsense. No. We're going to have people coming around these... I don't know the fence back here very well. I actually have not been back here on foot. Hopefully the reason is obvious. What is this? Just a random fenced area full of nothing but bush. I don't know what's going on there. Somebody forgot to do a little trimming. So you see some of them are going to continue going in the direction they last heard us. Some of them are just going to chill here. So because it's raining, we want to stay on asphalt wherever possible. That's why I stayed on the road there, kept the siren on, going back and forth, and then... we start all the way back here and catch anybody who decided to come out of the road or come out of the woodwork here. Oh, that had to have been a trunk hit. How? I have no idea how that was not a trunk hit. Oh yeah. In real life, they have all kinds of different sirens around here, but the wail is a very common go-to. And honestly, everything but the whale in this game kind of sucks. it feels like the whale is the least offensive. Hey kid, welcome back. We've identified a very strange problem with the game, and it seems to be eating zombies for us. Like, we went to an area, we lured a bunch of dudes with the light bar, we were going to burn them up, and then we came back after kind of looping back, you know, going back and forth on a tight road here, and then we come back and like a third of them are gone, and I have no idea where they went. They're just gone. I'm comparing notes here. KTO's found some folks who are seeing the same thing. We just got a zombie problem right now. They're just disappearing. So those zombies that I was complaining about earlier that had the backpacks, yeah, no, they disappeared. I'm not going insane. I'm already insane. I'm not going more insane. That's how I'm gonna phrase that. But there's so few zombies left at Ekron after the deletion that we're just gonna handle them on foot. Get a little bit of axe experience while we're at it. We're about 2/3 of the way through level 6. Oh, hello there. Oh, this is a genuine bathroom party. Nice. It's been a while since I've seen a bathroom party in this game. They were all in the one bathroom. Yeah, I should know better than to shoot ragdolls. We got aiming level 1 from that. Honestly, there's no reason I shouldn't be doing a little more shooting. We've got the ammo. Falling back. Split these guys apart. I think we still got somebody slapping the front door. And I don't think we've got a good shot at them from here. Okay. Hey, another hatchet. Another welding torch. These houses are loaded with loot. They're always a pleasure. Oh, there was just a big old party in general in this house. Maybe they were not just bathrooming. I mean, the bathroom door was open, so probably some people doing the thing, and probably some people just partying, eating chips. Because there's chips all over the floor. Still don't feel very comfortable going in that house until I've made a little bit more noise outside of it. Oi, you have no need to do that. Have I tried to? No, I don't mess with that. Large handle. That is relevant to my interests.
I hear somebody making noise in my center speaker. I want to say they're probably in this house to the top center. I'm also going to steal this grindstone here. Seeing as they are still very lightweight, I can... its constituent parts would make you think that it's really heavy, but no, it's fine. I haven't actually been inside these houses since the glow-up. They have added more stuff to these houses since the glow-up. Mostly decorations, it seems. So I wanted to clear at least all the way up to that house, so that we can continue down this road without summoning too many people from the other side here. Yeah, Louisville does not have this many, what's it called? Rural areas to it. Yep, we got some disappearing zombies. Quick ammo check, we're looking at 48 rounds. I don't have any... Unfortunately, I don't have any loose 38 special. So I'm actually going to start using up a little bit of this 9mm. I have a lot of 9mm. Especially because we've been collecting magazines from every loaded magazine we've found so far. And just putting it into the truck. Miso soy marinated ribeye steak. So you marinated it in the miso. Garlic fried rice. Oh, that is... Oh, you had me at garlic. I mean, honestly, you had me at miso, depending on the miso. Miso's pretty damn good. I killed this guy, right? Yeah, he did. I parked on him to keep him in place. I'm gonna go ahead and mask up. It's gonna get smelly here. I need to be more conscientious about the engine. We are on borrowed time. Can't wait to have my first firearm jam. It's coming. I mean, this is a gun with a slide. Come back a little further. Yeah, this hatchet's almost done. I've not been counting very well. I want to say that that's... No, we got 4 shots left. Okay, good. Our hatchet is actually in not that bad of shape, but the handle is about to break. I don't think we have any mediums available right now. I'm just going to replace the hatchet on my belt with a new one. We'll slate this hatchet for rebuild. I'm staying on foot for a minute because we are, I wouldn't say dangerously low on gas, but it's better to save it for now until we come across another source of something we can siphon. So we got a generator in the area. It would just be very inconvenient to have to move it up to the gas station. The meta of shooting them after they jump over fences is basically over. Aha! Okay then. Okay. He was in the tree, right. I thought I would have heard him. Is that it, or is it the next shot? Nope, that's it.
Hey!
Ooh, holy crap. Whoever this truck belonged to was interested in some sort of electrical stuff. He got some floodlights, he got some, remote motion sensor stuff. Maybe he's a home security guy. I mean, home security with a timer? Maybe a light timer? I don't know. I'm a little sussed. Did we just find the Industrial Revolution and its consequences? I mean, it's parked in front of a college here. That was an obscure reference. Yeah, today I'm doing a little bit longer than I normally would on a weekday. I didn't have any obligations this afternoon. We're looking pretty good. And, this is probably not healthy for my sanity, but I spent a lot of yesterday just zomboiding anyway. Or tangential to zomboid. I did a bunch of debug mode testing, and I found out a few things about which crops to grow. TLDR leaks. Leeks are currently fucking amazing for weight gain. If you grow enough leeks and freeze them, you can make 1.0 encumbrance meals, or 0.98 encumbrance meals that have 650 something carbs in them. Hang on a second, I had the actually have the exact number in my screenshots folder. This was a rather significant find in my mind. Because I'm always, you know, what crops are actually the best to grow, right? I'm always thinking about that in the back of my head. But so what do we got right here? I call it the stupid pie. I call it the stupid pie. It's got it's a pie. It's got 4 leeks in it. It weighs 0.98 encumbrance, 475 calories, 626.5 carbohydrates. Now, the thing about carbohydrates and fats, those are your macros. That's how you get in a fast weight gain. The weight gain where you got the two upward pointing numbers. That's how you gain weight really fast. So, leeks, because each leek has 140 carbs in it.
That is easier than anything else. It's even easier than butter. But unfortunately, it's a pie, and pies do require some stuff that you can't do infinitely. And so the theme of my test was to find out, you know, the optimal way of doing it, but then find out the repeatable way of doing it, the infinite way of doing it. And you can grow leeks infinitely. You can make stir-fry frying pans infinitely. And you can make butter and vegetable oil infinitely. So you put 4, I call it the stupid fry, with 600 carbs and 80 fats. For the price of 1.98 encumbrance in your freezer, you can have something that has 600 carbs and 82 fats in it. And I found the perfect ratio. Eat 2 stupid fries and 3 sticks of butter, and you are in triple weight gain. It doesn't matter if you're you could be at the macro and calorie floor. You eat 2 of these and 3 sticks of butter, and you are gaining weight faster than you'll ever gain it doing anything else in this game. And everything I just described is repeatable indefinitely, assuming that you have at least 1 cow and a bunch of crop plots that you can grow leeks and then freeze some leeks. But this is so sufficiently compressed that what I would probably do is take a couple of these and like put them in freezers and then just take them out when I'm ready to gain weight. So if you guys see me making stir fries with leeks in the future, unless they change something with leeks. I'm going to be real with you guys. I'm afraid that leeks are a typo. 140 carbs is an order of magnitude higher than any other crop in the game by far. There's nothing even close. And because of that, I'm actually afraid it's supposed to be 14 carbs, and they just accidentally a 0. The stupid witch, yeah, no. So I was experimenting on just how much I could compress carbs into the smallest amount of encumbrance possible. The stupid witch, do I hang on, do I still have the stats for that? The stupid witch is stupid. It's really fucking stupid. Where's the stupid witch? No, I didn't screenshot the stupid witch. Okay. So you can't put leeks on a sandwich. So how do you get leeks into a sandwich? Well, you can put leeks into an omelet. You can put an omelet into a sandwich. I've never seen that anywhere else in this game where you're putting a crafted food item into another crafted food item. And then there's a little bit of craftception going on there because the bread itself is starting with a baseline of custom bread that we made. I started with baked bread because obviously the theme of everything we're doing here is what can I do with materials that's, you know, I'm using my own materials of. So yes, okay, so omelets, 2 eggs, and a frying pan. Normally I would never consider them, but the frying pan is 0.5 encumbrance. I actually have some eggs back at base, I'll show you. I can show you guys live. I don't need to go back into debug mode. I just want to siphon a little bit of gas while we're here, and then we'll do that when we get back. But yes, okay, so omelets only weigh 0.5 encumbrance, and you can put them into other food items, particularly sandwiches. So you take a sandwich, and you can put the entirety of an omelet into it, and use leeks in that omelet, and next thing you know, you've got a sandwich with 600 carbs in it. That's why I call it the stupid witch, because it's just as bad as the stupid fry, only even smaller. I was also kind of hoping we would find a gas can out here somewhere, but we haven't. We've just gotten another couple of liters here. I don't know where he ended up, so he can come out here. I'm sure there's more that are hearing these gunshots and making their way out here. Good. I don't want to go in there. I want them out here where I can see them fight them easy. Well, protein from the eggs is garbage. I mean, like, you know, relatively speaking, it's not nothing close to leeks. I mean, like, I was looking through the game. There's really nothing sustainable that is actually absurdly high with protein. Protein, in my experience, has always been gained in massive amounts by sheer accident. From, like, fish, which fish is notoriously unreliable because in debug mode you can, like, spawn in some fish fillets. But then it's not going to be the kind of fillets you get from fishing because the amount of nutrition in them is random. Yeah, So, I mean, honestly, but then if you're trying to min-max your, you might as well take nutritionist at that point. Oh, I'm an idiot. I needed to take those out. Add gasoline. So we found a little bit, but not much. It's fine. At this rate, I probably will just take my whole generator array down to the gas station. I don't want to, but it's doable. We might find another generator in one of those houses' garages over there. Now, the one problem about omelets is it basically eats up a frying pan, but it makes it more lightweight, and I never understood that. Like, I thought that an omelet would be just a separate and discrete item that you could make from a frying pan, but then you would get the frying pan back after making the omelet, and then the omelet is its own standalone item. That's not how that works. That's not how any of that works, apparently. I was rather baffled looking through that. Do we have yeast here? I don't think we have yeast here. We probably do in the vehicular device. Yes, we got yeast. And we got sunflower seeds. That's going to help us make some seed bread. The only thing else we would need would be, we do have flour. We do have flour, and we do have water, of course. Water was never the problem. We also got the pie dough. I've never tried putting, I have never tried putting a omelet into a pie. That would probably be very interesting if it was possible. So I need a roller pin and I need salt. Oh, never mind. I can't. My character doesn't know how to make bread dough. Okay, then. All right. False alarm. False alarm. I took the recipe for bread for granted. It didn't seem like it was going to be something that was hard to do. That's all right. Well, that sucks. Yeah, honestly, if there was a way, I mean, I guess you would have to cancel eat. Yeah, if you wanted to actually use fish to get protein, you'd have to cancel eat. Like, literally just nibble the tiniest bit and then just move on. I want to say we've made enough noise up here that if we take a left, we can safely check the other garages here. I hate these stupid bushes. Oh, that's a double fence. Oops. Well. Oh, we got a rolling pin. Assuming fine. I mean, we might. We're gonna be coming across like 200 billion magazines when we get to the school. Just making sure I shut it off. Oh, I did. I checked this already. All right. Yeah. Now, there are basements, but I don't expect to find generators in basements. Yeah, we're coming up on 11 hours, so I need to start thinking about the final hour. Oh, there you are. Weird that I can't see her. I wanted a generator, and I got one. That's a deer out in this field. Making extremely annoying noises. My wood saw is down to about half condition, so I shall leave mine behind and take this one as my new wood saw. So this will be what we use to power up the gas station now. Took ourselves pretty low on gas. It's okay. Just by driving around, you are deleting Zeds and animals. So is that like just basically confirmed? I'm guessing people have studied that sufficiently now. I know you linked a video earlier. I haven't quite had the action economy to put something on at the moment. What do we got? Just a group of 4 up here. I'm gonna shoot these guys. You know, I wonder if I should start doing what that what Red Nara was talking about in that video and just
reflexively not standing still while aiming. Apparently, if you continue moving, you get better results, apparently, if you're in the combat stance and remaining in the combat stance. If you have a loud car by driving around the aggro to you and get deleted when you unload. Okay, that's... Okay, then. I mean, I got a pretty loud car. That would definitely explain some of the behavior we've noticed. That is... I have a lot of words to describe that. Some of those words are not words I would want to say on a live stream. I'm not that mad about it. I mean, it's just a silly bug. I'm sure they'll get it fixed. On a scale of silliness, this one's definitely right up there. I mean, I hate to make it sound like zombies are a valuable resource, but I mean, sometimes they are. We spend quite a bit of time looking around for some zombies that now we basically know for 100% sure that they were deleted because of the whatever's going on there. Meta events don't cause it, right? Now I'm very quick to blame multiplayer for things, but I mean honestly, I feel like I saw something somewhere that would have blamed multiplayer for that. Oh shit! Well, okay, so we're not taking gas anytime sooner. Where are you going? Fuck up out of there. I'm going to turn on the generator and then just let it run for a bit. Ammo check. We're at 7 rounds. Hey, my first jam. Yeah, so what I'm going to do to try to flush out anybody who might yet react to the generator in the area, I'm going to fire it up, and then I'm going to go just loot the whatchamacallit, gas station for a moment, and come back out here and see if anybody's waiting for me. It's like trapping, but for zombies. And the bait is a generator instead of a carrot. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's... It just feels like pipe bombing strategies are... I mean, we'll still do the same thing to delete zombies, we just won't need the bomb. It's like the zombies are just blowing themselves up for us. It's so stupid. I mean, just... I said I wasn't going to say anything. I don't want to sit here and say... How do you fuck up? You remember that scene in Jurassic Park? Do you have any dinosaurs on your dinosaur tour? I'm just imagining that. Only was. Do you have any zombies in your zombie game, or are you just gonna delete them for me? I mean, like, we're playing a zombie game, right? Do you think they would have figured out by now how to make sure that there's zombies out there, maybe, without the zombies just going away forever? I don't know. I don't want to be too mean. I really don't. It's just a silly bug. And I'm sure that Cerulean is working hard at improving their procedures so that silly bugs don't filter their way into live production builds. And I don't care what Reddit tells me. Unstable is not a production... Or actually, Unstable is a production build. Instruments on the wall here. Hey, a copy of Exposure Survival. That is actually going to help us because we can read the next book if we want to. Alright, did our generator bring any boys to the yard? Nope. Now watch that I'm going to start pumping gas. Suddenly it's going to bring them to the yard. I just feel like that's almost going to happen. Alright, Ambo is back up and gassed. And we've got a gas can for the generator that we're going to be using at base. And about that, KTO, about that. And that was what this thread here. Just linking a thread there that Sully was I mean some of what I was talking about there about Cerulean improving their I also want to address the number of complaints I see about us not testing. Blah, 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 blah. As for testing, we have several layers of testing that the game goes through. But yeah, these last 4 paragraphs I found very interesting. I'm not like saying that I don't believe them. I'm just saying I find it interesting. I did shut this off, right? Yes, I shut it off. Okay. Oh, you did read the whole thing, yeah. But, I mean, you know, you're more harsh than I am. I'm trying to be nice to Sully because I feel like Sully has to deal with a lot of bullshit. They literally said as much in that thread. I mean, I'm just gonna maybe glaze myself a little bit here. I don't think they have anybody on staff who tests the game that I do, in the way that I do, right? I don't think they have anybody on staff who just sits there and just plays the game as a, well, I mean, I can't call myself a normal player at this point. I do way too much gamey shit that normal players would never do, but I still, where reasonable, I try to engage with the game faithfully, and just, you know, sit there with one save and continue. I want to say that the testers of this game are a little bit more like focused on testing specific things, as opposed to just broadly testing everything and just waiting to see if something fucks up. I mean, that's I don't even know if you could ever make a paid tester operate that way and still have them meaningfully contribute all the time. I don't know. It'd be difficult to say. Here is our can of gas for the generator.
gonna have to step away briefly, IRL. Actually, you know what, guys? I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it. I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it tomorrow morning. So I think I'm gonna spend the rest of the evening here getting everything sorted out. And I think I'll call it tomorrow morning because I mean I have to step away here in a few minutes. And at this rate, it makes a little bit more sense to just go ahead and call it. Because I have a couple things, maintenance things I gotta do here. It wouldn't be longer than like 5 minutes, but you know, when the stream's almost over. See, I would not be able to sit back down and then just do another day. That's the biggest problem. We would run out of time before being able to do another full day. So we're establishing a few garbage bags of just hybridized standard and low priority. Oh, okay, so, never mind. If I had another box of 9mm, then I would be able to refill several magazines now, but it's too late. So. We did not bring any of our loose boxes of ammo with us right now. Wasn't the smartest move, because if we did, then we'd be able to consolidate stuff that we would find at the gun store here in this town. That's good. I like doing it that way, but I don't always get the chance to.
Before we settle in and just read for the rest of the stream here, I'm going to go get her washed up. We'll use the lake. I think these are finally all dead. It sucks to watch them all in their misery, but I mean, it's not like I have nowhere to put most of these, so. Park there. How about here? Yeah, okay. So, by parking like this, they can't approach me from any angle except for this angle, which is the angle I'm facing, so I'll see them coming. Well, doesn't work if I don't do it like that. There we go. Capture a screenshot here. Ugly water all over the place, but got that, and then we'll put away the mast, catch our first sleep, and then do a little reading, catch our second sleep, and then we out of here for today. Oh, that was a nightmare, but we were pretty much done.
Alrighty, folks. I would say we've done good things here today. A little bit long for a weekday stream. So if anybody is new, feel free to like and subscribe, the usual YouTuber stuff. I will be streaming again on Friday. My streaming schedule generally is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, with the occasional Wednesday. Well, actually, I mean, I've been pretty consistent with Wednesdays lately, but it's less guaranteed than other days. So, I shall catch you guys in the next one. Peace out, and have a good one, folks. Adios.